We are here on a beautiful Sunday morning here in Woodbury, New Jersey. Hello, everybody. Glad you can catch us here for TCUFL football, a quadruple header once again. This time, the teams involved are the Paulsboro Red Raiders and the Woodbury Steelers. Looking at the freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior contests, which will be going on today here on HSG Network on YouTube. We thank you so much for joining us. I'm Tom Wilkins. Howard Gaber taking care of a couple of things, and he'll be with us in just a couple of minutes. So it will be Woodbury receiving the ball first. I believe Paulsboro won the toss and decided to choose for the second half. You'll see Paulsboro lined up to kick off in their white uniforms with red pants and red helmets.
Clean the camera in a second. Tom, just letting you know, I'm online with you.
I got you. And short kickoff, and we begin at the ball being recovered at the 44-yard line. Now, this is a grass field, and needless to say, things have dried off very nicely after what was about a day and a half of torrential rain. But thankfully, areas like not too far away from here got it so much worse, so the field's been able to dry off, and this grass field should be, I wouldn't say a sponge, but should be comfortable for all the players and officials to work on here this morning into the afternoon. So we begin the freshman contest with Woodbury in their yellow uniforms with white helmets and numerals. They have a blue stripe along the side. They'll be moving left to right, Paulsboro right to left, and we'll switch sides during the second quarter. We'll make sure we name all the participants in this game a little bit later on. But in the meantime, we begin with a 1st and 10. And I guess the snap was juggled, and Woodbury was able to fall on about the 43-yard line. So it ends up being it was actually recovered by Paulsboro. I'm sorry. I didn't see really any official signal pointing that it was a turnover. So after an opening play turnover by Woodbury, Paulsboro will get it at the Woodbury 43-yard line. And we'll see how they line up with everything. So I think we're going to see a very entertaining 4 games. Not exactly the start Woodbury wanted, but let's see how they do on defense. All right, Paulsboro is going to line up 1st and 10. Looks like they're probably going to go full house, but they're having a little bit of an issue making sure everyone's lined up. And unfortunately, somebody jumped.
We're good. And we're good, Tom.
Yes, and Howard has gotten everything in. We've had to get the scoreboard all straightened out. And here you are, Howard, in a breezy Woodbury. But my goodness, what a glorious day this is.
Beautiful day. Compared to the 9 straight rainy Saturdays that we've had, Tom, this is almost luxury for us.
Well, 2 weeks ago in Millville, it started out very nice, and then the rains came late. And now, of course, we had the tropical storm remnants show up last Saturday. But here we got a real beautiful day. We're expecting 80 degrees, so can't ask for much better than that. All right, there was a neutral zone infraction. Now a fumble that's recovered by Woodbury on a bad exchange. So each team trading turnovers.
That's number 6, Tom, on the recovery there.
Which I believe is listed here is Ezra Archie Miller.
Very good.
Who was able to fall on the football. And here Woodbury will receive the football 1st and 10. Now, obviously, I don't know the records of either team, but I will be honest with you. Sometimes it's just not about records. It's about how well you try and how much you learn.
It's funny because even at the freshman level, they do keep the records, but I don't believe – no, I think they keep the score too. So these are real games for these young men out there. So, we're very appreciative. I'd like to thank Frank for having us here, and hope everybody enjoys the show today. We got 2,500 people. I think we're up to 2,700 for last week, Tom.
Is that right?
Big amount there.
Well, if any of you are watching locally and just can't make the trip, remember, we are on HSG Network on YouTube, so make sure you subscribe and take a look at all the action we are here to bring you for the next few hours here. So Woodbury are trying to line things up as it's 1st and 10 from the 44, and they're going to try and pitch out. And unfortunately, the running back didn't know which way to go and ends up losing a number of yards. So Howard was with us for a couple of minutes, and here now So
Yeah, I'm here.
yeah, let me get to the end here. We got our other guy, John Saplensky, who has joined us just a second ago, and now we're gonna have to deal with a little bit of a. Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Hey, HSG here. Yeah, it was hectic finding parking.
Oh, you're not kidding.
I could not find parking anywhere.
Always well, there are 3 different events going on. There's like a football practice, and then there's also a little bit of a softball thing going on as well.
I seen it. I couldn't believe it. Glad to be here.
Well, I'm glad you're able to make it safely. I mean, I got here maybe like 10 o'clock, a little past 10, and parking was already a challenge in itself. So thankfully, I was able to find my way across the street and get a spot there. All right, so now that we are back into play, we had a loss on the play on first down, and now a false start against Woodbury here. As it'll be second and quite long. Ball will be spotted at the 35-yard line. So you're looking at about a 2nd and 20.
Yeah, nice day for a game. It was beautiful
you're not
getting here.
kidding.
I mean, just the atmosphere out here right now is just awesome. And
almost looks like a party atmosphere when you come to this place.
It does. Good-sized kids out there, too. So we're at the freshmen. So we got Woodbury Steelers and the Paulsboro Red Raiders freshmen.
That is correct, and that'll be for all 4 games, obviously working levels up for each game. So
Looks like the Steelers are in yellow.
That is correct.
Yep,
Woodbury's in
Woodbury's
yellow, Paulsboro's in white. And now in 2nd and 20 with the ball at the 35-yard line.
It looks like they're in that wing package with single back.
And
we got a fumble.
And another fumble, and that's going to be recovered by Paulsboro. So literally in 6 plays, we have had 3 missed exchanges and 3 turnovers.
Ooh, ball handling. Got to fix that quick.
And on a dry field, too.
Yeah, very dry. You know, that's just fundamentals. Going to have a little pep talk with them to talk that ball, hold it in. You know, it's good time for Paulsboro now to recover that.
Well, let's see if Paulsboro can do anything here, as they will be at the Woodbury 31-yard line.
Yeah, good field position for them. See what they got here going on.
All right. Well, it looks like they go full house here. This is a handoff and a nice hole along the right side.
Oh, great cut.
Breaking through a tackle and getting
down.
a very nice gain to about the 20, maybe the 19. That's a 12-yard pickup, and already Paulsboro is in the red zone.
Yeah, very nicely ran play. Way to come out on that first play. Running back showed he can read his hole. He gives it a little bit of time. Nice cut, 12 yards.
Well, I think the other thing to consider is right at the very end on the left side of the red zone, there's a little bit of an upgrade. So, and it's probably a very unique thing to have, because if you're running full speed into the end zone, you can't stop yourself. The upgrade probably will, and if anything, it'll stop you from crossing the street.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, there's no fence to stop you either, so you're right, exactly. Keep the momentum from crossing the street.
All right, we got an official timeout, making sure everything is set.
Is that just the one side? I can't see the other side of the field. Is it like that on the other side of the field too?
That I don't know.
Dodge? Yeah. I got the dodge.
All right, so we got a flag down as we got a false start against Paulsboro. So I'll back things up 5 yards. I'll make it 1st and 15. We're just doing a little bit of inner and outer musical chairs here in our first broadcast. So Howard is back with us for a couple of minutes.
We had some issues with cars, Wilkins. You know, it's packed here. There's like 6 events going on.
Oh, my goodness. Breaking a couple of tackles and getting back inside the 20, probably to the 15-yard line. So a good run on that play after the false start, getting the penalty yardage back and a few more. We'll say it's a gain of 10.
And we have a timeout.
Yes, timeout is called by Woodbury.
So we're just going to take a break and kill audio while I clean the camera, Tom.
That's
you can stay on. You can stay on.
No, that's fine. Because so Woodbury calls its first timeout. Now, keep in mind with the TCUFL action, we are going to have, of course, the quadruple header. And you'll notice that, obviously, as the line grows, you'll notice that the intensity of play kind of picks up as well. But obviously, hey, the freshmen are being intense here with the way they've been playing through this first few minutes. And I'll also tell you that, especially when you get to the junior and senior levels, it really gets competitive because you're getting pretty much to near high school level when it comes to something like that. So obviously it's competitive, but let's also not forget the first and foremost thing when it comes to football like this, they're kids. They're learning, and obviously there are going to be things that'll bounce their way and others that will not. So as long as you have fun and everyone plays well, that's really all that matters. All right, so an interesting formation here as Paulsboro has decided to line up in a wing, maybe a double wing, and add a shift over, trying to make sure everybody is set. You can't have two men moving at the same time here. And now they go with an inside handoff and driving to near the first down marker. We'll see where they spot the ball. But I'll be honest with you. Thank you. So I'll be honest with you, it's gonna be a little bit tricky as to how Woodbury's gonna be stopping them. So they're gonna say it's a gain of 3. So it's gonna be 3rd and 2 coming up for Paulsboro in the opening drive of this game.
Yeah, Tom, and got a nice clean camera now, nice clean lens. We can see everything.
Well, we have to keep our eyes
John's
open
back
too.
with the vehicle movement.
Here's a handoff up the middle. And we'll see where they spot. Actually, you're going to say going to be a first down coming up. It'll be right there. Just want to make sure my car doesn't need to be moved because, like I said, I'm parked across the street and I'm not blocking a driveway.
Can you tell I'm huffing and puffing?
Well, the house hasn't been blown down yet, trust me. All right, well, John's back after we have this game of musical cars and chairs and everything else. All right, first and goal from the 10, and I believe we have flags down as somebody jumped the line, and it's going to be a neutral zone infraction against Woodbury, so that's going to make it probably 5-yard penalty or half the distance of the goal. So
yeah, they're slowly creeping from when I went down to move the cars. I was trying to watch the game as I was moving the cars. They're creeping down, smelling the end zone. They're doing their job, but linemen are blocking. Well-executed plays.
And, John, as I discussed before, usually in the freshman level you see a lot more running plays. You don't see very much in the name of passing.
No,
I mean,
not
you
at
see,
all.
as the levels grow, you'll see
They'll
a
sneak
little
one
bit
in.
more. Yeah.
They'll sneak one in here and there and, test the waters to see what they can do. It's fundamentally the kids, a lot of it has to do with development.
That is true. All right, first and goal from the 5, and now a fumbled snap.
Oh, boy.
But it is recovered by Paulsboro this time. We've seen a lot of it in the first portion of this game. But it ends up being maybe no gain, like it was falling back at the line of scrimmage. So a lot of it basically is communication between center and quarterback, making sure the snap is proper because one little thing goes off, this is what happens.
Oh, yeah. At this age, if you're not focused and you're thinking about something else or you smell that hot dog's brewing and everything or your family on the sideline, anything can happen to distract you. It happens. They're kids and, anything can happen.
I don't think there's selling pumpkin spice coffee. That might be a distraction in itself. All right, here on 2nd and goal. They will hand off
He's
right
gonna
side,
stretch
bouncing
it.
off.
He's got that stiff arm.
A couple
Oh,
of
he's
stiff
still
arms
going.
and doesn't quite get the
Okay.
end zone, but he'll get to about the 2, it looks like.
Yeah, he's got some moves on him, number 2. He's showing he's a
Now, something else to consider, we have multiple colored penalty flags. Yes, check your calendar. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so you will see a lot of pink on the field today, whether it be penalty flags or in Woodbury's case, they are wearing pink socks.
Yeah, that's nice.
So good way to honor that. All right, so
You're welcome.
all right, so we have. I guess they're just trying to reset. The flag wasn't picked up until just now. So
Going in that full house package.
oh goodness, so that's interesting. They call a late flag and I guess an inverted face mask, which is going to be a 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, that was pretty late. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, I guess a lot of it might have come. It might have been a last-minute flag to happen at the end of the play, which caused it to happen. So they're repeating the down because of it, and actually are backing it up 10 yards. Here's a handoff. He runs into his own quarterback.
Still gets a little bit. There you
and
go.
is able to get. I'd say a couple more yards, maybe to about the 9 or the 8-yard line.
Yeah.
Don't mind the background noise, but we have a very nice breeze blowing into the press box here in Woodbury.
Oh, that feels really good.
Hey,
This is what fall weather is supposed to feel like.
Well, hey, 80 degrees. I mean, you could say it could be Indian summer or what have you, especially with it now being October.
This is
but
beautiful.
This is, you could easily go out to the pool if you wanted to, but it is football season.
That wouldn't be bad.
3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. And they decide to hand
there he
misdirection
goes.
play.
He's got a lane.
He's got a lane, but
Oh,
a
good
tackle.
tackle. Number 26 for Woodbury with that
Yeah,
tackle.
very nice tackle. That would be
Joshua Escalera.
Yes, Joshua Escalera with the stop.
Saved
on
the
that run.
touchdown.
Down to about the 3, so it forces a 4th and goal.
Yeah, that was a great open field tackle. Nice wrap. Saved the touchdown. That was a great.
And it also is it's also good as far as Woodbury is concerned because that face mask is proven to be very large here. Actually, we're going to have a timeout call by Paulsboro as they discuss it. So I guess we'll break here. So we're in the first, no score, but Paulsboro's knocking. We'll find out if they score when we come back.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sturl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation.
All right, on 4th down, here's a bounce off to the right side. And what a beautiful. Now missed. They're slipping through another tackle, but they didn't get in. Woodbury did the job with 4th down defense.
Wow.
The running back for Paulsboro looked like he had the corner.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sturl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, so we are back here in Woodbury. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky. Of course, Howard Gaber chiming in and taking care of the controls as well. Long walk to the other side of the field as we begin quarter number 2. Woodbury able to make a goal line stop on Paulsboro, and that's why we're still scoreless. But what we're looking at right now is 2nd and 13 from their own 2-yard line.
Tough spot to be. Tough spot at any age group to be, but you're back against your own end zone.
I don't know. Listen,
nerves, makes you nerves.
Listen, I don't know if you were there for this. I think earlier this year or last year when in the rain there was a running back from Newark, I think Brick City, who took a 99 2/3 yards.
Wow.
For a touchdown.
It can happen. Everyone's trying to get in that end zone. It just takes one little seam to hit, and you're gone. If you got wheels, you're going to take off.
You're not kidding with that one. All right, so as we
Ooh,
resume,
got an
flags are down. If it's a false start, it's only going to be a 1-yard penalty. And it is. Yeah. So half the distance to the goal, and now you're speaking about backs against the wall. They're touching the wall.
Yeah, they don't want to go backwards. They want to get out of there. Just from the few plays that I've seen, that front defensive line for Paulsboro, they're pretty fast and physical, hitting the gaps, and it's going to, the offensive line's going to have to do a good job containing them right now.
So we got an official timeout and try to make sure the field is clear of the coaches. So Woodbury with a 2nd and 14. Can't go much further back than the 1-yard line, but that's where they are right now.
Oh, it's going in the air.
And throw a pass.
Wow, and he got it.
How about that?
That was
down
that
to
was
the
great.
19-yard line.
That was number 0.
Wow. I tell you what, that was very creative, too.
Yeah.
I mean, that looked like it was going to hit the ground, but a receiver came right over, caught it, and they're out of danger.
Yeah, that was number 0. Wait, number 0. That's number 0 for the Steelers.
Yes,
that's
it would be.
Damon Castillo with the reception. Great job.
Yeah, great job by the quarterback to roll left and try that pass. I mean, you might as well because and get it out of your hands quick because the longer you hold it, the longer you more possibly give up 2 points on that.
That was gutsy, and I give them a lot of credit for calling that, and hats off to the players for making that play happen.
Especially in this wind too.
Yeah, it is windy. It is windy.
It's a crosswind for the players, so it's not like the wind's at their back or anything like that. All right, so from the 19, it is 1st and 10.
I think they little miscommunication with the ball there.
Evidently, the ball ended up. I guess the center had a miscommunication with the quarterback, and now they're discussing what exactly happened. By the way, check out the comments from right above here. We had Coach Hannah checking in. So
hey, that's great.
And we appreciate you enjoying the broadcast. We're sorry we didn't get you 80 degrees last week. We ended up giving you a tropical storm instead.
We know who this is now, Coach Hannah. He was talking about the Bridgeton-Salem matchup to us. Yeah, he's back.
Yeah. Well, it was
going to be a good game, I guess.
Hey, listen, it wasn't a washout at all last Saturday because we had some very good games, and the senior game was tremendous.
Yeah, there was people got their money's worth. If you know what I'm saying, if you had to use that phrase, you got your money's worth. It was a thriller for real. It was a great game, well executed game, well coached.
All right, so there was no play. What had happened, it was an encroachment foul against Paulsboro, so it is 1st and 5. And the ball be at the 23-yard line. Another missed exchange.
Quarterback,
but the quarterback fell on it this time, so they're losing a couple of yards. So, and I think that's going to be one of the things they're going to be working on in practice.
Yeah, that's Vance Walkins is number 3, the quarterback for Woodbury. He's the captain in charge out there.
Actually, I think we've been informed it's Caden Archie, number 2.
Oh, it's number 2. Oh, I guess I need my glasses.
Well,
I did forget my readers.
Well, in all fairness, I mean, when you have white numerals on a light yellow,
it is hard. It was hard seeing it.
Trust me,
number 2.
I've gotten yelled at for not getting the numbers right. But what do you expect when you got color combinations?
Yeah.
Hey, well, we do the best we can. 2nd and 9. Here's a late handoff. And I'll go to about the 25 probably. So they'll get some of the yardage back. I'll say that, yeah, about the 25. So you're looking at a 3rd and 4 coming up.
Yeah, they closed that gap down pretty good. Pretty good. A lot of gang tackling on there. You know, they're finding the ball. Good job to Paulsboro. And the initial hit on that was number 8, Devin Taylor. Devin Taylor was in the bottom of that pile.
Well,
Looks
you
like he's out
notice.
there, corner.
Well, you also notice how quickly they get off to the ball. I think what we've seen, Paulsboro's been a step faster,
Yeah.
a split second ahead of Woodbury, and sometimes reaction time is everything. And almost like in NASCAR, it goes by the thousandth of a second if you think about it.
Yeah, that first step is everything, and that first reaction, it goes a long way.
So we now have 3rd and 4. Ball spotted to 25. Remember, Woodbury was all the way back at their own 1, but a nice 18-yard pass against the wind helped them get out of trouble. Now let's see what they do this time.
Yeah, I love the discipline. You see how that's how we used to teach the kids. You put the hands on the shoulders, linemen are even, keep their distance, discipline.
There's a late rush, and unfortunately the quarterback's going down there with a sack.
Number 2.
So that would be
Julian Bunt.
No, wait. I think you're talking Devin Talley. So it ends up being a loss on the play, and I'll force a 4th and long after about a 3-yard loss.
Oh, that was number 8 with that sack. Is that what you're saying? Devin Taylor made that sack?
Oh, I'm sorry. The running back was number 8 for.
Number 8 was for that was Rashawn Johnson Jr. But the sack was Julian Bundy for Paulsboro on that big hit. That's the running back we've been watching. So he's doing his thing right now on both sides of the ball.
All right, they decide on punt option, so that means 25 yards from the end of the last play, and it will be 1st and 10 now for Paulsboro, who will be at the Woodbury 45-yard line.
If it's Bundy in the backfield again, he's going to be warmed up from playing a lot of defense. I see them looking for him, make a big play on offense.
And now I think Paulsboro didn't have the right personnel or too many on the field, so they're going to call timeout. And we'll do the same here in the second quarter. Paulsboro and Woodbury, no score in the first game of 4. We'll come back in just a moment. Okay, following a Paulsboro timeout, a little bit of a personnel issue, so it'll be 1st and 10 for them. Ball spotted at the Woodbury 45-yard line. Paulsboro had a very nice drive, the previous drive, but unfortunately got stopped at like the 2-yard line. Now a handoff left side and crashing through to about the 42-yard line. I think it looked like number 1 on that carry.
Yeah, we didn't. I was looking, but I couldn't find a number 1 on the roster.
That's okay, but like I said, a little bit later we'll read.
Nice gain. Can't ask for more than that.
We'll still read the names for both teams when it comes time. So.
Yeah, nice 3-yard gain on that. You know, nice on the defense to stop them with a great tackle. So can't ask for more than that on either side.
That'll force a 2nd and 7 after a 3-yard gain. Ball spot at the 42-yard line. Now they look double wing with a single back. Now they send
got their number 7 in motion.
And another
there's the
misdirection
reverse.
on the other end. There's going to be some room.
We got a flag.
Unfortunately, a flag is down. Gets to about the 30-yard line, and usually when it's in the backfield,
it's holding.
It would be holding. We'll see if the official is correct.
There was nothing on the screen to show that indicate that anything that we saw, and it was back at the line where we couldn't see it.
And indeed, it's a hold, so it's going to be a 10-yard penalty from the spot. So tough break. That was a nice run along the right side, but you just cannot hold.
Tough breaks, exactly. Yeah, the refs are going to see it. You know, it's not a penalty if the ref didn't see it. That's how I always told my kids. If they seen it, you got a flag. If you didn't, it never happened.
Or shall we say in pencil, that time.
Yeah, that time.
And we always say that because, I mean, people argue there's holding on every play, but
Yeah.
I always say it's a matter of the timing of the calls, too.
Exactly. I'm one that always says that there's holding on every call, and you get a little frustrated when you get a big play and it's called. But
All right, so it'll be 2nd and 13. And now a handoff along the left side.
he's going, number 7.
And look at, yep, number 7's
Oh,
taking
he's
off.
got-
He's got some
He
wheels
might go all the
here.
way.
Well,
Oh,
he'll get to about the 20 where he's hit pretty hard, getting to the edge of the red zone.
That's
If we're
number
talking number
7.
7, that'd be Necky Mears.
great run, Nicky Mears.
And a gain of like 28 on the play. So after a nice gain, I mean, they recover from the holding foul, and here we go again. And do we have another timeout? I don't think anyone signaled that. That might be on Woodbury this time. So, needless to say, John, I mean, obviously, there's been some nice plays from both sides on here in this first game so far.
Yeah,
What do
they're
you think?
using the whole field. You know, that's what I like. They're executing their plays. I mean, at this age level, you can't ask for any more than these kids are producing right now. Just got to get in the end zone right now. It's a battle. You got a battle right now. You know, Paulsboro left 6 points on the board in the first quarter. They got to make up for that. They're creeping down there again. You know, we saw one passing play right now from Woodbury with their back in the end zone, which I'm still impressed that they called that and completed that reception. You know, Paulsboro's got to score here on this drive. You know, you keep Woodbury in, they're gonna bounce right back eventually, and they're gonna put one in. So you need to capitalize on this drive right here.
And I think one of the big reasons Woodbury took that risk from the end zone, the running game had not been too successful. So it's like, why not try something? And thankfully, it worked for them. All right, so following the timeout, it is first down with this handoff going right side, trying
Taking
to turn
that
the
corner.
corner. They're able to turn that corner.
Oh!
And sliding down.
Got to clean them cleats.
Well, yeah, there might still be a little bit of moisture on the field, but certainly not 10 inches of rain levels, that's for sure. So
Julian Bundy again. Nice run.
it still was a nice run. And yeah, sometimes the ground just trips you up and when you least expect it. So it ended up being a 9-yard game, so the ball's at the 11-yard line.
Yeah, they're getting some yards on the ground. Their running attack right now is doing very well.
So now we have 2nd and a yard from the 11.
Came on that offset eye and right up the
Handoff
middle. He's,
up the
he's
middle.
going in. He looks
And
like
did he
he's
get
going
in?
in. It's close.
Ye-
He's
yes,
in.
he is. And I actually thought that the lines may have jumped a little bit before the snap of the ball, but the officials didn't call it. But the running back just blew right up the middle, gets a goal from 11 yards out, and Paulsboro gets the first points of this day.
Yeah, that was a great ran play. Very well executed. They had a nice hole. Running back took the lane. The defense was following the 2 lead backs, and they bit and left that middle wide open.
Now, as a reminder, you run for a 1-point I think you kick for 2, but here it's a 1-point conversion regardless of what happens here. If you pass and you score, it's a 2-point conversion, but here on the conversion, they're going to try for the 2-pointer.
Oh, in his
And
hands.
it just went in and out of the hands of the receiver near the back of the end zone.
Great
He's like,
pass.
I should have had it. But, hey, listen, sometimes it's just a matter of how you grasp it. Why don't we take a look at a replay of the score as Paulsboro with the early lead here.
Yeah, they're in that offset eye. And you see when the quarterback takes it, he's got his guys going left, and everyone is chasing down the lead block, and they left that middle open for that dive.
And I think the fact that as you said, everyone shifted left and he shifted a little bit right, which allowed him to just blow right through and get the first points.
Yeah, it was a great play.
And a good drive, too, for Paulsboro, considering they've been doing a good job driving down the field. And to be quite honest, I mean, they obviously seem to have an idea as to what they're doing. Now Woodbury just has to try and respond.
Yeah, they need to get good field position and make up for that last drive. Just got to get their motors running. Just keep that blocking. They just got to contain that defensive line for Paulsboro because they're making a lot of havoc for Woodbury's front line right now.
And so Paulsboro will do a little brief kickoff here as soon as I get everybody all lined up. And we want to also mention, for those of you checking us out here on HSG Network on YouTube, you are more than welcome to comment. I mean, and make sure you tell your friends and family, anyone else that might be out of town, just can't be at Woodbury today. Just send them the link, HSG Network on YouTube. Look up this live feed, and you'll be able to chime in. Feel free to comment if you wish. All right, referee blows his whistle and be back in play in a second.
Nice little kick. There you go.
And remember, it's a live ball after 10 yards. And thankfully, Woodbury dives on it at about the 30, maybe the 29. So Woodbury will start their next drive from there.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to see what they come out. They showed they can pass. So, if they can get in a nice groove to come out doing a little pass and be excited. But, let's see what they're going to come out this time.
I wouldn't be surprised they try that pass play again. I mean, that's what's been that has been what's been working for them so far. But one never knows how it'll end up being contained, especially as the game goes on.
Yeah, well, at this age level, protecting against a pass is usually not the first, second, or third thing you do at this level at practice, because it doesn't very happen often. So you can sneak them in there. Because most of this is 90% running at this age level usually. Fundamental linemen teaching everyone the fundamentals of football, and you don't always have a kid that can catch.
All right, so they're going double wing here on 1st and 10,
got movement.
But unfortunately the wing flapped early before the snap, so that's going to be a false start against Woodbury. So 5-yard penalty, and
don't want to start off going backwards.
And the Paulsboro defender was kind enough to give the official the flag back. I mean, usually the officials say, don't touch that flag.
Yeah, don't touch my flag. It's sacred.
A lot of things can be that way, but ends up being a 5-yard penalty. So we will try this again on 1st and 15. And see if they try doing that double wing again. And like you mentioned, John, it's also a matter of execution.
Yeah,
I mean, at this level,
fundamentals.
You don't necessarily have everything down, but you want to be down as close as possible.
Yeah, this is the building block foundation right here for the future.
Looks like they're going to go split backs here.
Ooh,
They
defense
tried it,
again.
and the defense, they got through the offensive line with a
I'm
sack.
fine. I need that number. Who was that? Was that number 2 again?
That would have been Julian Bundy.
I think it might have been Bundy. I seen Bundy was on that side.
Yeah, but we also have a shaken up player. Looks like Thomas Kinter is the shaken up player for Paulsboro here. So there's going to be. Well, why don't we get the replay of the sack while we have this injury time out here, John?
Yeah, because he came out of nowhere pretty fast. So my prediction was it's Bundy, but we're going to find out.
And I think he waited like a second and took off.
Yeah, he's got some wheels. Let's see what we got here.
Oh, he came in untouched.
Did we get a number?
Look.
Oh, man, we can't get his number. I'm saying 2 or 0. I can't tell.
Well, I'm going to say it's Bundy.
Somebody's jumping.
0. Wait, they're 0.
Oh, it
All
is
right,
0.
so
That
it's
would be
Joyce.
Jay-Sean Malvinas Hodges.
Yes. Great job.
All
We
right.
live for them plays.
All right. Well, it looks like the injured player is up and back on the sideline and okay. So following the sack, second and a long way for Woodbury. Now, if we keep an eye on where 0 is at the far end of the screen, let's see if he attacks.
Ooh,
and the ball
bad
ends
snap.
up being dropped.
It's still got Paulsboro's got
And
it.
I think Paulsboro's going to fall on it. No.
Nope.
No. How
No.
about that? Woodbury fell on it at the last second. But it is a big loss on the play, and it ends up being 3rd down now for Woodbury.
Yeah, that was recovered by Woodbury's Lloyd Jacob. He recovered
So
that fumble.
now, do you go back to that pass play for 3rd and long?
You know what was their bread and butter so far? You might want to slip it in there. It's times at this age group you want to slip a play like that in there. If you got a trick play, if you can pass and catch them off guard, because right now that defense is rolling full steam ahead right now.
I think
so
right now,
now's the time you might want to strike.
I think
slip
right
someone
now,
out there.
I think right now we try and go the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Throw it to the other side of the
Throw
field.
it to the
and
other
see if
side
that
of the
works.
because the defense right now, they're bringing a lot of heat for these guys. They're pretty tight. There's a lot of guys in the box. So it's going to, let's see what the coach calls here.
All right, third and a long way. Remember, official time and play clock kept on the field. Now a delayed handoff, and it's actually going to work.
Oh, nice.
Some wonders here.
Hey,
breaking through a couple more
there
tackles
you go.
and going down to about the 30. He may not have gotten the first down, but he got a lot of yardage back.
Yeah, that was Damon Castillo.
Damon Castillo,
number 0 on that.
And
Great job.
And I'll tell you what, a slightly delayed handoff that time.
Very delayed, yeah. It was almost caught in the backfield.
When that hole opened up, he was able to break through a couple of tackles. And so Woodbury will do the punt option and force Paulsboro to their own 45 to start the next possession.
Yeah, that was all second and third effort by his running, and it was a great job. I mean, it's a shame they didn't get the first down, but
well, even though
at least their fundamentals for the next drive are going to be ready.
Yeah, you can take some positives and build on them.
Yeah.
All right, so Paulsboro is back on the field offensively with a 1st and 10. They're up 6-0. And under a minute, I believe, left in the half.
They're loading up that right side. Oh, no, they're going to load up the left side.
They're switching sides here and bunching up the receivers.
Going to try to power. Oh, a fumble.
And the ball fell out, recovered by Paulsboro, and timeout will be called by Paulsboro. They're going to use their last one to half. We're going to keep it here. Now, we're told approximately 12 seconds left till halftime.
6-0, great game so far.
So far it's been competitive, and Woodbury's been coming out with a couple of nice plays, especially offensively. They did very well on their goal-to-go drive, defensively able to make the stop and preventing Paulsboro from getting opening points, having to wait until later to do that. So you got to give credit on both sides, Sean.
Yeah, Paulsboro came out a little bit more warm. Woodbury stopping that one touchdown really saved a lot right now with just 6-0 on that goal line stance. And, they slowly are coming back and warming up and catching the same pace as Paulsboro. And that's why it's only 6-0 right now. So second half can go either way. It's one touchdown game.
I mean, it's a little warmer than you expect for football weather, but it's worked for the kids a lot. And there's another drop snap.
Oh, he picks it up.
Picks it up. He's going to try and cut around the left side. And is tripped up, still stays on his feet, and it's going to get some positive yardage all the way down to about the 48. And I believe that will take care of the half. So, John, what do you think of this first half?
It's an action-packed game. We're seeing a little bit of everything at this age group. They're picking different plays. They're using the entire field. We saw some playmakers on defense, a couple big sacks. We've seen a couple passing plays. So, it's a good game. Good game.
And I think we're going to have more action for the second half. We got 3 more after this, too. So the halftime score in game 1, Paulsboro 6, Woodbury nothing. We'll take a brief pause. We'll come back for the second half in a few minutes, so please stay with us. All right, we are back here in Woodbury on a beautiful, what is about to be Sunday afternoon. About ready to start the second half of this first game of this quadruple header, the freshman matchup between Paulsboro and Woodbury. Raiders 6, Steelers nothing. Paulsboro to receive the ball to begin the second half of play. And as they approach the tee, wait a second, not so fast. The flag is down, and thinking Paulsboro might be offside. So while they figure that out, I'm Tom Wilkins, John Zaplensky with me, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls, and what has been so far a pretty entertaining first game, shall we say?
Yeah, it was. It's been good, great so far. You know, Paulsboro came out a little bit faster, and warmed up, and Woodbury got a good rhythm, and they matched it, and that's why we're only a 6-0 game right now. So it's anyone's game. The second half, coaches, I know they're going to come up with their game plans, and, you know, this is what we got to do to put this game away. Woodbury needs one score. Paulsboro needs to protect it.
And I think the officials are trying to discuss with the Woodbury coaches certain things and trying to keep them all on the sidelines, making sure everyone's in the right position. So needless to say, these are pretty animated coaches, but you don't expect people to hold signs saying "fight fiercely" and expect them to get the message.
Yeah, this happens a lot. These are the youngest. You know, they need a little guidance out there. It could be confusing. You know, this is why they're learning the sport and getting all these fundamentals and mechanics down for the next level and then the next level.
That is true. We'll be seeing that in a little bit. Those of you checking us out here, HSG Network on YouTube, we thank you very much for joining us. Make sure you tell your friends, those of you watching from Paulsboro and from Woodbury. If you can't make it out to the field, even though it's a beautiful day, check it out, HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. We're going to be doing this for a few more weekends. So
yeah, it's very exciting. It's great opportunity for the league. Great opportunity for the teams, the players, the families. It's very good thing that they're doing. We're going to get this kick soon.
yeah, I think so.
Something's going on out there. All right, we got 11 out there. Let's see what we're going to do here. All right, there's the whistle. Let's get this kick underway to second half. There it is. Oh, okay. Oh. Looked like they might have been going for an onside kick, but good recovery by Paulsboro. It's number 8. I think number 8 on the recovery or 0. I can't really tell because it's jersey.
Well, whatever it is, it's still going to be Paulsboro ball at the midfield stripe for first and 10. And I'm thinking probably, too, Woodbury wanted to try a little bit of a different directional type of kick. I wouldn't necessarily say onside kick. I mean, you got younger kids, and the ball's not going to travel too far.
Looking for that sweet spot.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to kick a touchback at that particular age.
He's got the coming on that offset eye.
And I think
power.
Yeah, I think we got. They threw a flag down long before the play was snapped. It might be a sideline issue on
he's seen something.
Woodbury. So I think it's just a sideline warning. We'll try it again. I guess that might be the officials' version of the double wing. Flap them and add the sideline warning. All right, so we'll try this again. First and 10 from midfield. And they were about to snap the ball with 8 players. That'd be a little bit of a mismatch here. So they better get set, otherwise you got an illegal shift on your hands. And they continue to move. Now they go back into the full house. And now the quarterback decides to...
I think we had a fumble.
I think so.
I'm not sure.
Whatever it was, it still ends up being positive yardage to the 45-yard line. So I guess it might have been a broken play, and the quarterback just picked it up and went forward with it. Which is very possible because sometimes you try to take the snap and give it to one of your backs and say just take it yourself. On 2nd and 5,
Another flag.
Neutral zone infraction. That's going to be against Woodbury, so that's going to give Paulsboro a free first down there.
Yeah, you don't want to give up some free yardage because they're moving the ball very well already. So anything to avoid, extra yardage.
Yeah, tough break there. And I think a lot of it had to do with Paulsboro going up tempo, and Woodbury got thrown off a little bit by that. So now 1st and 10, Paulsboro to Woodbury 40-yard line, up 6-0, and looking for more to begin the second half. Let's see what they try and do.
Oh, he cuts it up. Nice cut.
He does,
okay,
and he's going
to
get some nice yardage there.
8 or 9 yards.
8 yards to the 32-yard line. And I think that play developed very nicely because the offensive line was able to drive the defense back.
Yeah, he took his time through the hole. He tiptoed through there, and, he found a good opening, and he took it. Nice gain of 8 yards.
Now make it 2nd and 7. It was a 7-yard pickup, so the ball is at the 33. Now they're going to send 2 bunch to the left, but we got a false start. So that's going to back it up 5 for Paulsboro. And I think a lot of it had to deal with, I guess, the way they were lined up, and somebody was just a little bit antsy. And that happens a lot.
Yeah, in them trenches, you don't always see what happened, but, that's why the refs are out there to do their job. But, 5 yards on Paulsboro on that. So, a little help for Woodbury. They could use it right now, bring them back.
And not only that, for both teams, it's pretty common to see these 5-yard penalties happen pre-snap. All right, so now rolling
Same
to
play,
the left.
they ran the play they tried running. Okay.
And they'll get to about the 30. It should be enough for a first down depending on the spot.
Yeah, there was Rashawn Johnson Jr. on the tackle, number 8 for Woodbury.
So the 2nd and 7 works out. They gain 8, and it's first down to 29-yard line. So right now, Paulsboro, they seem to be coming through the running game, and everyone's doing their part to get that down the field.
Yeah, that's their go-to is their running some power. They took that one outside. They gave it away on the penalty, and they came right back and ran the same play. They stuck to it. They had confidence to run it.
Well, now they go with an inside handoff and then cutting
nice
through
cut
the middle
inside.
And then tripped up at about the 25-yard line. I mean, that was a well-designed play. It got some positive yards, but also give Woodbury's defense some credit to closing things up and preventing further yardage.
That was Damon Castillo, and that wasn't number 8 on that last tackle. That was him 2 in a row times on them tackles. That was number 0 out there. So he's not scared to wrap up and go one-on-one and make a great tackle.
And sometimes in football, you just need to have players like that who can
find the ball.
Not only that, but battle in the trenches while they're at it. All right, they had a single setback here, and now the ball ends up popping out. Who's going to get this one? We're going to find out in a second. We've had a lot of this today, but it's recovered by Paulsboro.
4th down.
So it'll be 3rd and
the rest of 3rd down. I'm sorry.
4. We're not in Canadian football.
Yeah. It looked like the ref had his forefinger. It looked like he was holding the 4 up.
All right, so 3rd and we're going to say 3rd and 6.
We're going to come back to that wing. So could get that man. There's that man in motion they've been running. And
there's a handoff along the left side. Guts through a tackle and another one. They'll get to about the 13. So that'll be a first down as Paulsboro enters their red zone. And I'll say this much, John, there are a lot of tents up here around today, but I'll tell you, we got a good crowd here. And, you can't ask for a much better day than this.
Yeah, it's packed here. It's a nice community event of 2 teams, fans coming together, and, they're having a great time out here. We got the barbecue pit. That's why we had to move our cars. They had this big barbecue pit they brought in.
I noticed that.
I was like, it looked like a tank coming in.
Oh, my goodness. They go all out here on days like this. All right, on first down, there seemed to be a little bit confusion on the handoff, which allowed Woodbury to throw the back over for a loss.
Yeah, that was Caden Archie on that tackle, number 2 for Woodbury. Great tackle.
And ends up losing 4. So.
Yeah, he was pumped after that, too. He's getting a little flex going on out there.
And we got a shaken up Paulsboro player. So while we have a second, speaking of Paulsboro, why don't we read the players for Paulsboro who are participating in this freshman game? They are Jay Sean Malvinas Hodges, Julian Bundy, Joshua Oates, Nije Brown, Lester Thomas, Necky Mears, Devon Talley, Jordan Childress, Elias Reese, Jay Sean Robinson, Keenan Bergen, Dwayne Johns, Jared Ditano, Jason Eli will do the rest after this play. As there's a handoff and, good tackle by the defender there. Only about a yard or two there. Let's continue.
That's
Jay
number
Sean, Jason Eli, Yasan Stafford, Thomas Kinter, Spencer McDonald, Yusuf Stafford, Alan Davis Jr., Cameron Sabalina, Dominic Spoto, Bryce Kuzer, Dylan Lewis, and Ashton Streets. Those are the freshman players for the Paulsboro Red Raiders. I believe somebody called a timeout here.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I might as well go through Woodbury Steelers freshman team.
Unless they come out of the timeout quick.
Yeah, here we go. We got Damon Castillo, Cornell Moody, Caden Archie, Vance Watkins, David Bishop, Rodney Wall Jr., Ezra Archie Miller, Jacob Lloyd, Rashawn Johnson Jr., Mikhail Wint, Manuel Mercado, Abdul Broughton, Jace Freeman, Benjamin Vasquez, Raekwon Cucci, Simon Cardenik, Michael Johnson, King Wilmer, Joshua Escalar, Aries Holmes, Cameron Stewart, Isaiah Morris, Cameron Sager, Jason Sheehan, and Ace Thomas. That's your Woodbury Steelers.
All right.
Freshman football team.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure they're happy to be on this field. So third and 13. They're going to go with a handoff right. Oh, there's some open room. Let's see if he turns the corner. Crossing the 10 to 5. He loses the football.
Goodness.
He tries
Again
to
in the red
reach
zone.
the end zone.
Number
and does
one.
not do it. And it's recovered by Woodbury.
Wow.
Another goal line stop.
Cornell Moody, number 1 with the tackle and strip for Woodbury Steelers.
Wow. Tried to put a second effort, but the Woodbury defender was right there to knock the ball out, and Woodbury recovers. Paulsboro, tough break for them again. Second time
Down
they get
there.
to about the 5, and they can't quite get it in.
First drive in the first quarter, first drive in the third quarter. They're marching downfield, smelling the end zone, and they don't get it in. So they're, another opportunity for Woodbury.
All right, we're trying to see exactly where they line the ball. Looks like the 5-yard line. So,
Hey, where's our cameraman?
that's all right.
Sorry, he was sleeping.
Hey, it happens.
He didn't miss anything.
I thought they were suddenly going to the near hash, and I'm like, okay, what happened here?
Yeah.
But anyway, it is 1st and 10. The ball's going to be spotted at the 5-yard line. Now, Woodbury has a couple of plays to choose from here if they want to try and get some breathing room. They could do a delayed handoff. However, we got an official timeout.
That is to, the Woodbury keeps getting their back against their own end zone.
Helmet or strap issue, I think.
It's a tough area to get the ball. And if I'm Paulsboro, I'm not worried about that area. You send some heat down there, and it's just it's a very tough position to be in with your back against your own door over there, and it takes a lot to get away from that end zone.
Okay, so after there was an equipment issue, so I had to bring a late substitution. Here's a handoff, and the defense collapses inward and forces a loss on the play, probably back to about the 2-yard line.
Yeah, they were swarming to the ball there. That was a multiplayer. Came through there and made a big tackle, gang tackling. So they're all finding the ball. They're moving as a unit.
All right, so we will now have second and I believe 12. So the ball's at the 3-yard line. So now they're bringing a couple of extra players to make sure they want to make sure they have 11 on the field, and that's really the important part here.
Yeah, they need a big play. They need to stretch it out. Inside right now, that front line is pretty tough. So they need to, to stretch it out to the sideline and make a nice cut up field, or get another one of them sneaky passes they've been running.
Well, I don't know if the delayed handoff will work, given how Paulsboro has been rushing to the ball. They want to try and get those 2 points with their backs against the end zone, and then everybody suddenly moves.
Slow. I think it was possibly a slow snap. Looked like everyone moved but the center.
I think you're right.
It happens. Somebody might have messed up the call, what they're going to go on.
Yeah, there were several people moving at the same time. So it's a false start against Woodbury, and they'll go half the distance. So back to the 2-yard line, it looks like. So it'll be 2nd and 13.
It almost feels like deja vu.
You know
This is what happened at the other end, So it could be frustrations being so close to that end zone. You got to execute your play here. This is a big play.
well, there's no guarantee it's going to work again. You have to also consider that in that background here. Okay, so now 2nd and 13. At Woodbury back at their own 2-yard line. I don't know if they've been working those situations at practice.
There he goes.
So rolling left,
and he gets hit.
And I think he threw the ball right before he got hit.
Yeah.
And the pass is incomplete. Oh, and he took a very hard hit because there's a coach running out to make sure he's okay.
Yeah, he got waffled on that.
Yeah, and even now the Paulsboro's coaches wanted to come out and make sure he's all right because he's shaking up.
Yeah, that was a big hit. We don't have a number on the player that made the hit, but it was a big hit. He just got the ball off and he was already coming, and you can't pull back. It's not that hard when you're running full force and running at someone to make a tackle to just stop on a dime. It's almost darn near impossible.
And not only that, when you're hit with somebody that weighs a lot more than you do, certainly get the wind knocked out of you. And I'm hoping that is all it is here with that quarterback because he got the ball off just in time but took a wallop for it.
Yeah, they were looking for that pass. So it's nice that they're using their playbook, trying to come up with some solutions to get their back from the door. But it didn't execute very well. I didn't even see a receiver in the frame. Possibly because there was so much pressure, early release. But hats off to that defense. Actually, both defenses right now. Woodbury, 2 huge stops, and now, Paulsboro coming up big right now. And I think we got a 3rd down.
Yeah, it's going to be third down, and thankfully it looks like the quarterback's going to be okay. He's just slowly walking off. Like I say, probably got the wind knocked out of him.
Yeah, it happens more, a lot at this levels.
Sometimes, obviously, sometimes things work out very well, and other times not so much. So a little bit of a sigh of relief on this one.
Here we go.
So I'm guessing a new quarterback will come in, and it's going to be 3rd and 13 from their own 2. And like I said, they probably haven't been working on those situations at practice much this week because it's happened a lot in this game.
Yeah.
And now officials, I think it's 3rd down. So, and now the coaches are like, okay, what exactly are you trying to signal? So maybe Woodbury called timeout, and there wasn't really much of a signal here. So we're going to keep it here. And John, so far, if you're Woodbury's coach, what are you telling the kids in a situation like this?
Well, at this age level, you just want them to execute their play. You want to just remind them, look, we work hard for this all week long. We're in the situation. The game is ours if you want it. We're only down by 6. All we got to do is score one time. We got to move the ball. We got to knock all these little mistakes we're making. We're moving backwards on penalties. Erase the penalties. Execute your plays. Let's get the ball downfield.
Maybe get another rush on a guy who ran like 25 yards at the end of the first half.
Was that number 10? I forget. Manuel No, it was
the name doesn't strike me for a moment, but
might have been Rashawn Johnson Jr. I can't remember who had that run.
I would do the same play, but with a speed back. Let's see if it works out.
Oh,
trying to roll
stretch
outside, trying to stretch.
Gang of tacklers.
He's able to get out of the end zone, but he's still stuck at about the 2, so no gain. And now I would have to suspect the punt option here.
Punt option, definitely. Yeah, they're not getting a lot of cushion. That's 2 drives in a row. They're starting down there near the end zone, and it's a tough spot to execute.
Yeah, Woodbury players also shaken up as well, but I think he ends up getting up before the coaches get here. Here's something else to consider here. Obviously you want to go punt option because even in this wind, you don't have somebody resembling Randall Cunningham who can throw a 91-yard punt at you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I watched that game. I always remember that game.
yeah, something obviously was wrong with the weather up in the Meadowlands that day. All right, so we're
Broke a
going to switch
record.
sides. It's going to be a three-quarter time. So why don't we take a short break here with Paulsboro ahead of Woodbury 6-0. They'll take plenty of time to walk down the field, and we'll come back with the final quarter of Game 1 right after this.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
I just got back in time for the play, which is going to result in a goal.
Uh-oh. Did he get in there?
Yeah, I think he did.
They did get it.
He
Number
turned
3.
That would be Joshua Oates if that's the case.
Or is that 2?
If that's 2, that's Bundy.
It is Bundy. There he is. He finally found the end zone. There he is.
I mean, that was a sweep right around the corner, and he was able to. I mean, we thought the third quarter was over. It was not. But we continue onward here as Paulsboro will go with the conversion.
We thought they were changing sides on us there.
Yeah, sometimes these things get mixed signals here. But in any case, the conversion coming up as Paulsboro finally comes through, taking advantage of great field position and getting the right blocks and the right run at the right time.
You got that trips right going on over there. Maybe a bubble screen coming on, or the quarterback keeper on the outside.
Well, let's see what they do.
There's the bubble screen.
There's
no screen. They took off without him.
It didn't matter. The conversion's no good. And that was a backwards pass. That would have been 1 point if he would have gotten in there. So it ends up being 12-0. So we got a minute 5 left in the third.
Yeah.
From what we're told. So Paulsboro with the 12-0 lead, and I think it's a tough break for Woodbury. I guess a lot of it is execution and everything else like that.
Yeah. There's only so many breaks you're going to get. It's been going back and forth, and, usually one is going to finally get a break, and that's all it's been right now because it's been back and forth. We had a lot of fumbles. You had a lot of sacks. You had a lot of miscues. You had a lot of offsides. So it's got everything you expect at this age level. So, this is where you teach them. Let's, mistake-free football. Look where we could be if we didn't jump offsides. Look where we could be if we didn't fumble 4 times in the first quarter. So these are the fundamentals that we got to fix for the next game,
And as you mentioned, it is a learning process. Like win or lose, I mean, like I said, football is always a character-building game, and it's just a matter of what to do and when to do it, and having the coach being the guides to make sure that everything works out.
Win or lose, take your kid for ice cream at the end of the game. Tell him you love him. Did a great job out there.
Family support. That's what it comes down to. Okay, so Paulsboro will kick off. And we'll see what Woodbury does this time around. Like I said, basically the difference in this game has been field position. Even though Paulsboro has been stopped twice inside the 5-yard line, one a turnover on downs, the other, they turned the ball over to Woodbury on a great defensive play. I mean, Woodbury has played a good game on defense for the most part, so you got to at least build on those positives for them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right now they just need to execute on offense. Paulsboro's got the upper hand right now with 2 scores. They could be, they can experiment a little bit more with tighter packages on defense and, put a lot more in the box right now because the running game is not there for Woodbury. So they could cramp that box and put the pressure on them. Good catch.
Yep, a short kick and caught by one of the up men at about the 44, and that is where Woodbury will begin.
So it's nice to see they're going to have a nice, place to start instead of they're back against the end zone. So hopefully they can execute and get on the board for the first time today.
Hey, if you're not a coach, stay off.
So we have 1st and 10 from the 44-yard line. So they got a lot of things going on around the. I'm trying to figure out if something happened like on the far side. Oh yeah, there was a player shaken up on the side for Paulsboro again. Check. Maybe it's Woodbury. I can't tell. So Not exactly sure what happened there, but they're attending to what looks to be the Woodbury player.
Yeah,
make sure he's
you know,
all right.
It's a game, you get little bumps and bruises at this age. Any age is football. It's a physical sport.
Yeah,
Any sport.
Got
you
dinged up a little bit, it seems.
At least he's walking off.
Yeah, that's the important thing,
absolutely.
making sure he's all right. So sometimes you get hit by the wrong side and just completely knocks you silly. And here's something else.
Move the chains.
Yeah, that's a major penalty.
So
evidently, it was too high of a hit, which caused the injury. We didn't see any flag go down or anything like that.
No.
But it's a 15-yard penalty from that spot, and Woodbury's got a great chance now as they will be at the Paulsboro 41-yard line.
Great field position for them now. Now if they can get they should be warm now. Let's knock out the mistakes, the offsides, the fumbles. Let's hold on to the ball. Let's execute. Let's go march down and smell the end zone. That's what they need right now. To wake them up even more, they need to get in that end zone.
That 15-yard penalty might wake them up right there. Let's see if they can take advantage of that Paulsboro miscue. So Woodbury with 1st and 10, of course, in the gold uniforms. Ball at the 41 on Paulsboro, and we will see how they line up. Not going to get too many formations, especially at this age, but
yeah, they're going. It looks single. Wait, now the quarterback is going back. It's going in a pro set.
interesting formation here.
I'm sorry, it's not pro set. He's going in offset eye. I thought the quarterback was in shotgun.
Well, there's a delayed handoff, and let's see if he can get around the corner. That is not happening because Paulsboro pushed him way back to the 48-yard line.
Yeah, that was a great standoff, and they got back there quick.
I think the play just took too long to develop.
Yeah, you can't stutter step with a defense moving this fast. You got to execute your plays and be a little bit more crisp. But they're pretty fast on defense.
So that'll make it 2nd and 17. That was a tough break because, Woodbury had the right idea. Oh, okay. So the officials, okay, he made the signal. All right. So now we've hit three-quarter time officially. So let's switch sides here. We will take a break. Now at three-quarter time, 12-0 Paulsboro over Woodbury. Final score comes your way after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Okay, we're back here in Woodbury, getting ready to start the final quarter of Game 1 of this quadruple header. Paulsboro with a 12-0 lead on Woodbury. Woodbury right now with 2nd and 17. They are at the Paulsboro 48-yard line. Got great field position after getting the kickoff, and then unfortunately a 15-yard penalty was tacked on. So first play didn't quite work. We'll see what the second one does. I'm Tom Wilkins along with John Saplensky. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon as Woodbury is now going to break into a huddle and see exactly
so
what to
nice
do.
out here right now. It's enjoyable. I'm just on cloud 9. Football, the breeze coming in.
Feels like a Jersey Shore breeze,
Yeah,
like if you're on Beach Haven or
It's
something.
really nice here today. It's a blessing to be able to come watch these kids play football today.
Most definitely. So 2nd and 17. Now the ball's at the 48-yard line. They look double.
So they're going in
this
that wing.
time.
Yeah, they're going to that wing package. They're going to have to try to find some misdirection or
Well,
a
they're
counter.
going to try it on the left side. And they're going to
Okay.
get a couple of yards.
There we
Hey,
go. Great game.
to the 43-yard line, a 5-yard pickup. Hey, take something positive out of that.
We got a number. What do we got that number down there? That is number 1. Is that Cornell Moody again?
Either that. I thought Zero had the ball.
Oh, 0. Okay, it is. It's Damian Castillo again.
Yeah, he's been featured a lot in the offensive packages here.
Yeah. His number has showed up on offense and defense
one
today.
slight problem, though. We did see a pink flag on the far side, and it's going to back up. I think there might have been a hold. So Woodbury will get it, but the ball's going to be back at the 38-yard line following a holding penalty. So now Woodbury is a long way to go at 2nd and 27.
Oof, that's going to hurt.
I think Woodbury didn't anticipate that they were going to be facing 2nd and 3rd and longs quite frequently in this game.
Yeah, hats off to Paulsboro's defense right now, but they've been their own worst enemy right now on offense for the Woodbury right now. Just mental mistakes, just little mistakes that they can really fix. So they're right there. They're in this game, but just a few little mental mistakes they got to fix.
All right, on 2nd down, they're going to try to hand off and try and sweep around the left side, and it only goes backwards.
Yeah, that defense is swarming to the ball.
Definitely another 4-yard loss.
Looks like they're pumping up out there for the Raiders, number 33, Thomas Kinter. I see everyone slapping him on his shoulder pads. So I'm sure he was causing some havoc back there.
He's had a very nice game, and now Woodbury's called a timeout. So we'll stay right here. And, John, what's been really the difference? Do you think it's been more Woodbury's mistakes, Paulsboro doing well in defense, or a combination of both?
Paulsboro has capitalized off their mistakes, but I think Paulsboro's defense stands out mostly in this game right now of everything. They're gang tackling. They're swarming to the ball. They're keeping the line of scrimmage kosher. They're doing a really good job. But there has been mental breakdowns for Woodbury. The fumbles, the penalties, and it's going to hurt. And when you have a good defense, they're going to capitalize on them. And they bounced back. Woodbury did bounce back and stopped them in the red zone twice. But on another penalty, they capitalized finally for that second touchdown. So if you keep giving me a chance, eventually I'm going to get in the end zone. And that's what Paulsboro did. Eventually, they did. So now they got, 12-0 lead right now.
And like you said, John, field position has been a very important part of this game. Most of this game has been played on Woodbury's side of the field. Yeah. And eventually that's going to lead up to points.
Yeah, you never want to start back there. And, it's not their fault. They stopped touchdowns, but unfortunately their back was against the door, starting at their own 2-yard line, 1-yard line, and that's tough. That's tough.
All right, so 3rd and quite a bit, and let's see how Woodbury lines this up. Looks like they might go full house. They do hand it
he's got
off.
a lane.
He does have
if he stayed outside. Oh, nice.
Oh, he's
turn.
Still
he's still going.
And look at
Good
this.
job.
He's still running down to the 49-yard line.
That's number 0, Damian Castillo again.
And he's had a couple of nice runs today. Now, I know it was too far away to get a first down, but to get yardage back to near the midfield stripe, it's a 16-yard gain.
Yeah, my coaching came out when he cut it in there. I started yelling. I don't know if you heard me, like, don't cut it in. He had a nice, he made a great play cutting it in, but he had that outside lane, so hats off to him. He had a spin move. It looked like Matting out there with that spin move and juke. So hats off to him. That was a great run.
Listen, even if Woodbury doesn't score today, there's a lot of positives that they can take from this game, especially with some of the plays we've seen.
Yeah, if I'm a coach and if they do lose, this game, let's focus on the mistakes for next week. Let's focus on them. Look what we could do when we execute our plays mistake-free.
And that's the key. The team that makes the fewest mistakes usually wins a game.
Yeah,
we say,
and
usually.
That's a big thing at this level because it's going to happen. So it's a real big thing at every level, but this level more.
So they go for it on 4th down, and they missed exchange. So
Paulsboro's ball.
It's going to be Paulsboro's ball anyway.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they go by the rule of you can't advance on 4th down if you fumble the ball. But Paulsboro got it anyway, and they will take set at Woodbury's 49-yard line. But again, Woodbury has had a couple of nice plays, and like I said, you build from it, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of handoffs and exchanges from the center to quarterback that are going to be taking place in the coming week. So trying to get everything down.
Yeah, right now Paulsboro's got the ball. We're in the 4th quarter. Right now just a nice running game. Probably stay in that pace they had, run that clock down, protect the win, try to get it one more in there, and game over.
Well, not yet, because we're going to have a timeout by Woodbury, so we're going to keep it right here for a second. And in the case of Paulsboro, obviously, they've done a good job, and they've obviously scored when they've needed to on certain plays that have needed to work. But at the same time, I'm sure their coaching staff would like to say, hey, you got to protect the ball a little bit better, because we've seen a few balls drop from the running back's hands.
Yeah. Everything is ball handling. You got to tuck it. You know, you're preached as a running back to carry that ball at practice and tuck it, and coaches go by and hit that ball, and they make you carry it around all practice. It's your best friend. So just fundamentals. Looks like they changed their package when they were in an offset eye, but they went back in the wing on that timeout.
Yeah, it looks like they're going double wing here. 1st and 10, ball right at the midfield stripe. As you can hear the wind blowing into our microphones, are directly right into the press box. And even then, there's going to be a neutral zone infraction against Woodbury as they jumped in. There's been a lot of things. Obviously, these simple things like make sure the cadence is correct, jump exactly at the right time. And unfortunately for Woodbury, that's happened a lot to them, where they've just been a little bit early or too.
Sometimes you're anxious. You know, you want to make that great play. You got all this energy here. Your parents are in the crowd, your friends. You want to be a hero. And, you know, sometimes you just overthink.
Does happen a lot at this level. But they're trying.
All right.
And now they're going to try.
Reverse.
They're going to try a pass.
They got
it didn't work.
I think we got a number 7 went down. He got pushed.
I think he slid down.
They were going for the gold on that. That was that reverse and then pass. Nice.
I'll put it to you this way. It's a sack, technically.
Yeah, it is.
Because the running back. So we're down, I guess, 6:40 left in regulation. So, I mean, that was obviously a good defensive play, but, I mean, you want to try a trick play at this stage of the game.
Practice that when you got the advantage right now, you know, you pull the plays out. You wouldn't run all game, and that's what happens. You know, they're like, hey, this is the time. Let's run it, because this is going to benefit us to execute it for another game down the road. We got a 2-touchdown lead, 4th quarter. Let's run that play. So they're back in that offset eye, double tight.
And, a near bad exchange, and the handoff goes to about the 44-yard line. That ball was moving a little bit before it got to the running back. So that forces a 3rd and 4. I tell you one thing, we got some pretty excited fans from both sides there trying to root both teams on here.
Yeah, there's great crowds out there. I mean, there's just so many people, a lot of cars. They came to see some good football today.
And I think this game is and that might be the predecessor to the 3 that are going to be coming up later on. So
I'm sure it's just going to keep getting better all day.
Here's a keeper.
First down, great run.
Not so fast. The
got
flag
a pink
is
flag.
Down. Yes.
Blocking downfield too.
Yeah,
great.
Down to about the 28, but I have a feeling there's going to be a hold on that play.
Yeah, I think we got a hold.
Yes, we do.
There it is.
So that'll force it back 10. That was a good job on the play. I think the officials have been calling this a little bit on the tight side, but I think at this age, they have to. The kids have to understand what works and what doesn't work in the game.
Yeah, they're calling a good game. A little more than I usually would see in a normal game. A lot of penalties this game. But, you know, a lot of them are blatant that are in the camera view that we see too. But some of them we haven't seen, you know, but they did. So they're calling a good game.
And so now Paulsboro is back at their own 45, and they'll have a 3rd and 15, some last-minute substitutions on both sides, and we'll see how they line this up.
Woodbury coaches take a step back off the field.
Coming in that I
now it
formation.
looks like they're going offset.
No, it's just I. Well, it could be a little offset I, but
yeah, a little bit. But here's a handoff and cutting around the corner,
number
getting
7.
some yards and a lot more.
Wow, you got the first. He's still going. Still going.
And he goes
20-yard gain.
The 30-yard line, about 25 yards on that one.
Great run.
Checking to make sure no flags are down, and I don't see any.
He hit that corner, and his wheels just took off. That looked like number 7. It was Nakai Mears.
Yeah, he's had a good game, and he's been able to cut corners and use his speed to be to his advantage, and he's thrown Woodbury's defense a little bit off the line.
Yeah, that was big at this point in the game. You know, they marched downfield, they got the first down. Now it's just probably around 3 minutes left, and you know now it's just clock control. Either score or the game's going to be done. 4:22
Yeah,
left.
about
We got a
4:20 and
4:22.
counting. Maybe I should just
Quarterback
another
gonna
time.
keep it?
Yeah, as a keeper up the middle and getting some more yardage. We'll see where they spot the football there. And it'll be a first down, at least another 10 yards for sure. So I think the Raiders are now wearing the Steelers' defense down a bit.
Yeah, that was the quarterback number 0, Jason Melvines Hodges on that carry.
And now timeout's going to be called by Paulsboro. So they want to make sure they get everything set. So I guess we'll break here. All right, so Paulsboro leads Woodbury 12-0. About 4 minutes left. We'll come back in just a moment. Okay, we're back following the timeout, and Paulsboro looking to set things up, trying to finish. So I always say both teams trying to finish strong here. 1st and 10, ball spot about the 20, looks like the 21-yard line. Trying to make sure everybody's all set here. Looks like they'll be going full house. Now the officials see everybody's in the right place. I think we'll be set for play in just a second. Oh yeah, there's an official timeout after the timeout, so just a few extra seconds, and we should be back and ready to roll. All right, now we're ready after the slight delay. 1st and 10 from the 21. Looks like
Quarterback's keeping it.
keeping it again.
Oh,
we
got
got another
another
hold
flag.
coming up, unfortunately. Breaking through a couple tackles, getting close to the first down marker, but unfortunately that will be coming back.
Close call on that ref. As a lineman coach and a lineman, I got to question some of them, like, because I would argue too. I'd be like, "Yo, man, my hands are inside. You know, I'm allowed to grab you inside."
It's called. I guess it's timing, and sometimes it's a legit call, and other times very tight. But hey, that's how they call it, and sometimes you gotta work on that.
A lot of these refs, they look if the defender turns and your hand just slightly goes with the flow of them, they're gonna call it because now your hand extended. It's not always on purpose, but it's what they catch.
So it will be 1st and 20 back at the 31-yard line. Let's see what they do here.
Good defensive stop right here.
Not going to be for too much this time. I think Ashton Streets had a carry this time around. And
Aries Holmes, 52 with a big stop. You know, he's still playing with a lot of energy out there, number 52.
He's probably thinking, let me see how many more tackles I can get for loss before this game's over.
Yeah.
May not work for us on the scoreboard, but you got to keep playing till the final whistle. And I think right now Paulsboro is just milking the clock at this point. So you're looking under 3 minutes left and counting. 2nd and probably 20.
Got that double wing in motion.
Not so fast. Another flag. And it's a false start. So another 5-yard penalty against Paulsboro. And it's their turn to experience 2nd and long. Considering Woodbury's had that a lot in this game, Paulsboro now has a turn with that. And I think a lot of it has to deal with concentration. And, you know, there might be a reason that we're seeing all these penalties in this first game. I mean, such a beautiful day outside. That can lead a little bit into the kind of like you're not 100% there and focused.
He's got good eyes. That's what I'm looking at the right. He's got good eye. He's watching everything.
While they tried to hand off, and on the right side, one of the defenders just came flying and tackles the quarterback.
Yeah, I think that might have been 25 in on that. Number 2? Oh, number 2. Caden Archie.
And I guess Paulsboro's calling another timeout. So I guess we'll keep it here. And, I mean, I guess, Paul, if you're the Paulsboro coach, I mean, you have the game almost in hand. What are you telling your players?
Protect, let's just finish strong if we can get in the – I mean, 2 minutes left. You might get in the end zone. You might not. Game over. You might just want to run a couple, plays just to get that first down and get the clock, over with, and let's go home. We accomplished it. But you want your guys still to execute. If there's time on the clock, work your players, execute a few more plays. It's already in the bag. You don't have to look for the bomb, and you don't necessarily have to try to score. But just execute a few more plays, get the clock on.
So on a single wing, here's a third down play. And
Turn that corner, stretched it nice. That's what you want to do.
Yes, and he's going to get some yardage out of it. He's still going to be short of a first down by quite a bit. But that was at least a pretty nicely designed play to get them at the sideline. So
well, he ran it well. That's what you tell him when you're stretching them out like that. I mean, I remember being a coach and coaches, and you'll hear him yelling, "Don't turn it. Just keep stretching it till you can to the last second." And then turn it up. A lot of running backs, when they do that stretch, they cut it in too early. But you always want to teach them, keep stretching it to the sideline and then cut it if you can make that cut. And he did it. He went all the way to the sideline and made that cut, and he got 5 yards, a couple yards.
And ends up being 4th and 19. So instead of the punt option, they will try and go for it on 4th and 19.
Number 7 again.
Same play again. Let's see if he gets some more yardage. He gets tripped up. About the 23-yard line. But, hey, at least Paulsboro had a couple of nice plays at the end of that drive. They turned the ball over on downs, and I believe there's 1 minute left. So Woodbury get a couple of chances, maybe get a couple of pass plays.
Yeah. One big play. Let's get, what play we got. One big play to get in that end zone. It can happen. It can happen at any level, and kick it onside. What do you think? Enough time?
I don't know, but I wasn't expecting one of those 18 lateral plays either.
You're supposed to have a playbook for every situation,
Well,
so we need a desperation score right here. You see the wide receivers going. Oh no, they're coming out. I was like, they're going wide. We're going to go for a big pass. They were just coming out of the game.
And just substitution.
Yeah. Yeah. They got the barbecue pit behind us right now. We all just caught that breeze coming up here. What are they doing, platters? They got platters over here? Oh, yeah.
Well, probably in between a couple games we'll get some grub. So
yeah, I've definitely got to get it. What I'm smelling out there, definitely going to get a platter. If you're home and watching this, come on down and get a platter.
And now the one of the coaches have come out. I don't know if they call timeout or. Oh, that's interesting. So
you see the passion. You see the passion with Coach and I. That's what you love.
They still want to play
the game
the
is
whole
on
time.
exactly, and that's what you gotta love about it. Like some people are like, all right, let's just do that. This is passion. Coaches want to win. They're out there to teach winners. They're out there to teach the game. So they're down to the wire. Look, we're not quitting with 1 minute. We're down by 2. Coach is out there coaching. He's doing his job. They want to put one on that board, and there's still hope. There's a bright side to this hope. Never throw in the towel. Fight to the last minute.
That is correct, and that's what you try and teach all your players, regardless of what the score is, or if one is completely over-dominated the other. You just keep playing to the final whistle. Some days you have it, other days you don't. You can't necessarily win everything. So Woodbury setting up once again for first down. Now the officials want to make sure that everybody's ready for play. And we are. So quick
Got a
snap
handoff.
and a keeper.
There's a
He
bet.
gets to it.
Oh,
Look at
my
this.
goodness.
And he's still
did
running.
We,
Look.
did we just say they're going to score? Maybe go
We'll
for an
find
outsider?
out.
Did
Let's
we call
see.
it? Just
He
keep
might,
running.
He might catch
keep
him.
running.
He
keep
just
running.
caught him at the 12-yard
Wow.
Oh,
Where
my
was that all
goodness.
game? Yes. See, that's why the coach called a timeout. You see?
Wow, and they may have had one left after all, but I mean, it was worth it, I guess.
What do we get on that? 70 yards?
A lot.
We got about 70 yards
at
on that?
least 60.
What a great run. See what they're bringing in the next week already? You see that play right there? They're going to replay this on HSG Network over and over and over.
And you
say,
can
this is what you can do.
And you can rewind to that play or anything you might have missed in that first game on this same feed. So make sure you check out if there's anything you might have missed. So first down. Let's see if they try it again. No, ran right into the middle.
Cut it up. Yeah, he cut
ran
it up
right
a
into the
little too
middle of the
soon.
defense there. So
Yeah, he had his lead block going through that 4-hole, and he cut it up a little bit prematurely.
all right, so obviously up tempo. No, I guess they ran out of time. Hey, at least it was a nice way to finish for Woodbury.
Yeah, that was a great run to end the game. Give them a lot of spark for next week for Woodbury. Great run.
Well, definitely, and a very entertaining game. But Paulsboro gets the knock. They win by a score of 12-0 over Woodbury. Remember, coming up, we have 3 more games, the sophomore, junior, and seniors, which are between these same 2 teams. So we're going to step out for a few minutes. We'll come back in time for the sophomore game in a bit, so please stay with us. All right, back just in the nick of time. Game 2 of this quadruple header at TCUFL action. The Paulsboro Raiders and the Woodbury Steelers about to get underway here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Woodbury, New Jersey. We're expecting mid to upper 70s throughout the day, and certainly going to be a tremendous day for football. So, referee blows his whistle. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Saplensky. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. Paulsboro will receive the ball first and takes a wild hop. Remember, it's live after 10 yards. Somebody's going to have to slide and get it, and they do at about the 23-yard line. So I would say that was a pretty directional kick, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, he found a nice spot. I was just down on the field. I got to tell you, it was pretty nice down there. It felt good. It felt real good to be out there.
Well, it felt good the first time I was able to get the microphone to the official, who, by the way, happens to be the same one that worked Millville 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay, great. Got the scoreboard on there.
And we have a clock in the bottom right of the screen, too.
Okay, let's find our sidelines, please, and stay on them.
Trying to make sure everybody stays on the sidelines here. Last game, there was a ton of coaches running the sidelines for certain things. So, hey, different game, hopefully different personnel and different outcome.
They got a big lineman out there. He is big. Looks like the tackle.
First and 10, ball to 22-yard line. And they're going to go inside handoff
nice and easy.
Didn't really work too much.
Good work, guys. Good work.
Yeah, you got a short gain.
Good
to the 25-yard line.
Give up two more times.
So got a 2-yard picket, I would suspect. Now, I do notice that I don't know if it's the center or one of the sides of the lineman. That would be a spot where runners would go through, and he would try and make some room for him to pass through.
Yeah, he's a wall. You know, when you got a lineman that big, you can see he's bigger than everyone out there. He's a big guy. They might look to him.
Left tackle, I believe.
Actually, he's lined up at guard. Yeah, I think he's guard. Unless he's hiding the guard.
Well, he's on the left side, one way or the other.
Yeah.
And another handoff does not work.
Yeah, Woodbury got through there again. That was, I think it was number 18 for Woodbury on that tackle. That would be Giuseppe.
Yeah, Giuseppe Sparicio, I believe it is.
I think that was Giuseppe. I think he's playing nose tackle, too. Either nose tackle or tackle. Okay, they're in a four-man front, so he's playing tackle.
So I kind of forget, John. I wasn't sure if it was the guards or the tackles there on the outside of the line.
Yeah, it's the tackles. Yeah, but I didn't know if he was so big he could have been hiding the guard. That's why I couldn't see if there was a guard or if he was the guard. He's a big kid.
Or playing two positions at once.
They might have him at guard and tackle. All right, he is the tackle.
All right.
I think he's the tackle. All right, yeah, he's the guard. He is definitely the guard.
So third and long now for Paulsboro as they try another handoff, this time to the left side again. Woodbury with a nice series.
33 for the Steelers. That's I don't know if I could pronounce his first name.
That would probably looks like
yeah, that's a good one.
Ibn Yusuf Johnson.
Yeah, that's why we got
Ibn Yusuf Johnson.
Yeah, I didn't want to train wreck that, so I appreciate that.
All right, well,
Johnson, 30. That's Johnson, 33 Johnson with a big defensive stance. Yeah.
In any case, Paulsboro goes to the punt option, and Woodsbury's going to begin at the Paulsboro 47-yard line, first and 10.
Yeah, their defense came to play on that first drive. They 4 and out.
All right, so here in the sophomore league, you're going to see more formations here.
We finally got some receivers in the formation here.
Yeah, receiver on each side and a shotgun between split backs, but they're going to hand it off. Oh, look at this. Crossing to 40. He's going to get first down. Ooh, yeah. Almost was horse collared down. He's about a yard short of a first down the way that looks.
Yeah, he hit that hole like you want to run it back to. He took the handoff. He's seen his opening, and when he hit that hole, he's got some jets. He executed very well through that.
Well, clock's got to run. That clock's got to run.
So second down. Second and a yard, I would say. So again, the formation is between split backs. See what the quarterback does. It's going to be a handoff
Little
left.
handoff,
Easy first down, 35.
big
Breaks
back.
one tackle.
Oh,
the
great
second
tackle.
one slows
On
him
game,
down,
on
but
game,
not
first down.
until the 26-yard line. So another first down coming up.
Yeah, it was a great open field tackle. Again, good technique, from a player. Could have went either way. It's hard to teach fundamentals at these young ages, but the young man wasn't scared to make that tackle.
So that'll make it 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. And now Woodbury changes the formation. They put the 2 receivers on the right side. And they'll try and sweep right.
Oh,
what a stiff arm there.
Still going by number 3.
And he's still pushing to about the 20.
Asante Burgess Tucker. Big back, big stiff arm.
Line of game?
Ran
No.
hard.
It's funny they mentioned I've noticed in the TCUFL we've seen a lot more stiff arms than we've seen in a lot of other places.
Yeah, I think it's taught. It's taught a lot. These kids watch TV and the NFL games and how important that stiff arm really works.
Well, now he's going to go left side. He may not need an
He's going
arm.
to stretch it out. Oh,
He might get a goal here.
He's in. He's in.
Did they signal? Yes,
gave it
he
to him.
got it.
That's hard running right there.
You got that right. Welcome to the end zone for the first time today for Woodbury.
A little bit more hype this game, right? See the age level comes up. These guys are out here, bringing up a notch.
You are not kidding. I mean, that guy, he basically was responsible for the last couple of plays.
Yeah.
If you get the ball, the play is over, okay? Only Woodbury can score.
Okay, so the conversion coming up. 1 point to run, 2 points to pass.
Keep going.
And now, official timeout.
Hey, I know you get that.
So it's 5:30 left here in the first quarter. They want to make sure the game clock is. So they're going to reset the clock to 5:34, and they just did right there.
Quarterback and shot.
All right, so back to 5:34 left in the first. So 5:34 left here in the first, and they're going to make the conversion. All right, now they're going to line everything up now that they've fixed the issue here.
Going
Up, whoops.
Snap, encroachment on the defense.
All right, so they call an encroachment foul on the conversion, so we'll be in a 1.5.
Yeah, looks like the Steelers got number 12 in there. Back Macklin Weber is the play caller out there. Macklin Weber.
Even the officials telling the Paulsboro defense, as a reminder, when do we move? When the ball does.
Yeah, when the ball moves, you move.
Just like that. Otherwise, they're going to bring it back a few yards. All right, so we'll try the conversion yet again, this time from the 1.5-yard line.
Quarterback's going under center now. He's got that full house back there.
We'll see what they decide to do here for the conversion.
Third back.
It's a handoff. It goes up the middle. I think he got it.
Yeah, he's in.
Yes, he did. So the conversion is good, and Woodbury has taken a 7-0 lead. And needless to say, kids are excited.
Yeah, it was a nice ran play.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at a replay of how they got the touchdown?
Right?
So keep your eye on what happens, and the kid, number 1, bounces left side.
It out right off tackle.
I just
Followed that lane, stayed with it, stretched it. He's staying at an angle, cuts it up. Nice collision, keeps going. Another collision. He spins into the end zone. Yeah, that was great.
A beautiful touchdown run there, and Woodbury with the opening points in this game.
Right.
All right, so Woodbury will kick this off. I'm looking forward to see what response Paulsboro has.
Well, they didn't have much for that defense in the first drive. So, the coach is already game planning. They showed they can gang tackle. They have a knack for the ball. So they're going to have to move the ball around a little bit. Try to bounce it out a little bit. See if you can go to the air because defensively sound right now, that first series, they looked pretty good.
Well, again, like they did in the freshmen, the sophomores kick off from the 45-yard line. So they had a pretty good kickoff, which really made a big difference in field position. And Woodbury's defense really turned it up to start the game.
Yeah, had a good bounce.
Now it's a matter of what do they do for an encore. Referee blows the whistle, and we're ready for the kickoff again. Again, directional. It's a live ball again after 10 yards and returnable.
Oh, he's turning it up.
Oh, he leaps over one guy out across the 40 to maybe. So it's now Paulsboro ball from the 41-yard line as we have a 1st and 10. Now, what do you expect Paulsboro to do? Or do you expect to maybe mix up a little bit in the next drive?
Yeah, they're going to mix it up. I'm sure they're going to go back right into that running game. You want to get this offensive line moving a little bit. You want to get them working together to try to get a good push, get their blocks, these running backs' legs warmed up.
Okay, so Paulsboro will have 1st and 10 as they break huddle. Now, they definitely have a lot of tight formations. We saw that in the freshman.
Yeah, they're going in that wing, single back.
Yeah, wing left. The 1st and 10.
Motion, and he goes right
and
up.
And a handoff at the middle. Tried to break a tackle, but good containment. And I think one of the things we've been seeing for Woodbury in this level, they are staying in their lanes to make sure the backs don't get around them.
Yeah, I think that was number 3, Shante Burgess-Tucker again on the tackle. Stayed home, read it. Nice tackle, nice wrap. Looks like he's lined up there at defensive end. Made a nice interior tackle on that.
May have lost half a yard.
Yeah, defense right now, they're playing very sound, this Woodbury defense.
And I think another thing, too, is I think they can – I wouldn't say they necessarily predict what Paulsboro is doing, but they're fulfilling their assignments, and they're doing it in a very, very sound way. And that's one thing that'll work very well, especially when the game goes later. They
got that overloaded right side over there.
Unbalanced right, it looks.
Yeah. They're
2nd and about 11, and they're going to lateral,
yep.
And it's going to be taken and not going to be much, if anything.
Oh, my God.
Break through a couple of tackles.
Yeah.
How about
he
this?
He made nothing into something.
He sure did, and that lateral results in a 12-yard pickup and a 1st down, the first one for Paulsboro.
That was a great play. We couldn't see past the pile, but it did look like it was it stopped for no gain, and he found a way to get a 1st down.
And I think what happened too was part of the reason why they had unbalanced right. A lot of blockers, which allowed the player to just run as far as he could with them.
Yeah, them receivers downfield. If they don't make them blocks, that play does not work. So they did their job.
Okay, so 1st and 10, the ball be spotted at the 48 of Woodbury, and Paulsboro looking to respond after Woodbury got that opening score.
So they got a little rhythm going right now. They got their confidence. Now they just got to keep executing.
Play clock down to 7. They double wing it. 1st and 10.
And he gives it.
And he keeps it. Fakes. He keeps it, but again, Woodbury was not fooled. So 3-yard loss on the play.
Mari Jones, number 0, on a big tackle there.
Have they run towards that tackle?
They have went there right now.
You would think that that would probably be the strength for Paulsboro, but you'd have to figure maybe later in the game we'll see how much of a difference maker he actually is.
Yeah. He's a big kid. You can hide behind him as a running back and a quarterback. Without a doubt, hide behind him.
All right, 2nd and 13, ball at their own 49-yard line. Interesting formation here. And they handed off in the middle.
Backfield. Great. He made nothing into something there again.
Got back to the original line of scrimmage.
They had a man in the backfield really quick.
So 3-yard pickup, and now you're back to 3rd and 10. So yeah, we've seen some plays that have actually worked, and now you got 3rd and 10. What do you think you call here?
Well, I know they're not scared to pass. If you're looking for that first down, it's got to be a nice stretch. You got all this green on the left side. I don't know what their strength is in their passing game, but if you can sneak something in there from the backfield or sneak your tight end out there, it would come up really, really good right now, or back from the backfield. But I'd be looking for a good play. You need this first down.
Well, they double wing it here on 3rd and 10 from the 48, and somebody jumped.
Yeah, I think
And that's going to be a false start.
Yeah,
Offense.
yeah, you don't want to go backwards.
All right, so it'll be 3rd and 15.
Yeah, bigger play now.
Going back to the 47-yard line. And like I said, these plays, and back in the first game we saw a lot of these, but let's also not forget that it's a matter of making sure that everyone snaps the air, because if somebody jumps early, that completely dents the play.
Yeah, a mental mistake. It's going to happen. Games, you got to be focused. You got to stay focused on your play and what your job is. Mental mistakes, you just want to avoid it. That's one of the most important things of this game, getting rid of them mistakes.
All right, let's see what they do. 3rd and 15 from the 47-yard line. You'll notice Paulsboro's cheerleaders on the right side. Play clock down to 4. They better hurry up on the snap, and they do. Back to snap, and they throw a little screen.
Oh,
and the receiver slips down, ends up losing a little bit more yardage.
Here we go. Come on. Back in the day, we got to get up by ourselves. We didn't need any help.
Okay,
yeah, we got a 4th down right now.
Yeah, 4th, and we'll see if they do the punt option. And we'll see what they decide to do here. But by the time they get the option, they're going to take a few more seconds. The clock will run to quarter time. So, no, we have quarter time, actually.
Oh, quarter already?
Yep.
Wow.
So after one, it is 47 over Paulsboro. So let's grab a break. Quarter number 2 comes your way after this.
We have the world at our fingertips, inspiration in our touch, and power in our hands. Our hands can build relationships, frame ideas, and empower communities. And it doesn't stop there. Right here, in our hands, we have the power to save a life. If you see a teen or adult suddenly collapse, call 911 and push hard and fast in the center of the chest. The power is in your hands.
You're going to go for it. Now switch your chain. Switch your chain.
I believe we're back.
All right, so we're on the what, 44?
All right, so we're ready for quarter number 2 here from Woodbury. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls, and we have
get behind.
referee mic'd up. You get to hear him a little bit, too.
44-yard line. 44-yard
And I don't think they've switched sides yet.
Yeah, that went by
now
pretty
they
quick.
are.
Fast first quarter. That was a productive first quarter.
And that's what usually happens. You have a very quick first quarter, but usually that's like the fastest quarter of the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then everything else sells
Behind
down itself.
behind me.
So we've seen
Okay.
a mental mistake.
At the snap, fourth down, they're going for it.
They are going for it on 4th down based upon what I'm hearing.
Coach got something up his sleeve here,
Well, we'll see if it works. It's a long way to go.
yards.
4th and 17.
17.
Let's see what they do. Empty gun here, and tons of
they
people
got
on the left. However,
got an
hold
offside.
on. Let's see what the call is.
Vic.
Uh-oh.
Officials are trying to find out who
That
jumped.
doesn't help me. What color?
Defense.
Defense, okay.
Okay, good
That's
try.
going to be a neutral zone infraction, I think.
Encroachment. Defense. 5 yards. Fourth down.
All right, so 4th and
break.
12.
Oh, it's a snap.
And yeah, they did
Guys,
get 5. Now they
basketball,
need to get
come
the
on,
other
come on.
12.
Okay, they got that trips left.
Actually, it's a diamond on the left
hey,
side.
you know what? Yeah, I just caught that. Yes.
Interesting formation, to say the least.
Quad.
All right, Rolling to the left, under a lot of pressure and had no
Doesn't
chance
matter.
at
Swings
all.
over to the
Number
ball.
8 with a big play, Darian Patterson.
Got to spot the ball.
And what a job by Woodbury's
No,
defense
I'm sorry,
sniffing the
number
play
9,
out.
Christopher Harris Johnson with a big sack.
They came charging down the line. The quarterback had absolutely no chance. Let's take a look at a replay, John. See, you went unbalanced left with a diamond, and everyone came from the other side. Went right after the quarterback hit the gun.
I think he comes clean right through here. Yeah, he went clean right through. Whew.
Nobody saw him coming, or nobody checked up on him.
He seen it, and he went and got it. Big loss.
Indeed. All right, 2 receivers on the left on 1st and 10. A high snap juggled and off his foot. He has to dive on his own 47, so a tough break. Ends up losing about 6 on the play.
Yeah, it's, you're in that shotgun formation. We've seen it the last couple of weeks we've been doing these games. You gotta focus on them snaps. The quarterback's got to be ready to ball handling when it comes. So, these are kids. It's gonna happen. And, just you gotta work on your craft, and that's why these kids are playing football.
It's actually a 9-yard loss, so all the way back to their own 47. 2nd and 19. Let's see how they line up this time. Single setback, but it looks like they're bunching along the left.
Power. There's the pitch.
And a pitch out. Let's see if the power works. Nice block. He continues onward, but a nice tackle in return.
Yeah, that was nice.
At the Paulsboro 47-yard line. Believe that looks like number 6 on that tackle for Paulsboro. If that's the case, that would be Jasir Gaines. But Woodbury still has a little ways to go, as they got a 3rd and I believe 13 coming up. Now, what do you expect Woodbury to call here?
I'm not ruling out the pass. I know they have them in their sleeve. They've been moving the ball pretty well.
Timeout.
All right, now we got a timeout called by Woodbury, so they will use that, and we will keep it right here. I mean, what have you seen, John, so far with the pace of this game?
It's going pretty good. Both teams came to play. I mean, they're both warmed up. You had that first drive that, ended prematurely with a punt.
Bring in the number if y'all want to talk to them.
Both teams are tackling. Both teams are playing very well right now.
This way you can all talk to them.
It's anyone's game right now.
Well, it certainly is, and as always, one play will always turn things around.
Not huddle, please. One coach. No, you can be there.
So I think the one thing you got to remember is with these kids, obviously the intensity is picked up, and you mentioned this last week when we were down in Bridgeton that basically when they're filling out their bodies, some people do it faster than others, and sometimes that can be a little bit of an imbalance when it comes to everyone trying to.
They get tall.
Timeout over. Here we go.
They're young.
3rd down on the snap. 3rd down.
The age, you see kids out there the size of grown men at 11 years old, but the mentality, they're still a kid. Their body and their brain hasn't developed together. You got a kid that's 12 years old with a size 11 or 12 foot.
I want to get everybody set.
So it's not. It looks good, but they're developing.
Please.
They're going to go in an I formation, waiting for the official to make sure everything's all set after the Woodbury timeout. So 3rd and 14, showing blitz is Paulsboro now rolling to his right. The quarterback's going to fire a pass. Oh, nice catch. That's going to be a first down to 32-yard line.
That's what I was talking about.
Man.
Coach coming out. They're going to come out with that pass, and it looked good. 12 to 15.
Xander Johnson with the reception on 3rd and 14, and Woodbury moves the chains. By the way, folks, if you're checking us out here on HSG Network on YouTube, this TCUFL action, please feel free to comment and make sure you leave where you're from as well. Let's also not forget, too, if there are people who are not able to make it to the game, if you have friends and family, got somebody who's playing on the field for either side, for Woodbury or Paulsboro, make sure you send them the link, HSG Network on YouTube, and make sure you subscribe. We got a lot more of this football in this coming month. It just started up. Can't believe it's the final quarter of this year.
Yeah, this
Whoa!
we got moved.
Thankfully, the bad snap is negated because of a penalty.
Yeah, that was on. I'm pretty sure that was the offensive line.
Prior to the snap, full start, offense.
Yeah.
5 yards. Repeat first down.
All right, so a false start that backs it up. So it'll be 1st and 15.
You have that great play from number 12 quarterback Macklin Weber. He rolled out right. You get that big first down, and then you come back with an offside. So discipline right now. That's all about discipline on that play. When your offensive line jumps, you got to tell them the discipline on every play. We can't have jumping off sides because now our momentum just went backwards.
1st and 15 from the 38-yard line. Looks like a shotgun
Twins left.
formation.
Yeah, shotgun, twins left.
And there'll be a handoff
Yep.
out to about the 34, so the penalty yardage, they get most of it back. It's like 8-4.
That's Dan and Patterson, number 8 on the carry. Nice run. Just a direct handoff right around tackle. Keep the momentum. They're going right back to the line of scrimmage. So
they're going to go up tempo a little bit.
Yeah, wear down that defense. Slow that defensive down.
All right, same formation as before. 2nd and 11.
Shotgun is there. There you go.
Throwing left, pass caught.
To number 1.
Getting some room.
He's still going. He's big.
Yes,
big.
he is.
That's what
and he can go all the way this time for all he does.
Carl Lomax, number 1.
He had the rushing touchdown. Now he has the receiving touchdown. So Woodbury gets to extend their lead, and very creative passing on the part of Woodbury.
Yeah, Macklin is very confident back there. You can see it. He's confident in his receivers and his line. He's throwing a nice football right now.
How funny the roles are reversed. We're so used to hearing Macklin being the receiver for a touchdown. And here, it's a quarterback. We don't know if there's any relation or not.
Yeah, Macklin right there. We got a quarterback that's confident in his passing game. So it's making this game a little nicer to see these nice passes.
I think Paulsboro has used a timeout before the conversion, making sure.
We're going to take the clock in the second half. All right, you got your watch on? Vic, you got your watch?
All right, so what? Oh, no, it's an official timeout, so never mind that. Okay, so they'll do the conversion.
Yeah, they're going in pro set. No, actually, there's a
very tight formation here.
It's a power.
And they went with a fullback that time. And no, he didn't get it. He did not get it.
Yeah, it was a direct dive.
A direct dive, and he dove into a wall of Paulsboro players. So the conversion is no good, and Woodbury's leads 13-0. We got to see that Macklin touchdown pass.
Yeah, it was a nice pass.
Yes,
Victor,
indeed. So, and again, the rusher who scored, now it's the receiver. What did you see on that side, especially on the left?
He's got that twin package on the left-hand side. He's shotgun. He's going to drop back. He gets a nice pass to number 1. It was all second effort right here. He's a big receiver. He sees the defense in front of him. You get a stiff arm here, and he's just going to just outrun him.
I want to make sure.
He knew where the end zone was. It was a great run. Great second effort run because he could have been tackled at any time.
Too many inconsistencies going on up there.
So great play.
The gentleman on the left side across the field is going to have it, Victor.
Okay, so following the score, Woodbury will, of course, kick off, but how does Paulsboro respond to something like this? They've had some positive plays, but Woodbury's defense, they've done a very good job here in this first half.
They're one step ahead right now. Paulsboro's got to dig deep in here, 13-0 right now. Second quarter, coach is going to tell them, we need one score. We need it now. Let's get this drive. Let's march downfield, mistake-free football. We just seen, Woodbury make a few mistakes, but they made up for them. So if you're going to make a mistake, make up for it. So right now, let's get a nice smooth drive and march downfield.
All right, they're waiting for the tee to come before Woodbury kicks off. And we've seen a couple of interesting kickoffs already. Woodbury's got a couple of very nice bounces, which has helped them with field position when the defense has done their job. So
a lot of it's game planning. There's so many spots on the field where you got somebody that's fast that can get down there, and that ball it's a funny bounce, and you get a lot of onside recoveries.
All right, referee blows his whistle, and we're set to resume play here. We'll see how Woodbury kicks this one off. Little dribbler, and it's recovered at about the 43-yard line. So that's where Paulsboro will start 1st and 10. Now, the first couple of drives haven't worked extremely well for them.
No.
But now what do you expect to do here for this round of plays?
I say keep it outside the tackles. Let's try to get a couple stretch plays out there. See what our outside speed can do, because right now that Woodbury defense is, holding down the middle. Try to stretch it out, see what you got. If you can sneak a pass in there like they're doing, they're confident with their passing game. So, you got to, use that playbook and see what we can do to move the ball.
All right, so Paulsboro will have 1st and 10. Now, remember, we had the freshman game earlier, which Paulsboro won. But
Here we
remember,
go, son. Here we go.
if
Here we
you
go.
have the
Here we go.
opportunity, you can always kind of DVR
Call
on
your
the
play.
same link and catch the freshman highlights. And we still got juniors and seniors still to go. So hang with us here on HSG Network. We got a lot more football coming up. And, of course, you said rewind to that Paulsboro Woodbury freshman game.
Oh,
as
offsides.
that wasn't really fresh. We got a false start.
Yeah,
Starter to
left
snap.
the right guard
Full
for
start.
tackle.
Offense. 5 yards. Repeat first down.
All right,
Starter
so
to snap.
another penalty. And
That's
that-
what hurts.
Gentlemen.
Because you come out your first play and
Gentlemen,
you get
when
that
do we
penalty.
move?
You know, the momentum.
When
It's
the
going
ball
to slow
moves, you
that
gotta
momentum
get
right
it
from
out.
the door, and they got to kick that right out of there.
And the official is actually
Well,
reminding
that's the ball.
everybody,
Sorry.
remember, when the ball moves, that's when you move.
Yeah, they're in that 5-man front, so you know they're going to handle that. No, they're in a 4 now. No, they're in a 5-man front. Okay, they got 5 down linemen. It's 5-man front defense. It's hard to run, you know. So you know you try to go outside of that.
Or try a 4.5 with a dime formation. I don't know.
You know, and when they're moving that fast, you know, you think about running a counter possibly to get them to bite.
They're going to go split backs, but here
Quarterback
it's going to
keeper.
be a keeper,
Oh,
and that's
nice
going to be
run.
a good run
Still
to
going.
near the midfield stripe. So
About 3 yards
Play it
short.
over,
Yeah,
boys.
gain
Play
of
it over.
12.
Don't be silly. Don't be silly.
gain of 12 on the play forces just shy of midfield. So at least now Paulsboro has something a little bit more manageable with the nose of the ball in the midfield stripe at 2nd and 3.
Yeah, that was a great play. You know, it was a fake handoff. He just turned around, ran around the left side, right down the line of scrimmage. I mean, the sideline, and great game.
And we'll see what they decide to do here. We saw them in split backs, but then again get some different movements going on. So
Yeah, it's a big momentum booster for them. Big, you know, confident booster.
looks like they'll, I don't know if they're winging or powering or what, but they now got 2 on the left, kind of making the balance more to the left side on 2nd and 3.
It's a close twins.
And a handoff, and that's going
First
to
down.
get them a first down about the 46-yard line.
job,
Good
running
run.
back. Yeah, good job, running
And
back.
Paulsboro gets to move the chains.
That was number
First down.
6 on the carry there for the Red Raiders.
That would be Jasir Gaines.
Yeah, nice carry. Got the first down. Now they got a rhythm going. Let's keep this rhythm going. They found the rhythm. Let's keep it going. You know, you want to get before the half. You want to get that 1 in at least because the clock is going to tick on us. They're all, you know, with these runs, clock goes by fast.
That's what usually happens. But then again, you lengthen the game, especially when you got penalties and all sorts of other things going on.
Been a little bit better on penalties here besides, you know, we had a couple, but a little bit better this game with the flags.
Incidentally, what Paulsboro is doing is a choir boy huddle, which I've never even heard of the term until just now. But so,
Yeah.
sometimes
old
you
school.
forget these things. But then here's
Ooh.
a handoff.
Good spin move.
Nice spin move, breaking a tackle,
Had
won't
nowhere to go.
break the
Yeah.
second one, and ends up losing yardage. And that's why it's so important to go north-south rather than east-west on the field.
Yeah, that was a way to stay home, read it, and trying to get his number on his play. Number 15 for the Steelers on that. That was
Who?
Xander
Second down.
Johnson, number 15.
Who?
I think,
Xander Johnson.
let's just take a look here at what Paulsboro is doing. Now, imagine if you're going to a concert. You see how they're lined up, one row kneeling down and then the other row standing up? Almost
Yeah.
looks like a miniature choir.
Yeah,
So that's
old school.
I mean,
Yeah, it's
very
we did that
old
when I
school.
was younger.
I'm so used to it being a true huddle.
And if you were a lineman, didn't get down, we were punished. We were running laps. Coach would be yelling, "Get on your knees!"
Either that or there's some wrong notes in the
Yeah,
in the segment.
I didn't like it. I didn't like being on my knees.
Anyway, on 2nd down, it's a keeper and a
Nice
good
run.
run,
Yeah, there
getting
you
the
go.
yardage loss back and maybe a yard more. So down to the 45-yard line, it'll be third. I'd say third and about 9 coming up.
That was number 3 for the Red Raiders.
That will be Matthew Bowens the third.
Yeah.
And we'll read the sophomore lists of both teams when we have an opportunity, like probably in the second half. But needless to say, I mean, these kids are really putting their hearts out and they're doing their job in regards to.
Yeah, they're moving the ball now. You know,
yeah,
they're
both
getting a
teams
good mark. Yeah, a good job right now on Paulsboro. You know, they need that score before
One
the
off.
half.
Hustle off, big guy.
So, you know, it's very important. They're doing great play calling, and it'd be nice to see them get in there and even it out a little bit.
So now 3rd and 9. Let's see what they do here. It looks like they're going to go a double wing here.
Yeah. He's dropping
Play
back.
fake.
Yep.
Looking
play
back,
fake.
and now he decides to run into another wall.
It was there.
Here we
1
go.
yard loss there.
Number
Now
one.
force a
Fake
4th
ball.
down. That was a
Carl
hard hit.
Lomax for Woodbury Steelers.
And now looks like timeout's
It's
going to
timeout,
be called
Woodbury.
by Woodbury here. And they will use, I believe, their second timeout of the half. So we'll keep it right here. So I think the pace of play between these two teams has worked out a little bit better here in this first half.
Yeah, both teams are playing very solid football. Woodbury's had a couple extra breaks in this game right now.
Vic, I got him with one left.
And that passing game has been the turning point of their scoring right now.
Three, right?
They're confident with their passing, so they got the pass and the run down. Right now, it's Paulsboro's just got that running game they're trying to work on.
I think
We haven't
got all
seen
three.
much passing.
Yeah.
But very important drive. I'd like to see what they're going to come up with. It's 4th down.
Three.
Big play here. There's still quite a bit of time on the clock with this passing game if Woodbury
Fourth
gets
down,
it.
guys. Fourth down. We're going to kill the clock. Either
You
way.
don't want them to score one more
Vic, we're
before
going to kill the
half.
clock. Either way. Fourth down.
All right, so back on the field they go,
Fourth down,
and
that's
it's
a
going to
flag.
be 4th down. Looks probably like a 4th and 10 from the 46-yard line, and we'll see what Paulsboro decides to do. They tried to do a diamond last time. That didn't work. This time, looks like they're going to go back to a double wing. Or
Straight out, it's an I formation. It's weird to see it on the camera, but it actually could have been placement because I couldn't tell if it was I or wing
It don't matter.
where the player was.
It doesn't
Well,
matter.
in any case,
Doesn't
the
matter.
run gets about 4
take the
yards. It's
football.
still well short of a first
take it.
down.
Yeah, it's
So,
turnover on downs.
yes, Paulsboro
Come on
turns
out.
ball over on downs, and Woodbury takes over. And it looks like we're a little bit over 2 minutes till halftime.
Yeah.
Woodbury will have another shot as we have first and 10.
I see them going to pass the ball. I see them knowing that they get the ball to half.
We are on.
What better way to go in the half? Not only up 2, but if we can get one more in 2 minutes, and go up by 3 touchdowns and then get the ball, they're going to secure, some confidence for the second half.
Probably a 2-for-1 deal. Just keep in mind, Woodbury with only one timeout left in the first half, so they got to keep that in their back pocket as well.
Yeah, they got some receiver out there. They got the quarterback in shotgun. I feel they're going to come out passing.
We'll find out. Back to his right.
Motion.
And they're going to sweep it left.
Oh,
What a block.
Oh.
I think he tripped right into his own block.
Yeah, he tripped over number 1. Number 1 had a great block. He just cut it up a little too soon. If he bounced it out, it was just the green highway.
That ends up being a 3-yard pickup, so it's 2nd and 7. But still a nice run nonetheless. And there are sometimes just some things you just can't control.
Come on.
Yeah, they grow with their peripheral vision as they gain experience. And that's the best part of a running back, gaining more experience every year.
Okay, they're going tempo here, and they're going to hand it off. Oh, what a hard hit back at the 47-yard line. So Paulsboro's defense is getting a bit more stiff and steadfast there.
Yeah, it was number 3 on that big hit, Matthew Bowens III.
Forces a 2-yard pickup, and now 3rd and 5. Again, tempo for Woodbury as time is running short here in the first half. In the shotgun. Let's see if he passes.
I feel it coming.
Oh, here it is. Thinking about it.
Pump
now
fake, pump fake.
firing. Incomplete.
Yeah.
I think he waited a little bit too long there.
It was at number 40.
Looks like 47 or 41 or 47. Well, it says there's only one 40 in
41.
there. That would be Javion Furlow Mason,
I
the
got
intended
the clock.
receiver.
Yes.
Just a
I
little
need
under
on
thrown.
the clock. 54 seconds.
So we're going to be down to
5 4
54
seconds of the game
seconds
clock,
left in the
please.
first half. And we'll see what Woodbury decides to do.
Guys. Go back to your huddle. Go back to your huddle. There you go, John.
And so they'll reset. Now it'll be interesting to see if Woodbury decides to go for it or go for the punt option. From a field position perspective.
I think Coach has got so much confidence in his defense right now. They're going to go for it. Do or die time. I see them pass. Obviously, I think they're going to pass here.
Well, they're going to triple to the left here on this 4th down
There's that
play.
bubble.
And here's that screen play. Oh, broke one tackle, got first down.
There he goes. Big number
and
1.
Staying in bounds.
Oh, boy.
Sliding all the way down to the 26.
You don't have
Yeah,
it.
he's showing he's an athlete out there today on both sides of the ball right
Goodness
now.
Yeah,
gracious.
he's got one.
That's Carl Lomax again. He's
My
the go-to
time, my
guy on
time.
that
Hold the
play.
clock.
Official timeout,
Victor,
so they can
He's out
move
of
the
timeout,
chains.
right?
And
he's out of timeout. He's out of time.
Woodbury
You
might
have
be out.
none left, Coach. Coach, you have no timeout, Coach.
Oh, I guess Woodbury got timeout.
You have no timeout. You've used all 3.
And
Well, I got him having one left.
now they're trying to discuss as to how many timeouts Woodbury has left. I
Time
think,
is out. Hold on.
and they're just trying to
Okay, yeah,
get
they got
everything
one.
settled.
John, come in, please. Come in.
Aye.
Come in. Come in.
This will be an interesting discussion.
Oh, fourth down. He was out.
He was out of
You know,
timeout.
that last
Point.
play where
Three
Lomax
timeouts,
you know,
right?
had a
That's right.
nice game.
Yeah, but that last one, he called it on that punt before when they had the ball on fourth down. He called punt to stop the clock with 2 minutes left.
In 14 seconds?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had that at 2, but unless I missed one.
Yeah,
I got one for second
too.
quarter as 8:26. I got one for second quarter.
Yeah,
14.
This is the third. This is the third.
This will be 3.
This will be 3. Yeah. So he does have one time. He has one timeout left. Coach, you have one timeout. Call your timeout. You know it now. Got it.
Yeah.
You know what? He's already still using it.
Yeah.
On the field. In the runoff.
Of course I want.
Oh, my
You know,
God.
on that last play, with Lomax on that big game, you know, the one thing you look at on that play
We're
is
down, right? So we're
the receivers on that play, Mr. Assignments on that block. You know what I mean? They got to make them initial. That was a touchdown. You most likely could have been a touchdown if they made them initial blocks in the beginning.
And that was from the
Please
same
cut the
exact
game
play.
4-0 seconds.
It's going to be 40
0
seconds
seconds.
left till halftime.
Yeah, it's one of the ones he scored on.
So, yeah, exactly. This is the second touchdown. It's
He's out of
exactly the same
timeouts now.
play. So now Woodbury is out of timeouts. I think Paulsboro still has all 3. But I doubt Paulsboro is going to use them
Hey,
unless
look
there's
at
like
this
an
now.
No, they
Another
don't want to stop the
another
clock.
timeout. Here we
They
go,
want to get
gentlemen. Here we go.
unless they get the ball back. They don't want that clock to stop right now.
All right.
Let it
Well,
run.
I'll tell you, Woodbury certainly used their time and then some to get the play.
Quarterback. Wait for me, please.
So they're
All
going
right,
to trip
line
to the
it.
left.
There it is again.
Yep, 1st and 10 from
Okay, here we go.
Paulsboro
That's
26.
the snap, please.
Back to the left for the quarterback will take the shotgun snap whenever it gets here. There it is. Looking
Going
and
downfield a little bit.
firing.
Oh!
And the pass incomplete, but it
Clock
was
is stopped, right?
almost brought down.
Clock is stopped.
Looked like it was intent for, who was it, Aiden Randalls? Oh, 15 rather.
Yeah, number 15.
Yeah, Xander Johnson, who's been quite active today.
Yeah, he's been active in this game. Yes, he has. You know, it's in his hands. You know, he just didn't come down with it, but he took a nice hit. Got it from a nice hit.
Now for 2nd and 10 from the 26-yard line. Same formation as before. Back to pass, throwing right.
And he got his
what a nice
receiver.
catch.
No timeouts.
Inside the
Stop the
10-yard
clock.
line.
Stop the clock.
And they stop the clock with 25 seconds left. So what they do, they stop the clock to move the chains, and then they'll restart when the ball's
Clock is
back
stopped,
in
guys,
plane.
Darian Patterson, number 8. Great reception.
Stop. Relax.
And somebody tried to spike the ball to stop the clock, and it wasn't even ready for play.
Good instincts.
Now we start again. 1st and 10. I'm sorry, 1st and goal, actually.
It's going
Back
for
to
Lomax.
pass.
There is
Lomax
Lomax.
fires, and just shy, down about the 4-yard line. They're going to have to hurry up. Clock ticking.
I love the intensity. Here you go.
Let's see.
Hurry up. Hurry
They're
up.
not going to get off in time, I hate to say.
It's
And the
seconds.
clock sounds, and they've run out of time in the
Wow.
first half.
Hey,
John. Clock is out.
that was a beautiful
Good
drive.
job.
So it was a
Good
great drive, but it just
go to
felt a
the
little
beautiful
short
drive.
for
We
Woodbury.
gotta go.
They're playing very confident right now.
We got to go over here and get paid. You got to get paid.
And you can see the clock
Who's
home
the
as to
first?
how everything was. But very entertaining first half. We've reached halftime as Woodbury leads Paulsboro in the sophomore game 13-0.
Paulsboro.
Why don't we grab a little bit of a break? We will come back with the second half in a bit, so please stay with us.
How you doing?
All right, we are back here in Woodbury,
they're
New
taking it away.
Jersey, as we continue
Taking it away.
TCUFL action. About ready to start the third quarter of this sophomore matchup between the Paulsboro Raiders and Woodbury Steelers.
I'm gonna move
Woodbury
up.
with a 13-0 lead. They get the ball to begin the second half. I'm Tom Wilkins along with John Zaplensky, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. Of course, we have the mic'd up referee to go along with it too. And we're about ready to get the second half underway.
Ooh,
With a little bit of an onside kick, but he kicked it right to one of the up people and just went right into his breadbasket. He went down.
He knew what to do, covered the ball, fetal position. Good job.
Let's just say good hands teamwork.
Yeah, that was number 21, Timothy Nelson. Good hands.
That is correct. So Woodbury will begin at about the 45, 1st and 10. While mention to our people that we may have shown this to you all this time here at TCUFL, we do have a score clock on the bottom right of the screen, which you can tell how much time is left in the quarter or game or what have you. So just underway. Just wanted to let you know, this is the first time we've done this with TCUFL action.
Got that diamond package in there,
All right, on
Gives it to
first
the
down,
third
there's
back.
a handoff. He runs into his own guy, and I don't think he's going to get anything.
Good defense. Good defense on that. Little wall of red right there met him, maybe no gain. It looks like right at the line of scrimmage.
Maybe lost a half a yard the way it looks, but nothing doing anyway. 2nd and 10 coming up. And Paulsboro looking like they want to get started like a house of fire here in this second half. I mean, Woodbury's defense did a heck of a job in the first half. Now Paulsboro wants to try and match, if not eclipse it.
They got that first half jitters out, and now they're here. They want to play some football. They got the confidence, Let's go out there, and we got to get a score on there. So, the pep talk is, we got to stop them.
I was going to say
through here.
Yeah, I know. Wind is directly blowing through our press box. We don't mind it, but I know the microphone will catch it.
Oh, fumble.
Here's second
No,
down.
maybe not.
And the handoff looked like a late exchange, but thankfully the ball never popped out, and it ends up working for a 2-yard pickup.
Yeah, there was a little miscommunication in the backfield where, they could have got a flag on that because, one back at a time moving. One back turned, he made movement. The other back went in motion the same time he was moving. So they really got lucky on that. It could have been a flag.
Could have also been a turnover, too.
But there was close to it being a fumble. The ball looked like it bobbled there for a second. So, it's a big third down. I'm shocked that they came in here running as well as that last drive. They marched downfield passing. So, I mean, maybe they're just setting it up, but I would figure they would have came out passing.
Okay, third
there it is.
Back to pass. Gonna throw one. Just a little bit out of the reach of the receiver, incomplete. I think that was intended for Darian Patterson. And it was just a little bit high, but just keep in mind, too, with the way that the wind is blowing, it's blowing more east-west and not north-south, so we can't say wind is at their backs. But then again, the only part of the game that would be affected is the kicking
They got to go. They got to go.
They're confident. They're going to go for it on fourth down. Expect a pass. The quarterback's confident to throw the ball. He sits in the pocket. He's got a nice arm.
John, we're going to kill
He's got the receivers. I think, on a big play, you look for the guy that's been a playmaker. That you look for Lomax, number one.
And
whether it's that bubble screen again or whatever.
Well, they're tripling to left and back the pass. Look out. Deep throw.
Got that
pass
slant.
is caught. And a first down. And the coverage. He's heading to the
15 to the house.
20. He's going to take it to his own condoplex.
Xander Johnson.
Yes, indeed.
Number 15, Xander Johnson with the cross. He had a slant. It was like that. It was a well played. He was in the middle by himself. Great job.
A 55-yard touchdown reception, went with the slant, and once he broke through containment, he was off and running, and probably still is.
Probably still is. That was a
tell me the
great play.
clock's not right.
Well, it's the truth the way that play developed on fourth down.
Their confidence right now in their passing game. I mean, this is sophomore level.
Woodbury
When you're passing the
get
game
the
like
ball,
that at
plays
sophomore
over.
level, that's great. Is that cornhole? Nice.
Well, not only is there a football game going on, but
in the background.
you know, it's a truck in the center of the screen. Now it looks like a cornhole game. Wait a minute, Lincoln Financial's across the river here.
Yeah, I like this.
All right, back to pass. Going to try the conversion.
What's up there?
High one, and it's caught, I think.
Oh, it's close. He got it.
He got it.
Wow, number 8.
And once again, the
No,
man who
go
got
with
the
the signal.
touchdown,
Darian
Go with the
Patterson.
signal.
Darian Patterson.
Go with the
came up with the conversion. It's 21-0.
Confidence right now.
And
they
the-
are
and-
very confident offense right
And the
now.
umpire just forgot to give the signals, like, was it a conversion or not? But we got to show you that 55-yard touchdown play.
Yeah, that was
which I
great.
think has been the best, kind of like one of the best plays of the day.
Yeah, well,
in both
it's
of
a
these
contender
games.
with Lomax's
21.
big touchdown in the beginning. He had that bubble
That's 2
screen.
points.
Well, let's
What's
show you what
13?
happened
This is a
here.
great play.
What's 13-0?
Yeah, he's the inside. I think he's the
Well,
inside
you guys
guy.
can
He's
hear
going to
me
get
up there.
across
It's
right.
21.
No, he was the outside guy. He came
21
across the
nothing
middle
Hokies.
on that slant,
There you go, John.
and he was right there to take that reception. And he gets by 5 defenders. I mean, 3 literally, but he's 5 tailing them. Great play.
And there was no way it was going to be caught.
Yeah.
I mean, good blocking containment. Really tremendous job on the part of Woodbury. Everyone took care of their assignments, and that's why now they're up 21-0.
Yeah, they got a good lead. You know, it could have been
You guys can hear
28.
me in
You
the
know, they had
headset?
they left
Let's
points
just
on there
go
that
for
drive
it.
right before the
21,
half.
21.
They knew their passing game was going to be confident coming in if they got the ball. They left that touchdown out. They marched downfield just like they did right before the half. They're a very confident team right now, and it's showing.
I think one of the goals for them going into the second half was to make sure they scored in the opening drive, and hey, they made up for lost time. And
It's a big cushion right now. You know, it's not over.
Hey,
There's still
Victor.
a whole quarter and 3 quarters
Victor.
left. Paulsboro could turn things around. One quick score.
Victor.
you'll notice the score from the freshman game at the top of the screen. You
Victor,
can
let me know it's
rewind to
21.
that game here on this link here on HSG Network on YouTube if you've missed any of the action. And I thought it was a rather interesting game to say the least. And Woodbury kept trying, and Paulsboro, though, just had a little bit more than Woodbury did.
Yeah.
So make sure you rewind on HSG Network if you've missed any of the action. Here's a
great
line
catch.
drive kickoff taken about
Ooh,
40.
fumble.
And what a hard hit.
Oh, Lomax with a hit.
Lomax is everywhere.
Carl Lomax.
And it's going to be Woodbury ball.
Yeah, they're hyped.
You're not kidding. I
They're
mean,
right.
we've seen some thunderous
I need
hits in
their
this
ball
game.
back.
Yeah,
Their
you
ball.
can't teach that. That's just all
They kicked
instinct.
off.
Well, tell me what happened on this one, John, because that was a hard enough hit to disengage the ball there.
Nice kick. You know, you're going to see a nice kick here, and the receiver is going to get a nice reception. He catches it. He's got a great run, and Lomax just shows up to the dance. Bam, and there goes the ball.
And there you see the ball that popped
Yeah.
out right as soon as the hit happened.
Lomax has some size on him. He's a big kid.
Okay, 1st and 10 as Woodbury going for the 2-for-1 special. Here's Patterson again. Let's see if he gets around. He will not this time, as he is taken out about the 41. But it's still a gain of about 4, and Woodbury is at least doing a job moving down the field at their own leisurely pace.
Yeah, they're going to experiment. They're going to keep moving the ball all around. They'll come back to running. You know, you want to get your offensive line pushing. You don't want them to forget that we do run the ball. But that passing game right now is their bread and butter. And, you know, it's nice to see at this level a passing game where they're confident. And it makes it nice that they can break up the game.
All right, on 2nd down, now they're going to hand off and try and sweep left, breaking through a couple of tackles.
Yeah, the big man again.
Yes, indeed. And
What
he's
do we got,
pushed
John?
at about the 33. Is there a flag?
Not a game?
Oh, no. Okay, so it is a 1st down. So we see a Dewan checking in, rooting for Woodbury. So we appreciate all the comments here. DJ Mohammed
Got
checking
Lomax, some fans out there. Deidre Muhammad. There you go.
And like I said, if you're watching our broadcast, please feel free to comment. We certainly encourage that.
Yeah,
So-
they're controlling this game right now at a high level right now. This offense is playing at a great level for sophomores right now.
All right, so from the 34-yard line, 1st and 10. Back to pass, throwing at the middle. Oh, found a soft spot. And ends up being a catch. So another
Number
1st
8
down
again.
at the 20-yard line.
Patterson again. Yeah, they got good hands. When you can come in every year and say what you're gonna run, but if you don't have the weapons to run what you feel you're gonna run, you can't run it. You know, you got these kids catching these balls, and they're doing a great job. You know, they're tucking the ball, they're running hard. You know, he's completed a lot of passes. So, you know, hats off preparing these kids for this passing attack.
All right, so it was a 10-yard gain, another 1st down right outside the 25-yard line.
I think we got a little standoff. Oh, he got away.
Bouncing off a tackler, too. slipping through another one and getting some positive yardage, maybe, depending on where they spot it. Actually, may have lost the yard.
Yeah, it was big 33. We heard a little bit about him earlier in the game. That was Johnson. Yusuf
Ivan Yusuf Johnson.
Ivan Yusuf Johnson. It's a tongue twister for me. I'm going to get it.
Yeah, we'll read the names down shortly here for both sides. So it's a 1 yard loss, so 2nd and 11. Ball right outside the 25-yard line this time.
Yeah, they're
quarterbacks between split backs here. They do have a receiver on each side. Now they're going to go with another inside handoff. They'll cross the 20 and maybe make it to the 19, but that's about it.
Yeah, that was Javion Furlow Mason on the carry, 41.
Well, he was able to do a furlough 5 on that play and makes it 3rd and 6.
Yeah, they got a nice enough lead where, they can get a nice rotation in right now. They can work different plays, different formations. They can experiment with stuff they
Inside the 30, that's no administration, all right? Inside the 30.
So, yeah, and the clock, too. Let that clock go. They're going to waste, almost a third quarter on this drive, and that's, when you got a lead like this, that's okay.
Well, Woodbury's had the ball the entire third quarter.
Yeah.
Paulsboro tried to get possession, but turned it over on the ensuing kickoff. So now 3rd and 6. Let's see what they do. In the shotgun, actually.
I think we had a fumble.
Yeah. The snap, I guess the snap, it's fumbled, recovered by Paulsboro, so they end up getting it back. So there's a break for Paulsboro as they would finally get their first possession of the second half, provider no further turnovers. So why don't we take a second? Speaking of those I'm going to read the Steelers first. So there are a bunch of them. We have for the Woodbury Steelers sophomore team, Amari Jones, Carl Lomax, Avery Harvey, Asante Burgess-Tucker, Caden Rojas, Nishan Brown, Xavier Concepcion, Connor Jackson, Darian Paris,
Count him up, Coach.
Christopher Harris Johnson, David Simmons, also Jason Robinson Jr., Macklin Weber. We'll get some other names after this play, which is a sweep around the left side and going to up the 29-yard line. He stayed in bounds. Continuing on, Macklin Weber, Janelle Escalera, Aiden Randalls, Xander Johnson, Elijah Thomas, Giuseppe Sparacio, Caleb Cook, Christian Olvera, Timothy Nelson, Hosea Archie Miller, Jamar McCullough, Giovanni Zavala, Ivan Yusuf Johnson, Andre Painter, Javian Furlow Mason, Zayed Day, Kennedy Ross, Anthony Fote, Kyman Holland, Joshua Ortiz Sanchez, and Chase Smith. So that's your listing for the sophomore group for Woodbury. As here's a handoff up the middle for a couple of yards.
Stop the clock. Now we got a first down.
That'll be a first down after the pickup. For the Red Raiders for Paulsboro, the sophomore group leads with Elijah Patterson, Doral Wallace Jr., Leo Hernandez, Matthew Bowens III, Carter Berry, Nasir Martin, Jasvier Gaines, Jameer Akins, Samuel Oates, Amari Bowens, Kingston Hambrick, Josiah Brown, Scott Warren III, George Johnson III, Caden Augustine, Jaden Brown, Antoine Harvey, Jeremiah Robinson, Jackson Eli, Craig Bell, David Tape, Liam Ortiz, Emmanuel Harris, Braden DeTono, Terrell Hutchins Jr., Nathan Person, and Klaus Elisaya. So there you go with the Paulsboro Red Raiders sophomore group, as we have a first down and a handoff and another pretty decent gain.
Couple
to
yards.
The 35-yard lines where, as you can see, the clock on the bottom right, we're under 3 minutes left here in the third quarter.
Yeah, that was number 8, Sammy Oates for the Red Raiders. Nice little gain, 3 yards.
So I'll force a second and probably about 6.
Yeah, they're moving the ball. They got to find their knack. Right now the main thing is they got to complete this drive and get in the end zone if they want to have a chance. You can't give the ball back on this drive. The clock is slowly clicking down, and we're going to be in the fourth quarter soon. So this is a very important drive.
So now in second down, they counter to the right, chasing after as the Woodbury defense, and they caught up very nicely, maybe a yard on the play.
Yeah, they were very fast to the ball. You had number 7 in there and 21, it looked like, for the Steelers. That was Connor Jackson and possibly Timothy Nelson on that tackle. They shut it down pretty quick. They're like hawks to the ball. They've been playing that way the whole game for the Steelers.
And now it'll be 3rd and 5, it looks like, from the 37-yard line. Very important play for Paulsboro. They want to try and keep this drive going.
Yeah, they want to stay alive. So they got to keep getting positive gains. It's a big 3rd down. It would be nice to see them pass a little bit. Maybe they could find a little crack in this defense with a little bit of passing. They've been sticking to the running game. You see a little bit of the power over there. They overloaded the left side. Maybe they're going to go over there and try to outman their. And
there's a
quarterback keeper. Yeah,
left
trying to outman.
And
You get it, Vic? You get it?
I think he got it.
Stop the clock.
Yeah, they're going to say the 43-yard line. That's going to be good enough for a first down on 3rd and 5.
That's good. That's positive. Anytime you're getting positive yards, they're marching downfield. They're being, they're executing. Let's keep this drive going.
Nice work up there. Thank you.
All right, so the ball is at the 44, and it'll be 1st and 10. So finally, Paulsboro are getting themselves going with a pretty nice drive, especially coming off a turnover.
Yeah, they just got to keep it going. They're executing. They just they need that one score, and I think they can get it on this drive. If they keep running these plays and come this way a little bit too, and open it up, and they're going to be productive.
So Paulsboro will start 1st and 10, coming down to about 40 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter. Let's see what they do. Looks like an inside hand. No, it's a pitch out. And it didn't work. It did not work.
8. Is that our guy? Anderson?
Yeah, Carl Max.
Big loss.
They knew what was happening, and that's a huge loss on the play.
Yeah.
Could potentially be the last play of the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, you see big receivers, playmakers on offense coming up in big on defense, and that's what playmakers, they come out when you need them, and you're seeing some playmakers here today.
You got that right. Well, the clock is run down. We've hit 3-quarter time here at Woodbury, so we will switch sides, and after 3, Woodbury leads Paulsboro 21-0. We'll grab a quick break. The final quarter of this one comes your way after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, back here for the final quarter here in Woodbury, game 2 of this quadruple header. Here in the sophomore matchup, it's Woodbury 21-0 over Paulsboro. I'm Tom Wilkins along with John Saplensky, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls as usual. We switch sides, and Paulsboro right now, after a big loss on first down, they're facing a 2nd and 15 from their own 39-yard line. They've had a pretty good drive so far. Let's see if they can make up for it with a couple of other big plays. They've had a couple of good calls, which have kept Woodbury's defense a little bit flat-footed here. Now we see a lateral that's going to be over his head. It's a live ball.
Yeah.
And somebody's going to fall, and the question is who?
I think it's...
3rd down, Vic. 3rd down.
Okay, it's 3rd down.
Okay, so it is recovered by Paulsboro.
Way to hold that whistle. Way to hold that whistle.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, that they're not, trying to get a little bit more downfield with a passing play. But, right at this point, 4th quarter, the coach is trying to get them pumped up. Maybe we can get one score at this point. Let's finish one drive with one score. Confidence.
Well, Paulsboro's not giving up. We can tell you that.
No, not at all.
They're doing a good job trying to stay afloat here, but they got 3rd and a long way to go coming up. And they will try and go off the right side. They're going to get some nice yardage.
Yeah,
but back to the 40-yard line. They still have a 4th and 14 to go.
They've got options.
I think that was number 8 for the Red Raiders, Samuel Oates.
Thank you.
So a nice gain on the
They're
play.
going, Victor. They're
I
going.
mean,
They're going.
they're still trying, and obviously they need to go for it as it's early on in the fourth quarter, and
Yeah.
who knows if they're going to get the ball 2 more times.
Yeah,
Let 'em
you're
defend.
right.
Let
Because
'em
I mean, the
defend.
third quarter, that last drive, Woodbury drained the entire quarter. So you want to try your best play you got. What have we practiced all week in this situation? We really need it now, and that's the go-to play right now. Go to our strength.
All right, so here we go, 4th and 14. Ball spot at their own 40. See what they do. Back to roll out
All
and
right.
pass.
Oh,
and,
he got him.
Oh, yes, he did. Gets thrown down about the 32-yard line to
Number
another
3.
sack.
33, John. 33.
A good job by,
Asante.
Asante Burgess Tucker.
Yeah, big play.
That's a big play, a big loss, and it's a turnover on
33-yard
down.
line, John.
Yeah, it's
So-
unfortunate, but Woodbury's defense the entire game, they've been playing solid.
Very well.
A lot of weapons,
Definitely.
lot of talent. They're pretty tough. They swarm to the ball. They're making big tackles for losses, big sacks. They're coming up big this entire game, and that's a big factor in this 21-0 ball game.
All right, so let's see what Woodbury can do on this 1st and 10. And I mean, you also got to give it to Paulsboro's defense. I mean, they've been trying hard too and making stops that they needed to make.
Yeah, they've had just a few mistakes that set them back, just a few mental mistakes, things to work on for next week. You're able to watch these games, and it's nice for players to be able to see what we did wrong, what we can work on. But you expect it. At the end of the day, these are just kids. This is the learning development ages, so there's going to be mistakes, sometimes more than we wish as coaches, if you're a coach out there, but it happens.
All right, here on 1st down, pitch out right. Let's see if there's some room. No, good containment that time by Paulsboro's defense, forcing a couple yard
11
loss.
and 5 in on that for the Red Raiders.
That's correct. Martin and Josiah Brown.
Yeah, way to stick it out, guys. Great floated the ball.
So a loss on the play. And you've noticed a lot, you see a lot of coaches getting on the field even right before the play begins. So you can tell how passionate they are. Now they go tempo.
That's got to be Lomax. I could tell by the size. It's
It's
got to be Lomax. I didn't see the number, but I see his helmet above everyone else.
Well, he's zig when he's zag, and he gets a good amount of yards.
Yeah.
So it'll be 3rd and short, it looks like. And the ball is, I think, going to be at about the looks like the 28-yard line.
Yeah,
Short, John. We short.
Yeah, 3rd and 5 coming up. So about a 7-yard pickup on that last one.
Yeah, them running plays, it helps their offensive linemen. At this point, you want a strong offensive lineman at all levels, and you want them to get that push and keep locking to the whistle. So when you keep running at the end of the game and keep it going, you want your offensive line to keep getting work.
Here's a pass juggled and caught, and it's going to be a 1st down to 20, maybe to 19.
Lucky on that one.
Wow, I thought it was going to bounce to a Paulsboro defender.
Was that number 2 for the Steelers that came down for that? Avery Harvey, it looks like. I'm almost positive that was number 2. Yes, it is. Avery.
Still running the clock.
Got to keep everything.
Avery Harvey.
Got to keep everything in front of you, and that's what the receiver did.
Yeah, he kept his eyes wide open. The ball came down right in his hands. That's great.
And that's a matter of concentration that can only benefit you further down the road. So 1st and 10 as Woodbury enters the red zone at the 18-yard line.
Yeah, they got that Twins left out there.
Well, let's see what they decide to do.
Oh,
and it was a forward shovel pass that ended up going incomplete.
Had it in his hands, he just had to come down with it. It was definitely green highway for a touchdown if he brought it down, but unfortunately, he didn't have sticky tape.
I don't think he anticipated the ball coming his way. So they went double tight, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's not often you see a shovel pass to the receiving side of the line. Usually it's in the middle of the line.
Yeah.
Here that one was more of a shot put. It just didn't.
Yeah, he was by himself too. He was definitely by himself. Good play call, just didn't come down with the ball.
And that's where the learning curve comes in. 2nd and 10 for the 18. Now they tighten things up.
Going in that I formation.
Actually,
Actually, it's
Everyone's got to get out of the end zone, including
It's
the
actually
cameraman,
pro
please.
set, but it looks like he's a little
Oh,
offset.
they're trying to
Out of the end zone.
do an official timeout, clearing some people out of the end zone. And I think they've done just that. Barely, but they've done just that. It's always a safety issue. Here. Oh, something happened where the snap didn't go well, and
That looks like number 9. That's number 9 for the Red Raiders celebrating. That was a great hit. Amari Bowens.
He
Yeah,
deserved
Amari
to
Bowens.
celebrate there. That was a great play. He anticipated that, and the quarterback went down and out of the red zone.
Yeah. He took off like a jet airplane. He had that airplane look running after that hit. He was celebrating that. It's good. Way to keep playing.
Remind him they play tonight.
Yeah.
So back out of the huddle is 3rd and long, probably a 3rd and 13. They got the ball to the 22-yard line.
Yeah, this
Again,
defense is not. This
formation.
defense ain't slowing down. They're not quitting. They're not looking at the score. They're like, let's finish strong.
Hustle up, boys.
That's what you
Hustle
gotta
up,
do.
boys. Come on.
Quarterback trying to make sure everybody in position. A bunch of little triangle on the right side. Back the pass, looking. Look at that. They cross it over and
He's
slide
still
through a
going.
couple of tackles and pushing all the way down to about, it looks like maybe the 10-yard line. It might be enough for a first down. We'll see.
Fourth down.
Yeah, that was to Lomax again. Weber to Lomax.
Yeah, well,
Got over
Lomax-
100 yards with them two today.
I wouldn't be
them
surp-
two. Yeah, just with the two of them. I know Lomax has got to have over 100 yards receiving today. Pretty close to it.
Looks like he got to the 14, so it's going to be a 4th and 6. But right now, the important part is wind the clock if you're Woodbury, and that's what they're doing under 4.5 till time. And we'll see how they line up this last one. Now, a lot of motion as they're changing the play.
Time, Woodbury.
And Woodbury's going to use the timeout right here. So while we grab a break here, as we have like 4:09 left, Woodbury over
Take it to the
Paulsboro,
numbers, Coach.
21-0
Take it to the
in the
numbers.
sophomore game. We'll come back in just a moment.
First down or take every down.
All right, we're back as Woodbury just called a timeout trying to get their 4th and 6 play set up. They're going to line a couple of receivers on the right side this time.
Yeah, they got that twins right out there.
And man, motion.
Not clocking this.
Let's see what they do.
Shotgun formations.
No, everyone moves but the ball. That's going to be a false start.
Prior to the snap. Full start. Offense. 5 yards. Repeat fourth down.
I think even a few people on the field were laughing at that one.
It happens.
All right, to make that 4th and 11. And I think maybe sometimes the concentration just slips a little bit. You had the game in hand. And
Yeah, it's close to the end. Kids are easily distracted. We're easily distracted.
Oh, you're not kidding by this weather.
I'm easily distracted.
With this weather, with the breeze, with the barbecue going on below us. I mean, it's still a lot of fun. I mean, this is great football to say the least.
Yeah, it's been 2 great games right now. It's been fun to watch today.
And we got 2 more coming up.
Got
All right,
that
so-
going trips right.
Yeah, I think they
Oh,
are going to do a triple.
Now, they
Yes,
did that
are.
cross, that outside cross is what their big money play to number 8 was earlier today. So it's going to.
Let's see what they
All right,
do.
no
They're going to take a
problem.
shot
He's just
to
going
the
for
end
it.
zone.
He's going for it.
And it's a little high and incomplete.
Wow.
And it was a nice play call, but it didn't work out. So Woodbury turns the ball over on downs, and Paulsboro now has a chance to try and finish strong on offense.
Yeah. That was I'm surprised they went deep for the touchdown. I thought maybe they would try to do a slant on that or try to keep it in.
Here we go, gentlemen.
Fit.
Get him out. Let's go.
But it was a good pass, just a little bit, overthrown.
All right, so Let's see what Paulsboro can do as we have exactly 4 minutes left in the sophomore
What?
game. We
What's the
still
matter?
got the juniors and seniors coming up, so don't forget about that. Woodbury with a 1st and 10.
Where's
Looks
he
like
at?
the ball is at the
He out
19-yard
here?
line.
Yeah,
I'm
Paulsboro's got
sorry.
one last
I
chance.
apologize
Coach
for
got
him.
him ready
I
on the
know.
sideline. Look,
I'll
let's
look
go
out
out
for
there
later
and
on.
put one in before the game is over. Let's go punch one in.
And there's always ways to build off of positives and then learning curves to make the team better. I mean, sometimes it works out, and other times it just doesn't. But anyway, it looks like they're stacking a triple to the right,
Yeah, the trip, they're running a trip.
and now they're bunching into a triangle.
Yeah,
5 seconds.
All right, 1st and 10 for the 19. See what they do.
Run,
It's going to
run,
be a
run.
roll to the right. He has room if he wants, but he
Nine,
pinballs
nine,
off of
nine,
his own player
nine.
and gets to about the
How
25.
about you get
Still
off the block?
6-yard pickup,
Get off
but
the
I think
block.
he probably would have gotten a little bit more
Yeah,
if
seen,
he had not run into him.
seen like 33, 3, and 18
What
out
I
there.
what I won't do is
You know,
listen to him
gang
scream at me.
tackles,
Okay, that's what I
yellow.
won't let him do. Okay. Yeah, don't scream at me.
Still playing at a high intensity defense.
If I see a hold, I'll call the hold. Take it down.
And even the referee is
If I see the hold, I'll call the hold.
the referee's telling the defensive
Timeout,
players
red.
up, and we got a timeout called by Paulsboro here, so we don't have necessarily a
That's their first, John, right?
haven't had the timeout confusion as we did last in
I
the
got that
first
with
half,
one,
but we're going to
red.
keep it here.
Okay.
But what has been the biggest thing you can take from this game from
They
both
both have
teams?
2
Sean?
left, right?
John,
they both
the
got 2 left.
score, it's 21-0. Woodbury has just they've got a couple athletes that are game changers in this game. Lomax, number 8, is the other one. It's number 8 was Patterson. You got a confident quarterback. That passing game is the big difference this game. Both teams' defenses have played very well with the run game on stopping the run.
Timeout's over, gentlemen. Here we go.
Woodbury having that passing
At the
game
snap, 2nd down.
has been a big factor. I mean, this kid might have 200 yards this game. He's got over 100. We know he's over 100, close to 150. How much further right now without having the exact stats? So, Macklin Weber is a confident little quarterback for his age.
Here we go,
He's
Coach.
got the artillery to throw to. That was the factor. That's a big factor. When you got a passing game like that, you can do things on the field.
All right, back to pass and then firing right, and it ends up
Incomplete
on a little
pass,
short, incomplete.
I'm with you.
And I think what they're trying to do is try and get the receivers up, maybe work a little bit on the passing
down.
game. We haven't really seen too much of that in this particular game.
Yeah, they're left no choice at this point to try
Block and
some
snap,
different
block and snap.
things. It's either going to work or it's not. We're hoping it works, but we're going to try to execute it, and that's what you're left at right now. Let's try to put one on the board. Let's move the ball one more time, and let's keep them from the end zone. They had a stop. They had a couple of good stops this game, but they're down by 3 touchdowns.
They'll try it again, 3rd and a long 5 from the 24. They might be going empty gun here, unless the quarterback is under center.
Oh, he's got a lane. They closed it down.
And a flag comes down right after that. We forgot to mention it's a pink flag. Check your calendar. And a lot of the players are wearing pink, of course, with Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Lots of other awareness months as well.
During the run.
Let's listen.
5-yard penalty. He grasped the inside of the helmet under the face mask. That's part of a face mask. 5 yards only. That gonna get the first down, John? From the run.
It was a face mask foul.
That's going to be a first down.
And that's going to be a first down with the yardage. So that's a break for Paulsboro as they will get a new set of downs.
My time.
Now we have an official timeout. Make sure they get the chains all moved up. So you'll notice, of course, we've seen some on the Paulsboro side. You've seen some on the Woodbury side. They're wearing pink, obviously, for breast cancer awareness.
Yeah, it's a great cause.
Which is a very big thing.
Yeah, it's nice. It's been going on for a long time right now, and it's nice to see the tradition.
Well over 30 years. Yes.
Yeah, it's nice to see it.
And of course the NFL. It's not just breast cancer.
Everybody knows somebody.
Get up and run.
All right, here is a. It looks
nice.
like a handle, but not much room
I'll
there.
take ball. I'm right here.
That was a son of tape. Burgess Tucker on that tackle. He's had a solid game on defense. He's still
Second
playing
line,
at
guys.
high caliber, coming in there and
Guys,
making a great tackle.
Feel good?
All
Okay,
right,
it's a
so
W. You got
as
a
the
couple,
clock
got less than a
continues to
minute, right?
run, it's
Little over a
second
minute?
and
It's
probably
a W.
about 8. It was a 2-yard pickup,
Finish the
but
game. Finish the
needless
game.
to say, there was a lot of zigging and zagging, not much forward
Yeah.
movement.
Yeah, they're just trying to hold on. A few more minutes. You take your loss with respect and pride. Yeah, they played a good game. 21-0 is not that bad.
They're gonna
There's just
see
a
me,
couple
John. I
things
don't
to
want
work
to
on. They had a couple miscues. A couple fumbles. They did. A couple things that they can fix for next week and bounce right back.
Sometimes you just don't have to worry about whatever the score
Regular
is.
clock, John.
Yeah.
Under 2.
All right, under 2 minutes till time. They send a man in motion,
Run.
and now
Ooh.
and tried to run, but unfortunately Woodbury's defense has been flying throughout the ball all game long.
There he is
In
again.
particular, as you
Sante
mentioned,
again.
Asante
There he is.
Burgess Tucker, who's been phenomenal,
Yeah.
especially in the second half.
I just said he's playing at a high caliber still, right? And then he outdoes the play he just does. He just did. He came right back and doubled the performance on that tackle.
I think he's trying to get the tackle and trying to get the ball at the same time and try and get some points out.
What it was as playmakers make plays. They show up 4 quarters. If you're a playmaker, there is no light switch to turn off.
He's
coming.
Let's just say he's developing into one.
Yeah.
All right, so third and quite a bit. 3rd and 13. Ball is back at the 29-yard line, looks like. Single back again. They're going to try and run this one. Not ball came out, but after it was ruled down.
Yeah, that was
I'll take the
Lomax.
ball, please.
Good tackle by Lomax.
And it'll be 4th down. Try to get one more
Hands
play
like
out of
OBJ,
this.
buddy.
Well, I'll tell you what. Woodbury was impressive both sides of the ball, and yeah, they've got
Very
the
fundamental.
playmakers,
Very strong fundamentals.
and there haven't been too many penalties in this game.
No.
Which I think that made the
Gotta get the playoff, Coach.
that made the game fly quite a
Get your
bit.
playoff,
Yeah,
son.
but
Hustle
at
up.
this age is when you get them push-ups and
Get your
laps in
playoff.
practice. So as you get older, you don't want
Boys,
you
finish
don't want to
smart
make them
now.
mistakes
Finish
because when
smart.
practice
Nothing
comes,
silly. Nothing
Coach
silly out
gonna
here.
have his time with you.
Get him
you're
set,
gonna
quarterback.
to
Get him
coach
set.
some laps.
Yeah, they'll let them do this last play. They're gonna do a diamond play on the last play of the game, and it's not gonna work too well. As Woodbury wins 21-0. Your final thoughts?
Hey, Woodbury, hats off to you, 21-0. You guys played a sound game from beginning to
Victor,
end.
thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Well-coached, disciplined team.
Nice job.
Great job on
Awesome.
offensive
We gotta
defense.
work more.
Paulsboro, a few little things to work
John,
on.
pleasure. Thank
Next
you.
week,
Good
bounce
job. Very
back
good
and
job.
let's see what you got.
That's all you can do. I guess what we have to get is something to eat here. So.
Oh, yeah, that barbecue. Come down. They got this barbecue going on. Smells great.
All right. Well, the final in game 2, 21-0 in favor of Woodbury over Paulsboro. Let's have a few minutes here, and we'll come back for game 3, the juniors, in a bit. So please stay with us.
Guys, listen up. You guys are the captains today. It's your job to keep your team in line. Guy steps out of line, you get him back in line so that we don't have to. All right? Play hard, but play to the whistle. All right? You guys traveled today, so you're going to call the toss. Heads or tails? Heads is the call. It is tails. Woodbury, you won the toss. You want it with Steve or defer? You want the ball? Okay. What way do you guys want to kick? You want to kick away from the scoreboard? All right, stand over there, face away from the scoreboard. You guys stand here, turn your head to the scoreboard. Woodbury has won the toss. They will receive in the first half. Paulsboro
Get a
will kick
50-50
and defend that
chance
goal.
on that.
Guys, shake hands and go back to your sideline.
There we go. HSG Network here. We return for some
All right, Billy,
football
ball for
action.
one.
TCUFL,
Paulsboro did not
Tri-County
win the
United
toss.
Football League. I'm John Saplensky with Tom Wilkins and our guy in the
Tom
camera
Williams, take
and
the
in
ball.
charge, Howard.
Yes, I'm here. I'm on the. Tom's having his ninth
45,
burger right now,
45 timeout.
along with his 6 set of fries and
I
some
don't blame
ribs.
him. I don't blame him.
John, how was the barbecue?
I didn't want to come back up here.
Oh.
It was everything I dreamed of. I went down. Woodbury's doing it right. If you are watching, you got to come down here and get a platter.
Is it 319 East
Yeah.
Ave? What's the address?
East Red Bank.
East Red Bank Ave.
Listen, the
You have to be adult
smell
Red Bank Ave.
lured us down there. We finally got a chance in between the
You know?
sophomore and the junior game. And it was everything I was hoping for, and then some. I had to go get baby wipes, the ribs, the chicken,
See it far, that's
amazing.
all.
It was really amazing platter.
It-
Definitely worth coming here for
I had
that.
the burger, and I have no complaints from the burger.
Yeah, it was a treat.
None whatsoever.
Lock operator card.
There goes my diet. All right, it looks like Woodbury got the coin toss. They're going to receive over here.
Card.
We're at the junior level. We've seen 2 games so far with the freshmen, with the Red Raiders coming out on top, and then the
Really?
sophomores with Woodbury Steelers coming out on top. So we got a 1-1 here. Good football that last game. Very well fine-tuned Woodbury offense and defense. You know, Paulsboro held on to the final minutes. They played a solid game. Unfortunately, they kept them short, 21-0.
Yeah, big
But here
split.
we are with the juniors.
Big split so far. So, got 2 more to go. And again, everybody can notice in the bottom right-hand corner the clock. We actually have a clock operator who's done an outstanding job today.
He's doing a good job.
Uh-oh,
Bobbled
look out.
it. Bobbled it. Let's see what he does. Okay, we got some gang
That's it,
tackling
that's
out
it.
there. Good job by Paulsboro to contain him in short yardage.
And that third voice you hear in the
Is that
booth,
in or out?
that is our official on the
Which
field.
ball
Yeah,
was
they're
out?
mic'd.
We have a mic this week. There's no rain, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it's beautiful out.
But
Warmest game in 3 weeks. We've done this now. This is our 3rd week.
well, this is our 4th.
Oh, your guys' 4th. Yeah, you did Rancocas Valley that first week, I think,
Yes.
right? Rancocas
Done.
Valley. Nice.
Yeah,
I've had to
5th.
play.
Isn't it our 5th? I think it's our
Maybe
5th.
5th.
Yeah.
So
You've
this is
done
my 3rd, though. This is
Yes.
my 3rd week, and I've had the pleasure of
Bridgeton.
working with you guys.
Boy, we've done them all. We're just happy to do them. That's all we are. We're happy.
Not my problem.
I can
Coming
thank
right out
Frank
in
for that.
a spread formation right from the door. I love it
Look at
already.
this. Get rid of that wing.
Quarterback in shotgun. He's looking for a receiver out of the backfield.
Good catch.
Oh, he's got some wheel. He's going.
Woodbury. Look at
About
that.
8 yards. That was number 2 for the Steelers. That's Liam Brown, number 2, with a nice reception out of the backfield with about
Second
an
and 1.
8-yard gain.
Yeah, 2nd and 1, as you can hear it. Good job. Good play. Spread them out a little bit. Haven't seen too much spread today, but then again, with the younger teams, you're usually going to go wings. You're going to go double wing, single wing.
Yeah, that
Gonna do
power.
full house,
the
power.
Yeah, a lot
Yep.
of power.
All that.
Fundamental, teaching everyone to work together tight.
This is wide open here. You got no back, single back.
Yeah,
Sidecar right.
There's a outsized.
Oh,
he was eating up on
yeah.
that. Yeah, they didn't
Third
produce
down, third down.
what they were hoping. That was number 9 on the reception. That was Jaden Rodriguez. He didn't get too far on that. Back to
Third
the
and
line of
2.
scrimmage.
3rd and 2.
And you see the size. The size, they're almost similar. Usually you don't get that out of range size where, someone's much taller, much larger than the other team.
Yeah.
It looks like they're both equally at size. But
Yeah, they got-
size means nothing in
No,
here.
not because at this the brain and the body don't match at this
Yep.
age level. their feet grow before their brain, and they're a little awkward.
Oh, here we go.
He's
In
trying to
around.
catch it outside. He's got all
spin.
right, good spin.
And then gang tackled.
Line the game.
Yeah, that was Liam Brown again. This time he took
go.
the ball around the outside.
Right
They did get the first down.
Right here. Mr.
And
Brown.
he's got the first.
Mr. Brown. Ball.
Yeah.
Got the
Thank you.
first. Good job.
Yeah, so they're coming out. They're changing up a little bit. You know, passed out of the backfield. They're running the ball. They got a first down. All right. Not too bad.
Our referee touching his microphone. Easy, brother. Easy. It's there. It's not moving.
The ref's touching the mic.
It's not
blowing our
moving.
eardrums out of
It's
here.
not moving. It's
Back in
gonna
that
stay.
spread
Got a
formation.
clip on it. We're good.
Got a man in motion. That's number 9.
Oh,
To get me.
inside. Inside power. Nope. There's your whistle.
That's all.
You can see the accent. I bet he's from Philly because he has that Philadelphia accent, our official.
Does he?
Out there. I can hear it.
11.
I can hear the accent. Especially when he was doing the coin flip. So good for him.
So we got number 5 in there at quarterback taking control today for the Steelers. That is Jeffrey Cofield.
Yes.
Jeffrey
Nice.
Cofield at quarterback. He's got that spread formation then, like, so I guess we're going to see a lot of passing
back.
today.
Sidecar left. Sidecar left.
Oh, he's going to keep it.
It's a keeper.
There he goes around the outside. He stretched it.
Oh,
Nice
he's got the
first down.
first.
And then so he's got
Uh-oh.
wheels.
Look
He's
out.
going all the way. Got him. He did stop
One.
him. Wow.
One guy on that tackle.
He did stop him. I'll get a number on this guy that made the tackle as soon as
Back to
he
Tom
turned
Wilkins.
around. Hey, Tom. You
And
back
Mark
with us,
Williams there
huh?
and gave it to you.
I don't know if I ever left, to be quite honest, but
Did you enjoy your meal as much as I enjoyed
indeed. So yes, you want the ribs route, I want the burger route. So
I won't lie, I did almost a dozen wings and the ribs.
oh my gosh,
In record time, they're gone. I took a picture. I mean, there's nothing but bones.
well, I'm glad to make it back in time for what might be the opening score of this game. First and
Going to the
goal,
pro set here, and lead back is just taking around to the 4-hole.
and not
Second
much
down.
there. But from what I've seen so far, it seems like Paulsboro has been flying to the ball a lot, but the misdirection's what tricking him.
Yeah, I'm very good drive right now for Woodbury. Very confident on their opening drive. That's
Still
how
get a
you want
first down
to.
here.
If you're going to get that opening kick, you want to drive downfield and score. They're showing a lot of confidence right now in their play calling, their signal caller. You know, they're doing a good job right now marching downfield, and that's what you want and expect.
Well, they're at the 11-yard line, so they only got one on the first play, and they got to get to the 2 to get goal to go.
Yeah.
But let's find out what happens here
Staying
on
in that
second and 9.
diamond package. Got
Back to pass.
Oh,
Gonna
gonna go
lob
in the
one, taking a shot. And,
Right.
oh, that was intercepted.
Ooh.
In the end zone. How about that play?
That was number 1, Kyrie Bowens for the Red Raiders.
It was a one-handed interception.
Oh.
That's what made it so impressive.
I'm sorry. No, it's number 0. That is Darian Veeney. Darian
Came
Veeney
away with the ball and ends up
interception.
with a touchback.
Wow, that's huge.
I mean, we got to look at that again. I mean, that's just spectacular athleticism on that guy.
Yeah.
That's a 20.
He was outsized too, if I'm not mistaken. He's outsized and went up for it.
Well, let's take a look at a quick replay on this.
So they got a diamond package. It looks like they're all going to lead block, and he's going to givey. He holds on to it. He lets it go. Yeah, there it is. Good job.
What a catch.
I mean, you look at the
Hands up.
receiver. I mean, the receiver tripped up, and it helped out a lot on that because he's got about a foot. He's got about a foot advantage.
And the fact that he was able to do it one-handed was what was the most impressive.
Yeah. Oh, got him in the backfield.
Paulsboro's first play in this junior game does not go very far at all. Probably a loss on the play back to the 18. So a 2-yard loss. So 2nd and 12 coming up. But I think that defensive play, that play is going to kind of fire up this Raider club.
Oh, yeah. You know, they just had a basically goal line stance. They marched all the way downfield. They left 6 points on the board. All right, you want to take our 6 points? You gotta go down there and put them on there. Don't just take it and stop us. Now we got to show what our offense can do. So it's gonna be nice to see what they're gonna come out in.
2nd and 13. Ball is at the 17-yard line.
He's got that shotgun formation single back.
Yes, indeed, to his left. Oops, somebody jumped.
He's got the wings. I'm sorry, I didn't notice that.
Well, there's a flag down anyway. Figure out what this is all about.
Going back 5 from the previous spot, Victor.
Sounds like a false start on Paulsboro.
Dead ball. False start. 15 white. 5 yards. We play second down.
All right, so a 5-yard penalty on Paulsboro there, so that puts them really far back.
I'm still on the goal line here.
12-yard line.
Yeah, that's the mental mistakes we've seen in all 3 games with some of these teams. You know, you make a few mistakes on your first drive and takes the momentum away. You know.
Trying to bring in a last-second substitution in for the 2nd and 18 play, but we've only seen one play from the Paulsboro Arsenal so far. Don't mind the wind. It's been windy all day.
Let's hustle up. We got 11, Vic.
All right, so now they're going to line up, and they're going to spread it out a bit. Looks like between split backs this time.
Yeah, he's got split back shotgun.
It's actually going to be a double slot, but 3 receivers total. Back he goes. He's got up. Nope, it's batted down, incomplete. The arm evidently, it was probably a tip ball.
Incomplete pass, third
So it
down.
ends up being an incompletion, and we got 3rd and 18 coming up.
Yeah, big play coming up, and you know, someone got a hand on that ball. You know, they got through the line of scrimmage and caused a little havoc back there. So, you know, offensive line just got to tighten up a little bit in the middle, give him a little bit more protection. You know, if you have problems, you know, early on, you know, a lot of times like this, just tell them, you know, close your splits if you're having a problem.
That'll force a 3rd and 18. And let's see what Paulsboro lines up. But I'll tell you what, Woodbury's defense has been aggressive so far. Here's a pass, ends up being caught.
Ooh.
But, what a
hit.
collision at the 10-yard line.
I think we got number 27 for Woodbury on that hit, the initial big hit. That's Tyro Norman.
Fourth down, we're at the 11.
third.
Fourth
And
down at the 11.
you could tell the crowd felt that collision.
Yeah, he came out of nowhere, and, you know, it was a big hit.
Doug,
In
you
all
guys
3
have-
games we've had big
There's
hits.
been some big hits in all 3 games.
Here in the junior league, I believe punting is allowed. So
He got it off.
he got a nice one off, it looks like. Well, it may have gone off the side of his foot. Now goes backward and takes a bounce in favor of Woodbury, and they're going to get the ball in tremendous field position.
Yeah, they're gonna, you know, get back on the mission where they left off, a couple yards difference. So, you know, coach
All right,
gonna jump in there.
19-yard line going
Hey,
in.
let's finish this. You know, you left one out there. Now they gave you an opportunity.
Field
This
could
close.
use a
Let's
roll.
punch it in now.
We thought it looked like to be a good punt for the vantage point, but it just ended up going backward. So 1st and 10 now, as starting in the red zone is Woodbury at the 19-yard line, trying to make up for the turnover on their last drive. They'll run it to the right, and
Good
what
defense.
a nice job by
Take
the
it down.
Paulsboro defense
Number
to close
2.
things off.
That was Sage Holmes on that tackle. Great way to close the gap and make that tackle.
And that forces 2nd and 11, 1-yard loss there. I think what we're seeing is Woodbury being aggressive on defense and Paulsboro doing the same thing, and it looks like they're attacking the ball too.
Yeah, they're not scared to make a tackle, and that's what you look for. You want your guys out there, they're going to wrap up, they're going to bring these guys down. They're not scared to flow to the ball. Staying in that diamond package, you know, quarterback's going under center.
All right, on 2nd and 11.
Oh, he's
the
rolling
play
out.
Fake, firing,
He got
and a
it back.
nice catch. And then, did he drop the ball? Or is he still, he's still pushing all the way down inside the 10.
Yeah, that's Jaden Rodriguez, number 9.
I thought for a second I saw the ball pop out.
Yeah, it did kind of look like that.
But he was able to withstand it, and it'll be 1st and goal for Woodbury.
All right, we're at goal here. We're at goal.
Yeah, they're moving the ball again. You know, you got to wipe off that interception. You know, the quarterback's got to just, you know, erase that from his memory. He's got another opportunity here, and now let's go conquer that touchdown that you left out there.
And they're going to spot the ball at the 7. So same formation. They go with the run up the middle.
Number 2 again.
Oh, and did he fumble it? Did he fumble it? Yes, he did.
Wow.
Recovers at the 5.
Jaden Thomas.
Oh, my gosh.
No, Liam Brown. Woodbury.
2 red zone turnovers by Woodbury to begin this game.
Something. Right. But,
Yikes.
all right, but point the other way. I got to know we have.
Interception
All
and
right,
then a
all
fumble at the where they spot
All
that
right.
at the
So
4 or
we're
5?
here.
That's a
The
5.
Yeah, it looks like the 5-yard line.
Guys
Yeah,
have the goal line.
What a tough break for Woodbury.
Mistakes happen, you know. It's Paulsboro's job to capitalize off this mistake now.
Well, they're going to need to because
Yeah.
the first time they couldn't do anything.
Here, I got
Let's see
you.
what they do this time.
Oh, lost the ball.
One bounce. Look at that.
All right, so they have the ball ready for play now. And 1st and 10 from about the 5. And they handed off, trying to go up
gang
the
attack.
middle.
Take it down.
Yeah,
Take
there
it
was
down.
Not much. He may not have gone back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, you're seeing right now already a little bit more of an advantage of speed with
2 and 10.
Woodbury's
2 and
defense.
10.
A little bit faster getting to the ball than the offense guys are, projecting their plays right now. So you're gonna have to play to that. You have to do a couple different things to change up on it because the speed they're showing right now, you're gonna have to go to that playbook and change up a lot.
Okay, so 2nd down as they break the huddle, and Paulsboro, of course, in their away white uniforms, red numerals, helmets, and pants. Woodbury in their gold uniforms with white numerals and pants. And now, what do we have?
Timeout.
I guess that explains it. Timeout's going to be called by Paulsboro as we're late in the first quarter. Let's grab a break here with no score in this junior contest. We will come back in a moment.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Watching what you guys up front here. Yep.
Okay, back here in Woodbury,
That interception in the end
officials
zone.
just
All right?
discussing
You don't
following
have
the
to deal with
Paulsboro
that.
timeout.
It's stop the
No
clock.
score in the game late here in the
and then
first quarter.
touchdown.
Woodbury has
And now
been in the
tell
red
everybody you
zone
have an
twice
interception.
already, but they've turned it over on an interception and a fumble. So tough break and a tough start, but now
All right, here we go.
trying
Second
to
down,
ride
guys.
the wave here as Paulsboro tries to take advantage of those early miscues. And now in a shotgun here on 2nd and long.
Yeah, we got 12 in at quarterback, Jair
Third
Thomas.
down.
And it ends up throwing low, incomplete. So that forces 3rd and probably 12. So not a good position for Paulsboro to be in right now.
Slippery,
It's
isn't it?
tough. It's tough starting, back with your
Third
back.
down.
We said this earlier when you're starting out against your own end zone. It's kind of nerve-wracking. You can really get in your head being back there. You need a nice play to get out, give a little cushion.
All right, so here we go with 3rd and 12. Looks like 42 seconds left in the first quarter.
It's moving right along.
Going back to pass,
All
trying to
right.
throw one.
Oh, what do we got?
And it's nearly intercepted.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to bet the receiver went one way and the quarterback went the other with the pass.
Yeah, it looks like 0. Aaron Adams almost came up with that.
All right, no direct shot on the center. No direct shot on the center here.
Okay, so it'll be punting time yet again for Paulsboro. And the punter is like halfway his end zone. Let's see what he can do. He gets it off without taking a step.
Oh, it's got a little bounce.
And it's going to take a decent
Get away from
bounce.
He's allowed to touch
I
it.
don't think Woodbury touched it, but they were very close.
His foot. That's why you get away from it, and that you don't even go near it.
Oh, we've seen that happen many times. That end up being game changers and costly.
Yeah, we used to scream poison.
Yeah,
You
got
hear
it.
that?
Yeah,
It means get away from
Yes,
the
he's
ball.
allowed to.
You gotta let them know. They don't know where it's going. It's coming down. But when you hear poison, you
All right,
scatter.
25 going in. 25.
Well, they got a little bit of a bounce there, and it'll be Woodbury ball. We'll try this again, 1st and 10.
Here we go.
At
Yeah,
the Paulsboro 25-yard line.
yeah. They're playing cat and mouse chase right now. You know, we're marching downfield, getting in the end zone. You intercepted. We got a fumble. Coach is telling them, look, can you get me in the end zone now? What do we got to do to get in the end zone?
So on 1st and 10 from the 25. Hold up. We got probably a flag down.
Right on the end, right? Right on the end. Dead ball. False start. 85. Replay first down.
All right, so a 5-yard penalty on Woodbury. That's going to prove a little costly here.
All right. 1 and 15, guys.
So 1st and 15 as the ball goes back to the 30-yard line. Once again, you get deep into an opponent's territory and mistakes continue to happen.
Yeah.
Let's see what goes on 1st and 15.
All right.
As this is a handoff and not going to be much.
Look at that wall of red.
Paulsboro just shoves him back.
How's the quarterback in on that 12? He's going a little both ways, I see there.
Sure seems like it.
Jair Thomas? Possibly?
Yeah, they're gonna spinning it at about the 29-yard line.
Yep,
so
14 at the 29.
All right, so we will switch sides as we've hit quarter time here at Woodbury.
Nice.
No score between Paulsboro and Woodbury in the junior matchup. Second quarter action comes away after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night, along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment, is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, now we're back here in Woodbury as we are starting the second quarter of this junior matchup between Paulsboro and Woodbury. No scores of yet, but Woodbury threatening yet again. I'm Tom Wilkins along with John Zaplenski, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls, and the officials obviously keeping a little bit of a tight look at both teams as I think the impressive part have been both defenses.
Yeah, a great standoff. You know, hats off to the Paulsboro Red Raiders. You know, that first drive, they get downfield Woodbury, they get in the 11-yard line, throw an interception, march downfield again after, you know, a short pump, you know, and then the fumble. So they've had some good luck. But, you know, now Woodbury has the ball again, so they want to capitalize and get one in there. They're going to have to get hungry.
Guys,
you can't leave 12 points on the field.
29-yard line. Got it?
All right, so it'll be 2nd and 14 as we begin the second quarter. It looks like they're going to go 3-wide slot left here. Well, actually, they're spreading it out. And now they send a man in motion, and he's going to – that's more like a Debo Samuel.
Oh, another great block.
Turning the corner.
Oh,
a goal. I tell you, that's easy of a touchdown as you're going to get in.
Number 9, Rodriguez, right there.
That is correct. Jaden comes through a 29-yard touchdown, running no flags.
Well ran.
Spot, so that's ahead, so that's where we're going to enforce it.
Actually, is there a flag there? Oh, hold on a second.
No.
What
a heartbreaker.
10 yards from the spot of the foul.
There's just
Go first out.
Something in that end zone. It's giving them a hard time to find it, huh?
I didn't see any flags go down, but evidently some that was outside of our view. And so they repeat the down. It'll be 2nd, and it looks like 16. So it ends up being a 2-yard penalty.
On the snap.
Call that the eye in the sky.
And for coaches, the what do we have to do to score around here?
Yeah, I mean, it was great. You got a touchdown, momentum. We finally put it in, and there's a penalty.
We've seen that a lot of great runs today.
Yeah.
In all the games that have been called back because of holds.
Yeah, I think it's going to warm them up. I think they're gonna try something right here, and I think they're ready to go. So let's see if they can get some momentum here.
On 2nd and 16 from the 31-yard line. Now they're going to go misdirection again, but this time it's slowed up and maybe gets a yard if he's lucky.
3rd down.
You know, I got initial tackle right there. He's holding his arm, but is a great stick. I think it's 22 for the Red. Yeah, number 22 for the Red Raiders on that initial.
That would be Justin Cruz
3 and 15.
Menendez.
Yeah,
3 and
great
15.
job.
We're at the 30.
He held his ground. He stayed home. He made that initial tackle. And then a gang of Red just hopped on there and took him down. So great job.
That forces a 3rd and 15 back to the 30-yard line. So once again, whether it be turnovers or penalties, Woodbury is just completely drowning in this first half of this game. Let's see how they recover as they will spread things out and get 2 receivers to the
It's
right.
got that single wing. Usually when they run a single wing package, there's always a motion coming around.
And an offset eye in this case, or modified. Here's a play fake going back. Got to take a shot down the field. And it is almost intercepted.
Oh, he dropped it. Number 3.
That was Caden Payne who nearly came down with it. It was juggled. He just couldn't get it.
Yeah,
but once again, Woodbury and their mistakes preventing him from getting on the board.
Yeah, they're playing a solid defense out there for the Red Raiders right now. You know, they're making them work for it. You know, they really are. This is like the 3rd drive. They're making them work. You know, and this is big. 4th down here. This might be 3 and out. Three drives in a row. They stopped them from getting in that end zone. That's big.
Well, they haven't gotten into the red zone yet, but they need to get to the 15 for the line of gain, and that's a little bit of a ways. Wouldn't be surprised if Woodbury calls a timeout here because they're late getting out of huddle. But let's see what happens. Going between split backs.
Yeah, he's in that shotgun formation. He's got big 89 out here.
A high snap. Going to take a shot down the field, and it's too high, incomplete. There are no flags down, and Woodbury turns the ball over on downs. Fumble, interception, and now a couple of penalties. 3 drives, and they just can't get it in.
Yeah, he was looking for Jaden Thomas on that play, number 1. The pass was just a little high.
Well, if there's any good news for Paulsboro, they're not starting inside their own 10-yard line.
Yeah.
Here they're starting.
Finally.
They're starting at the 31, it looks like.
Yeah, good field position. It's a great place to start. Maybe they get a rhythm going now, to stop this team 3 drives in a row. Now it's their turn to, try to shine on this offense.
All right, so they'll figure out what play to do next, but let's see what Woodbury's defense does because, like I said, it's usually field position that makes all the biggest difference. 1st and 10. You're going to say the 31-yard line. Quarterback in the shotgun. They're going to try another one of those misdirections. That doesn't go for very much, but he gets about 2 to the 33. So it's a little something to build on.
Yeah, it was Darian Veeney on the carry, number 0.
2 and 6. 2 and 6.
2.5 yards.
Actually, they're going to give him 4.
4, nice.
The ball was at the 30, make that the 34 now. So 2nd and 6 coming up. And it's always nice to see different formations. You got a triple on the right side this time around. Hold everything.
What do you got?
Is there a penalty?
10. Dead ball. Ball start. 15 white. 5 yards, we play 2nd down.
That's happened, I think, the 2nd time already for Paulsboro. So they get hit with a 5-yard penalty. Now it's 2nd and 11. So that 4-yard gain got erased because of a mental mishap.
Yeah, so you got to dig back in the playbook.
Now we're
what you
inside
just
the
had
30.
planned. Obviously you're going to have to change the play call you just were going to play. So, hopefully they got something here to make up for that lost yardage. Going to that receiver set, you got that twins right. Actually, spread. I'm sorry, I didn't notice the other guy.
Yeah, they did spread out here with a back to the right, 2nd and 11, as the quarterback's going to throw.
Direct pass to 15, and he's met.
Not much. In fact, he probably I'd say he might have gotten the yardage back, so probably a 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 6 coming up, depending on the spot. It's looking like the 35-yard line.
Yeah, it was a nice pass. That was number 15, Julian Gaines, on the reception. Big receiver.
3rd and 5. 3rd and 5.
Just couldn't shake off the defender.
Well, they're going up tempo here on 3rd down. Here's a pass left side. It is caught, but it's going to be short of a 1st down. The 39-yard line. I believe that might have been Painter coming down with it.
Yeah.
So going to be a yard short. Be interesting to see what they try and do on 4th and a yard.
They're doing them quick routes, some quick passes, a quick step back. They're not trying to waste a lot of time back there and sit in the pocket.
Big line.
Just a direct pass. Big play here. I would think they're going to run on this, try to get that first down. I mean, but they, 2 completions in a row. They might try it again, but they're coming in pretty tight here.
We'll find out. 4th and a yard. Going for it from their own 39. They'll power up, and he
got him.
Let's see. Let's see.
He got him.
Well, he extended the ball to the line of gain. Depends on the spot of the ball.
On the line is what we needed. On the line is what we needed. We're first down.
He got it.
Yeah, he did get it.
He
Extended the ball before his knee went down.
That was close.
So he just made the line of gain, and Paulsboro gets another series of downs.
We needed the big line. We needed the big line. We got the big line. It's the first down.
First down.
Yeah, and good field awareness that time by the
30,
back.
we got to the 40
He was
at the
able
first
to
down.
extend the ball before his knee came down, knowing that it looked like he was going to be shot down for maybe being short by a yard, but like you said, second effort was the difference there.
Yeah, it's a confident booster for this offense right now to get that's a big first down. Anytime you get a first on a 4th, it's big. Now we got to capitalize on it. Let's keep going. Got that double tight in there, shotgun, and it's wing.
Actually, that play isn't happening because I believe the flag is down.
Yeah, our friend the
Dead
flag.
ball. Encouragement. Defense. 5 yards.
Oh, there you go. Little help
that's
Paulsboro.
That will definitely help them. It's a 5-yard penalty, so it's not going to be 1st and 5 from the 45-yard line.
Take any yards you give me.
And it's disciplinary penalties, offsides, illegal formation, that type of stuff.
Yeah, we got a nice tight game right here right now. Both teams are playing very well. You can tell
Start
they're
the
well
clock.
coached. It's a good battle up front right now, and it could be anyone's game. Someone's got to capitalize. It could be one of them games. First one to score is going to have the advantage for the rest of the game, the way they're both playing defense.
Well, they're both playing very good defense so far. It's a matter of how you minimize your mistakes.
We're back. Good.
So they're going to spread out here in a modified on 1st and 5. Now they decide to hand off the ball from South.
All right, they got it.
Second
Once
down.
Paulsboro
Second down.
falls on it right at the line of
Number 4
scrimmage.
is on it.
I think Damari Davis was the one who fell on the fumble.
Yeah, he had a little
Right.
penetration through the offensive line,
We had
coming back
the
there
penalty.
and causing havoc, and
Yep.
they almost lost
Right.
the ball. They got lucky.
2nd and 5. Need
Got
the
to
big
do a better
line.
job on the front line.
Need the big line, Eric.
Holding these defensive tackles back.
We'll see what play they decide to run, but I'll tell you, they're doing a multitude of formations and changing things up, which is actually, you get to this level, it ends up being a little more refreshing.
Yeah, you get to experience a lot more, like you said, the different formations, more passing, doing a great job.
Well, of
Got
course,
that bunch package over here on the right. It could be power running on the right.
well, they're modifying again, 2nd and 5, and here they come. Passes
Nice, all by himself.
and he'll get to midfield. He's tackled high, but it's going to be a first
Line
down
away.
as he gets to the 49. That is Cato that time,
Yeah.
who gains 6 on that pass.
Yeah, he's a smaller receiver. Hats off to him. His teammate just patted him on his helmet, like good job, and that's great effort.
And not only that, you figure the receiver, I mean, he probably would have gone a couple more yards if he just kept going.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times you fake out and all of a sudden your momentum stops. You can't start back up again. So now they'll triple to left here on 1st and 10. Rolling to his left, and there's some room to run, it looks like.
Getting some yards.
Yes, he is.
Oh, he's still going. He's 15,
he
20,
sure is.
almost 25-yard gain there.
We'll see where they spot it, but it's around a 29 if that's so. Yeah, it's a 20-yard pickup. They spawned a 30.
Out of bounds.
Great run by the quarterback. That was number 12, Jair Thomas for the Red Raiders. So that was a big gain.
And again, you're looking at a Paulsboro being patient. They're doing their job on defense, and now they're putting together a very nice offensive drive.
Yeah, that was a good play, and it kept the drive alive. That big first down on the 4th, moving the ball right now. That nice reception they just had. Now this nice run. They're moving the ball. They're changing their play calling. Doing a good job right now.
And now they're tripling the right on this first down play. Back to pass. And they're going to throw the other way, and it's incomplete. It's a little bit high. And that was intended for Julian Gaines. It just went off his fingertips.
Yeah, they're doing them quick routes. He's trying to get rid of it, a quick release.
Good job, Brad.
It is effective. They've showed it is effective.
All right, 2nd down. At the
I like
30.
it. Not giving the defense a lot of time to get back there and get them. Just get open.
All right, they break the huddle, and it's 2nd and 10. Paulsboro began at about their own 30-yard line, and now they're at the opponent 30-yard line. So they're going to bunch a triple triangle, modified I again, and now they're going to go misdirection.
He's
The
got a couple
handoff.
yards.
Oh, yes, he's going to get more than a couple. He might get about 5.
Third down.
Yeah, Darian Vini again, number 0 on a nice run.
3rd and 6.
So they're going to
Third
get
and
4,
6.
actually, to the 26-yard line, 3rd and 6. And as you can see, the clock in the bottom, down to 2:45 left till halftime.
Yeah, and, with that much time left, the coach is telling his team right now, Paulsboro, hey, we stopped them 3 times. This is our chance to go at the half with the lead. I need this now. And mistake-free, let's get in this end zone. Let's come in the second half, 1 up.
Take as much time as they want off the clock. They're going to get the ball to start the second half, too.
Yeah.
All right, so 3rd and 6 from the 26. Back to pass. They're coming. Pass a little short, incomplete. Yeah. Trying to make a sliding catch there, but it was just thrown a little bit low. So now you got 4th and 6, and it makes you wonder, obviously, they're going to have to go for it.
I got you.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. They probably got another nice pass play, possibly. They might run. They might surprise you.
4 and 6.
You never know what the coach is going to call. But he's definitely going for it. They smell the end zone. Coach has got to play for this situation right here.
And now we'll see what happens with this 4th and 6 call. Tell you what, both coaching staffs, both sides, have really gotten their kids to play here.
Yeah, they got them ready for this game. They're playing lights out right now.
Right.
Timeout right.
Now we got a timeout called by Paulsboro, so they're going to use their second of the half. We're going to stay right here.
Oh, he wanted to think about it.
Well, of course, you want to try to get the right play and then try and get the ball in any way they can.
Yeah.
But, John, in this first quarter and a half of this game, what have you seen?
Yes, sir.
Great defense. Both teams are playing at a level of equality right now. Both doing a good job. Both well coached. I have nothing negative to say about either team at all. Doing a good job.
I would have to say that, the defenses have definitely swarmed to the ball. But I think the difference in the game, and you would think Woodbury would have a bigger lead against Paulsboro, but if it weren't for an interception, a fumble, and a costly penalty that took off a touchdown, I mean, you would think Woodbury would have the advantage, but Paulsboro trying to take advantage of those mistakes. And right now, they loom large in this game.
Yeah, when you look back and you look at what you could have this cushion going into the second half, at least 12-point lead or 13. But you're not. So, you owe me a lot. We left points out there. I need big plays now, because if they score now, I need bigger plays. The worst thing to do is leave points on the field.
Well, hopefully they won't be leaving any here. First team to score looks like, you said, it's going to be a big advantage.
It's going to be a big advantage. It's one of them games. Yeah, it's one of them games where you got to score first.
Well, they line tight, and it's 4th and 6 from the 26. Shotgun formation. Now rolling right, looking, taking a shot downfield, and it's high and incomplete.
Yeah,
they tried to get gains again, but it went over his head, and Paulsboro turns the ball over on downs. But what they did was flip the field.
Here you go,
and now Woodbury's going to be starting from their own 26.
Yeah.
This is out.
Yeah, coach got a little time there. He's marched downfield graciously a few times, so I'm sure they're going to be confident on this drive, and they got more than enough time if they, open up that passing game a little bit. They're going to, have an opportunity.
25 going out. 2-5.
But I think the other thing too is now Woodbury, they can take their time a little. They can tempo it a little bit. They got 3 timeouts to use.
Yeah, that's a good advantage right now. I mean, there's well more than enough time for them to get in a rhythm like they have already in this game and try to get one of those touchdowns back.
All right, so from the 26, 1st and 10. And there is a late handoff, but swarming to the ball is Paulsboro and dropping the back probably for no gain on the play.
That's Jair Thomas again. That's the quarterback making a big play on defense.
And that timeout's going to be Woodbury, so they'll use their first. I'm a little surprised they're using it that early. So we'll keep it right here. So what do you think the coach is going to be talking to the kids about here after that first down play?
You're killing me. I need this. I need this score. We need this score before the half. I taught you. I got you guys prepared for this game. We left a couple points, and I need them points now. because Paulsboro gets the ball at the half.
I just thought I'd mention, John, we saw a couple of comments up on the board while we were waiting. Don't forget, if you can't make it out to the park or you have friends or family who want to see like certain players that are playing this game, please send them the link. HSG Network on YouTube. Plenty of TCUFL action continuing. Oh, we got one more game to go after this, the senior team, which I think is going to be a lot of fun, especially with the way these two teams have competed on both sides.
Yeah.
So make sure you get your friends and family to check out HSG Network on YouTube. Subscribe. You see the scores from the previous games at the very top. You can rewind on the link and see what you've missed.
Yeah, it's a great day. Fans, come on out. Come get some food. It's a good party out here with the fans. Everyone's having a good time.
All right, on second down, they're going to go with an inside handoff.
He's running hard.
Yes, he is.
He's running real hard.
Going down to 38 on the first down. I mean, he was charging like a bull there.
Yeah, that's 27. There he is.
13 yards on that one.
Yeah, we got Tyrone Norman III coming out with a big play again today.
And it was important that they try to play like that because they needed to, I guess, up the intensity a little bit. And sometimes it takes a little bit of that in order to get a drive going. So Woodbury now to 39, 1st and 10 with a single back. See if they try it again.
He just got rid of it.
Yeah, he actually got swung around to the 45, and he goes out. He goes down about the 46. That's where they're going to spot it. No, I think he stepped out.
Did he step out?
So that'll stop the clock with 1:05 left.
Yeah, that was Eugene Graham, number 3 on a big carry for the Steelers.
Jersey, did he come down forward? No.
That'll force a second and
that's what I need now.
second and 4 coming up. I mean, I would have to say that at least they're now trying some things that are keeping Paulsboro's defense a little bit off balance.
Yeah, keeping them on their toes, changing up their play packages, changing up their play calling. It's good to have options that you're comfortable with, and your coach is confident in his players. That's where it comes from. You're confident in the players you got, and you're going to make them calls because they're going to make them plays.
So from the 46, it'll be second and a long 3 coming up. They go with a shotgun.
He's giving
and
it
now another handoff, and that's going to cross midfield. It'll be a first down, getting his way to about the 45 of Paulsboro.
Nice run.
That'll
Big
stop
back.
the clock.
Stop the clock.
Yeah, when you hit that line of scrimmage full steam, and you dip your head forward, you get yards, and then it's just how many. Once you hit that line of scrimmage full force, you're going to get a yard.
Well, Woodbury just used their second timeout, and I think it's a good timeout here.
He has 1 remaining.
With 51 seconds left. So
51 seconds
it'll be
on
interesting to see what the coach is calling, and obviously getting a little confidence boost after the start of the drive.
They're moving the ball they've been moving the ball all game very well. That they haven't had a problem moving the ball.
They have one left.
The problem's been getting it in the end zone once they get down the field. So they got a little bit of time here. It could be a breaker to get down there and can't get it in, but they're going to try their best, and the play calling has been very well right now.
No.
I mean, the first 3 drives, Woodbury has been met with the invisible rejection shield at the goal line.
Yeah, there's a force just keeping them out of there.
Now they just have to break that force. So they line back up after the timeout. 51 seconds, still have time. 1st and 10 from the 45 of Paulsboro. Split backs and a shotgun and a wing to the right. The wing moves.
And there's the fake give and
a pass to the left side, too high, incomplete. I think the receiver is a little frustrated that he couldn't come down with the ball, but when you overthrow, it's very hard to catch.
Yeah, he was looking for 27 again, Tyrone Norman III. Big receiver, big target. Just the ball was just a little too high.
2 and 10.
Sound market 2nd and 10 at the Paulsboro 45. Again, each team with 1 timeout left, and still waiting for the first score of this one. I mean, they've been coming out with some very nice plays as of late, but for whatever reason, you get closer to the goal line, haven't been able to go through.
Yeah, he's got that twins left split back.
Yeah,
he's in shotgun.
Yeah, 3 wide slot left here, and they got man in motion. Okay, and that was almost illegal
Ooh.
motion.
Oh, he got through there.
He didn't get through the
He didn't get
second
through.
one
No, he-
because here comes
Getting a
Paulsboro's
red.
defense tackling him. I think the hesitancy of the running back that time cost him the play. It's a 2-yard loss.
Yeah, it was a big standoff by the defense. You know, he
Timeout,
gave
coach.
his hand
Timeout.
there. They met him. Number 2 with a little bit of a loss for the Steelers. That was Liam Brown on the carry. You know, it's not working right now. They got to come up with a big play here, and I think coach is, you know, he's going to try to make the best call for this situation right now.
All right, well, Woodbury just used their last time out of the half with 27 seconds left. I mean, obviously, you run a play like that, and Paulsboro comes sniffing.
Yeah,
probably
they were back there quick.
Doesn't
They were
make
back there
Woodbury's coaching staff very happy.
No, you gotta hold them blocks. You know, tell your offensive lineman, hey, I need 3 seconds. So even if you have to count it in your head when you're blocking, they give me that time. Sometimes when you're counting it, you remember. It's easy to forget. You put a block on a guy in 1 second, and you turn around looking for your quarterback or running back. That 1 split second of taking time off could be the factor in a play.
We don't have evidence that he's still alive, so we can't really
Just
call him.
drive and block to the whistles with your offensive line. You want to tell them every play. Drive. If you don't hear the whistle, don't stop blocking.
Everybody's out. Everybody's
All right,
ready.
3rd and 12 from the 47-yard line. Shotgun formation. Same play as before. 3 wide slot left, and then they send the receiver and make it a triple. Oh, they timed it. It's a keeper. And
turn it up a little bit.
Nah, he didn't get there. Out of bounds at about the 41. So it's going to be 4th and 6 with, I believe, 19 seconds left till halftime.
Out of bounds, Eric? Out of bounds? No? Then why'd you stop the clock?
I guess they said he didn't get out of bounds.
Said not out of bounds.
Wow. Okay, so clock's going to start running.
So they're going to have to they're going to have to get one more play off. But I don't think they realize how much time is left. They don't have any time to go.
They're going right in the spread, or twins. They're going right in that same package with man in motion, and he's going to try to keep it.
He is, and he'll get a first down, but time runs out. I thought we were going to have illegal motion anyway. So the half is over, and John, we have a stalemate, don't we?
I love it. They stopped them. They stopped them. The defenses are both playing. They're great play calling. 0-0 ball game. It's who wants it in the second half. Coaches are going to dig in your cleats. We all came here where it's a battle going on. Who wants to win this game? We got to put it away. Someone's got to want to find that end zone.
Somebody has to score first.
Got to score that.
So we have a scoreless stalemate. Paulsboro and Woodbury, no score at the half. Let's take a breather. We will come back for the second half of this one a bit. So please stay with us.
Right behind.
All right, we are back here to start the second half of the junior contest between Paulsboro and Woodbury. Some TCUFL action. Referee waiting to get back on the field, so he should be there momentarily. A scoreless first half, but Woodbury's had their opportunities. I'm Tom Wilkins, along with John Zaplensky, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls, and John with Paulsboro getting the ball to start the second half, and they had a promising drive the last time. We expect them to do here.
Keep it going. I think they're warmed up right now. I think the coach let them know that, look, we can move the ball. You stop these guys on some big plays. Now it's your time to shine. I need this from you now because this is a battle. It's a battle in the trenches. It's a battle of defense. Both offenses are doing some nice play calling. I need this drive right here.
I think it's also
important drive.
Ready, here we go.
I think it's also a battle of who makes the fewest mistakes.
Yes.
And that's what in the first half, I mean, we saw that. Now let's see what the second half brings. A little bit of a squibber, which will be picked up at about the 28. Let's see if the return can get somewhere. But
That's all.
unfortunately, we couldn't find any open lane, so he goes down. We'll see where they spot the football as Paulsboro will begin the second half with the football.
That was number 2, Sage Holmes, on the return. Didn't get too many yards on there. He met a gang of yellow jerseys. So it's going to be nice to see what coach, if he takes that same play calling he was doing in
25 going out, Vic.
half.
All right, they're going to spot the ball at the 25-yard line. So that's where Paulsboro begins 1st and 10. Be interesting to see if they try to do a little bit more passing, trying to spread out the Woodbury defense, who's played a good game. Let's not discount that.
They've definitely played a good game. You know, they just got to change it up a little bit. You got to find a weakness. You got to find your strength. So they know a little bit right now about each other. It's, I'm sure it's a rivalry, and now they just got to produce the play.
All right, on 1st and 10, they tripled a left. Tip. Boy, you want a spike. That was an Ed Too Tall Jones spike incomplete.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's an 85 on that, possibly. On that, that would be Javion Sidnor, possibly on that play.
All right, Victor.
Like he got in on that ball, number 85.
A little bit later, we're going in this quarter. We'll read the listing of both teams for the Red Raiders and for the Steelers. And right now, I mean, this obviously has, like I said, been an entertaining game, and we'll definitely let you know the kids that are listed who they're all doing a great job.
Playing a really great game. Coaches got both these teams prepared for this. They knew it was going to be a battle, and they're both coming to play football today, and they're showing.
They condensed to a double wing, and now one goes in motion, and somebody else went in motion. So flag is down.
False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty.
And that's a 5-yard penalty for the false start. So makes it a 2nd and 15 coming up. And these penalties are really proving to be costly. We've seen that happen with Woodbury. A touchdown was taken away in the second quarter because of it.
Their momentum, they stopped the momentum, your backyards.
We're at the 20,
you
Victor.
lose a little focus. You don't want to do it again. So, you just got to dig deep. You got to wipe it off. I always told the kids, just wipe it off. Make up for it. Whatever you did, just make up for it. Give me a bigger play.
On 2nd and 15, backs are on a nice middle screen and taking a very hard lick.
Is that 85 again?
No,
27. That's 27.
Only for a couple of yards.
3 and 11.
But it's a 4-yard pickup, forcing a 3rd and 11 at the 24-yard line.
Yeah, it was a nice reception right up the middle. He's met by Tyro Norman, the 3rd. Big hit. He's had a couple big hits this game.
Definitely has, and now we got
the clock, baby.
We got 3rd and 11. Ball spying at the 24, early part of third quarter. Each team still looking for the first score. In the shotgun, waiting for it, taking the snap, has a little time.
I got a hand on the ball.
Oh, yeah, somebody tipped that one, and that's incomplete. So I'll tell you, the defensive front 7 for Woodbury have done a great job stopping those passes and adding the ball, especially in this drive.
Yeah, you can't throw the ball if someone's in your face.
Stay off the
line
center.
just got to do a little bit better job, protecting their quarterback. Give him that one more split half a second time to get rid of the ball. But they're going to punt here, so you just looking for a nice snap, and they got it, and he got it off. Not too far.
Not a very far punt, and it's going to take a neutral bounce and then roll slightly toward Paulsboro. It's going to be down to the 33-yard line. So sometimes you would think a lower line drive would suit you a little better.
Yeah, well, they didn't execute
Heads up.
on this drive coming out, so Woodbury
Come on,
once
Lucas.
again is getting good field position.
All right.
Coach is going to tell them how many times we're going to get good field position and not capitalize. So I know
Thirty
he's
three
in, I
going
know
in,
he's in their
33
heads right
going
now.
in.
We need to put one on. We left 12 points on the field. We need it now.
Well, we had some people check in, of course, on our comments portion of this feed page.
Yeah.
We've had a few interesting ones, to say the least, but very happy you guys are checking in. Make sure you let your friends know about HSG Network on YouTube.
Good
Here's
defense.
a handoff and
Great
nowhere
defense.
to go, but down for a couple-yard loss.
I got your
Paulsboro
spot. I got your
defense
spot.
finds
We're
the
at the
spot
midline.
there.
I think that was 31. We got a 31 or Jeremiah Williams maybe. Jeremiah Williams possibly on that tackle.
Well, you weren't kidding that the over-containment along the far side worked out beautifully. So Paulsboro forces a loss
All right, 2
on the
and 12
play.
here. 2 and 12.
2-yard loss, so it's 2nd and 12.
Yeah, they're giving it right back. You stopped us, but we're not backing down. We're going to stop you, and they've been all game. It's going back and forth. It's a great game.
From the 35, 2nd and 12. They send the man in motion. They fake the handoff. Now they go in another handoff, but Paulsboro's ready for that too.
Yeah, big defensive tackle was eating on that one. Actually, it was 27 again on the no, 27 was the ball carry. I'm sorry.
Talk to your own guy,
Big
Ethan.
defensive
Talk
tackle,
to your own guy.
in on that. Read it well. No gain. Actually, it might have been a half a yard loss.
I'd say it's no gain, so it's 3rd and 12. They're going to spot the ball at about right outside the 35, so maybe a half-yard loss will compromise on that.
It's close.
So we'll see what Woodbury tries to pull off. What do you expect?
I see a pass coming. You got that. You're already going out there. Got the Twins left. I see a cross coming maybe, or they're going to try to go one-on-one.
We'll find out. They go with the inside handoff instead, and that might
That's a
work
big
even
run.
better.
That's a big run.
Going to about the 21. That's a first down. 3rd and 12, and they got
Line the
14.
They called the
Line the
middle
game.
slipping on that, and what a dive. That was a great play. Confident. When you got confidence in your team, you
All right,
make calls
21
like that.
going in. 21.
Coach is confident.
You are correct there. So
Dodson
first
changes
and
side.
10
Here we go.
as the ball spots at the 21, right outside the red zone.
Start the clock.
And if you're able to get the confidence boosting for this club, they're eventually going to get some points on the board.
Yeah, they need them. Like they left a couple out there, so this is crucial for them. Their coach, he needs these points, and we stopped them in the second half on the first drive, and now you owe me a touchdown.
Well, the handoff.
He's got it.
He's not going to be denied this.
Wow. He cut that inside and just took it.
That was one of those Verizon cuts. You go straight in and bounce out 11, swing around, and there's your first goal.
27.
Long last.
High Road Norman the third. He finally gets it in for Woodbury Steelers.
I'm just looking carefully to make sure no flags are down, and there are not.
Yeah, make sure. They're
Guys,
today
for
too. You
Brent
gotta
Owen,
watch out.
defense
Big
can score.
flags.
If you get the ball, the play is over.
And
That was a nice run.
That absolutely beautiful run, and Woodbury found its way. And of course, the key for that drive to keep going was that 3rd and 12 play, which resulted in 14 yards. And then once again, he did the rest.
Gutsy call right up the middle, and it's set up for a touchdown.
All right, so they go for the conversion. And it's a keeper. And he's
stretching
going
it
to
out.
easily park himself for another
Yeah.
point.
I like the way he ran that. We had kids and we taught that run. We tell them just keep stretching it to the pylon. He zeroed in on that pylon and he angled it right to it and well ran.
Very nicely done. John, why don't you take a look at the replay? It's like you thought the running back was going down, and all of a sudden
Yeah.
they pop out, and
He did. He
you're
really
off
did.
and running.
I lost him in the pile, and then you just seen a
And
burner
you almost
going
look
to the
like an
left.
official in that uniform.
He's going to foul his lead blocker right up to the 2-hole. He gets in a big pile of defenders there, and then out of nowhere he cuts left. No one's there. He bounces it out, and he's got a beautiful touchdown run.
You're on TV, buddy.
I have seen a couple of runs this
You
year
can
by
wear them on
other
Friday night.
teams.
You can wear them on Sunday afternoon, pal.
Was a rev out there?
Yeah, I think so. But I was trying to say we've
Scout.
seen a couple of plays this year on other leagues
I know.
where the running back goes right into mill, and then all of a sudden things can be stopped, completely reverses direction. Everyone falls
Yeah.
down. He runs way easy for like a 60-yard touchdown.
Natural ability is the biggest factor for a lot of young athletes. A lot are gifted, born a little gifted. it takes other athletes sometimes a little bit more time to learn the game. But some things you can't teach. It's just natural ability, and that's a big factor.
All right, so following finally the first points of this third game of our quadruple header, we got the senior game coming up after this one. And of course, if you've missed any of the previous two games or action of this one, make sure you just hit the rewind button and check it out here on HSG Network. And make sure you subscribe. More TCUFL action coming in the coming weeks. So make sure you keep your eyes out. And thank you all for the comments that you've put on there. We continue to encourage them. And make sure you tell your family and friends about what's going on here today between Paulsboro and Woodbury, which has been quite entertaining so far.
Yeah, it's been a great game to watch right here. And Woodbury getting that first score is going to be a huge factor right now because both teams are playing very well.
Well, the kickoff squibs all the way to the 20-yard line, so needless to say, kneeling down on it is one of the Paulsboro players. And you got to remember, the ball's live after 10 yards, so you have to be very careful with it.
Yeah, you want to get down there. You want to cover that ball. Don't give it up, especially on a kick. You don't want to give up a ball on a kick. Bridgeton in here.
No, it's saying
Vlogs Whiskey.
The Bridge, and I'm assuming Bridgeton is checking in.
I'm sure either Bridgeton or Woodbridge. Woodbridge in the league, right? Woodbridge is in the league, right?
If Woodbridge is in the league, that is a long commute up the turnpike.
No, they're not in the league. All right, so it's got to be
Bridgeton. Yeah, and that's where we were with the remnants of the tropical storm last Saturday.
Yeah, it was a water bowl.
Yeah, now 1st and 10.
Oh, nice tackle, leaping tackle.
Yeah, that was a good play and stopped by the defense.
Did you see that tackle? How he dove and leaped? Did you see the Eagles tackle a few weeks ago? They made a meme out of defensive tackle trying to dive in there,
and he whipped.
Anyway, for like 5 yards, and this young man completed the tackle.
Well, we do have a flag down on that play, and they're talking potentially a block in the back against Paulsboro.
Oh, it's tough.
So we're gonna find out what the officials decide here.
And that's on the offense.
So that would be 10 yards from the spot. So they'll still be able to repeat the down, but Paulsboro is gonna be way up against it
here. Back on 15 white. So
once again,
the run ends at the same spot as the previous.
Yeah, they're already back in because they know the penalties on them. So
yeah, again, just it's unforeseen, incident, a block in the back. It happens. The defender could have turned at the wrong moment, but the wrong moment for the offensive player, and it happens.
They actually called it a blindside block.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you see the back name on the jersey, back off. That's what we always tell. If you see a name, stop.
Down ended inbound, Victor. So we're gonna go on the ready.
It's gonna hurt them a little bit. They got to dig.
Doug, I have the goal line.
Ball's being placed right about the 10-yard line.
Yeah, you don't.
Hold on. First of all.
And now there's going to be an official timeout here.
You can come talk to me. You got to go away. We talk to the head coach.
Trying to explain exactly what was going on with that penalty, I would suspect. But what we can tell you, there's 6:57 left here in the third. So while they discuss, let's give you the Red Raiders lineup here. The players participating, they are Darian Vinay, Kyrie Bowens, Sage Holmes, Caden Painter, Delmori Davis, Daryl Ely, Shamir Watkins, Rashawn Adams, Caden Cato, John Dixon, Giari Thomas, Julian Gaines, Orion Cooper, Justin Cruz Menendez, Jupneil Dupree, Mirage Mears, Javen Simpson, Joseph Mitchell, Jeremiah Williams, Daquan Rogers, John Alexander, DJ Cooper, Jason Tavener, Justin Madden, Noah Gresham, and Raheem Griffith. So that's your Red Raiders junior squad, and I think we have time to get the junior squad for the Steelers. So
yeah, that was the first.
They're still discussing. So while they continue that, we'll tell you about the juniors, and I think they're saying let's get the ball in play. So we'll wait on that.
Go to your sideline, coach. I'm not going to say it again.
And needless
to say,
Doug is
on the dressing.
Referee
go to your sideline. Don't talk to him anymore. Let's go.
Not too thrilled with the Paulsboro coaches there or what they're doing, but
yeah. Going back to the sideline before I penalize your team 15 yards.
All right, they're going to spread everything out here. Looks like they'll triple the left side here on 1st and
He's got a
20.
shotgun snap. He's rolling out.
He's
He's got
gonna
a man in his face, and he got him.
Oh, man. I thought he would throw that away. He did not, and he ends up losing yards on the play.
Yeah, I don't have a number on the defender yet, but great play, great read. I think it's number 8 for the Steelers. It looks like Kwame Holmes possibly on that tackle.
So, for
Kwame Holmes. There you go. Just heard it outside.
Yeah, he's had a nice game so far.
Yeah, the defense got him in a tight spot right now, and they could play a little bit, aggressive, because they haven't been moving the ball very well these last couple plays, and defense can really go at them right now with their back against the door.
All right, back in the end zone, taking a shot down the field. Pass is caught.
Wow.
A tremendous catch.
The big man, number 15, comes down with it.
Yes, indeed.
Julian Gaines with a huge reception.
And gets him close to the first down. They were all the way back in their 5. They get to the 22, and now it's raining flags. We're going to check the replay again.
I said we were done. I said we were done. I said we were done.
Quarterback taking that snap. He drops back a couple steps, and he lets it go to his big man, and he comes down for it.
Well, that was a very nice pass, and now Paulsboro getting himself into some trouble, which there might be a penalty post-possession on Paulsboro.
You got an explanation down there. Well, you're
not exactly sure what it could be.
Anything.
It's just one of those things where the officials probably tired of them saying, and this is who I'm talking to, and then somebody else comes and says, what about this?
Yeah,
that. I know they're trying to work the officials.
The head coach only supposed to be correcting information to the referee.
Well, while they continue to discuss, we'll continue to tell you the Steelers junior team. They are Aaron Adams, Jaden Thomas, Liam Brown, Eugene Graham, Elijah Montgomery, Jeremy Garfield,
but you got to get
Samari Smith,
that's what I'm going to
Zane Fricoli Reyes,
you guys got to stay back and stay out of it.
Jaden Rodriguez,
So,
Giacomo
what is going on over here?
Jasir
All I can
Painter,
see when I look at
Harris
it,
Nelson,
your ear.
Zion Henry, Isaiah Pugh, Dwaylen Shelton Jr., Finnegan Miller, Tamaj Reagan Bay, Jahir Wright, Christian Reed Martinez, Samuel Rodriguez, Demir Holmes Jr., Tyro Norman III, Samir Shepard, Angel Duhart, Jameer Martin, Robert Redrow, Levine Royals, Javian Sidner, and finally Aaron Keene.
I'll get with you in a moment.
So,
Just stay over there.
so needless to say, that is the Steelers junior team. I mean, here's the thing. Both teams have played very good games, and it's unfortunately delays like this that kind of tarnish it a bit. And that's not a good sign for the kids, to be quite honest.
Yeah, it's slowing down. They just had a great reception play with a big first down, momentum booster on this drive. They're down by 1. This is going to take some juice off their motors. They're cooling down. They just had this big play, and you want to keep it going. So it could cause them to come out a little flat in the next play.
30. So he ran the clock that whole time. All right.
And I think what they're going to do is try and discuss how much time is left in the third quarter, too. So
on the sideline, the assistant coach when he shouldn't be. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. They can talk about something else. Well, I'm explaining to their head coach that their assistants are not to speak to him.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Only the head coach addresses the officials. That's how it has to be. That's exactly what I explained to him. So it's going to be a sideline warning. But he ran the clock.
all right, so it's not going to be a post-possession foul. We're being told it's a sideline warning against Paulsboro.
3-0. It's going to be a sideline warning.
And they're going to reset the clock to 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Nice.
And needless to say, having a little bit of a lighthearted moment while we continue to await what's going on.
Little commotion here in the third.
There's always commotion away from the ocean, All right, so what the deal is, the post-possession was just a sideline warning, so there is no penalty attached to it right now. If it happens again, there will be.
The down count.
So the down will count. And it's going to be 3rd and 7 from the 23-yard line. So, in essence, that was an 18-yard pass completion.
Very nicely ran. reception run.
Good
Big
block.
guy. He look like he got their big target. He's a big athlete out there, and he's not scared to go up for it. He's got good hands. He came down for a defender in his face.
Come here, Vic.
I'm sure they're going to be looking for him
Remember,
some
we
more.
did have a penalty on that one. All right. So the
And now
down-
another
we had the
official
blindside block.
timeout while they continue to
Yeah, so
discuss
it is third
things.
down.
So,
It is third down.
so John, obviously you get good flow of the game, and all of a sudden
Correct,
something
but we
like
gotta
this
find-
Yeah,
happens.
the momentum.
So the
And
down-
now, as a coach, you have to kind of switch up and say, all right,
Okay.
how do you keep the kids motivated while we
Yeah.
continue to wait?
Yeah, it's a downer. When
Alright,
you
third
got
down,
the
guys.
energy and you're moving fast forward and you're down by 7 and you have been unfortunate not to get in the end zone and you want to keep that momentum going and they could be a little flat in this next play.
All right, we're starting back up again after that delay. So we got 3rd and 7 from the 23-yard line. Sometimes, hey, these things happen.
Yeah.
Not much you
It's
can do.
football.
And John, you can
And
say it's
everyone's
football.
got their opinions,
That's
what's
true.
right, what's wrong, challenge calls, challenge
it's not a hustle,
everything.
Bob.
So it happens.
Now,
What's
I'm
that?
sure you've seen that a lot,
you gotta
especially in
hustle.
semi-pro. There's always a lot of
Duh.
those particular delays.
Yeah, it's a lot worse than the kids.
That's why they're kids.
They're
Timeout,
30-year-old kids.
Timeout one.
Now we got a timeout called by Paulsboro after all that. So
First for anybody,
so it'll be
right?
the first one of the half. So I guess we can keep it here. So after this delay, what do you think Paulsboro is saying to their team here on this 3rd and 7?
I slowed you guys down. Look, whatever you just did right there, we need to keep pushing forward. We need to score. We've stopped this team countless times, and then we let them squeeze one in. But now we got to get one in. The most important thing right now is we got to march downfield. This drive, there's 5 minutes basically in the third. You don't get it, Woodbury gets another shot. So let's tie this game up.
I think that's the first and foremost part. But if you think about it, you got to consider there have been 3rd and longs being completed. And as they say, one play can completely turn the complexion of this game around. So
We've
it's
seen
just
it. We've seen it.
And we saw it earlier in the third quarter with that
Yeah,
3rd
yeah,
and
blocking
12
back.
that Woodbury
Yeah,
had, and they got 14 on the next play to hit pay dirt.
Yeah,
Right, and that-
it's all you need is that one play.
a block
and
that's not
just it
initiated
could be
with
the
a hand.
turning
Force the
point for the
contact.
future of the game.
You got to really hit him.
So we're finally going to get going here. Let's see
We
what the call.
think.
We think. Yeah, we think. We don't even know really what's
know
going
what
on
that-
with the confrontation of the play call of the. He has a discrepancy with, but there we go. We're in shotgun.
Here we
Got
go
the
on
snap.
3rd and 7. Here's a
Going-
pass
going
right
in the air.
side, and it's
Fourth down.
nearly intercepted. It was actually knocked away
They're going for the big
along
man
the
again.
sideline, but there's another flag down.
Oof.
Or is it equipment?
4th and 7 at the 23, Vic.
So there is no penalty. It's 4th and 7.
Do you punt or do you go right now? Now they're a little flat, so it's a big question here. We're flat. We sat about 10 minutes, a little delay there, about 10 minutes.
Yeah, probably. That would
So-
slow down anybody.
Yeah. So they're a little flat. Maybe that first play got them a little bit more warmed up, and they're going to obviously go for it. And 15's their big man. They're going to look for the last 2 plays. So they got trips left. He might be, he's lining up at tight end. I think I don't see him out there. So he might disguise at tight end and go in the middle.
Let's see what happens on this 4th down play. He's got time. He's going to fire.
Got him.
Pass is caught for a first down to 32-yard line.
Great play.
Line
That was
game,
to
line
number
game.
5 for the Red Raiders, Darren Ely.
Daryl
Daryl Ely, number 5.
As I said, John, it takes only one play to potentially change the complexion of this game, and we
32
may
yard
have
out,
seen
first
it.
down.
It's just a matter of what happens afterwards.
Yeah, that was well ran. He came out for that, and he came down with it, and he got the first down. Big play.
So they will spot the ball at the 32-yard line. They needed 7. They got 9.
down,
And a new set of downs for Paulsboro as they have 1st and 10. Now they got a couple receivers on the right side for this particular play.
Staying in shotgun.
Back to
Quick-
pass,
quick
quick
pass.
throw, and a little bit out of the reach,
I
incomplete.
think there was a hand up in there. Might have got the ball a little bit.
It's possible because the aim just was not quite on the target.
Yeah, I mean, he's been having he's had a lot of defenders in his face today. For a lot of them, he had a couple deflected earlier,
Second down.
and they're getting their hands up. They're doing their job right. You break the plane,
Blocking,
get your
stop,
hands
incomplete
up,
pass.
try to block the quarterback, especially if it's a shorter quarterback. So they're doing a good job at that.
That forces a 2nd and 10 from the 32-yard line. They're definitely going to send receivers. It's going to be a triple on the right, it looks like.
Yeah, you're going trips right. Shotgun, single back.
To the right as they'll take the snap. Rush coming,
quick again.
firing right.
Get them quick
And that
hits.
that was a rainbow pass that time. Ends up going incomplete. I wonder if the rush got to the quarterback that time.
Yeah, between that, when you're running them quick routes and quick passing, so you got to be really accurate. You got to it's all about timing because it's so fast. They're not trying to keep much time back there. It's just a quick drop and release.
I'm a little surprised they didn't go back to the run on one of these first 2 plays. I mean, the passing game has worked a little bit, but you have to kind of bounce. You can't necessarily
rely on it
the whole time. You're only down a score. You break one, all of a sudden it changes the game right there.
Yeah, I'm sure coach has got. Looks like they might be going spread here. Yeah.
Yes, they are.
And going spread spread formation. So coach has got to play for this situation. He's got to move that ball. He's got to get that first.
On 3rd and 10, one of the receivers move. That should be a false start.
Dead ball, false start. Number 5 offense. 5-yard penalty, replay 3rd down.
I don't think that's the idea that Paulsboro had. So now you got 3rd and 15 from the 27, and that's going to kind of change complexion a little bit. So we'll find out what they decide to do here. Wind is coming to the booth strong enough to knock down our waters a little bit. So, all right. So, Paulsboro in a huddle. Let's see what they decide to come up with. They might spread out here.
Yeah,
based
they're staying in that spread formation. He's got someone. They already know possibly who they might want to be throwing. They might know they might be able to outman a guy.
Jet sweep.
Cut it up. Yeah, he cut it up a little too early on that.
Unfortunately, no fuel there as he ends up losing a couple of yards.
I got you right here, Mr. Holmes.
That was a tough call.
Yeah, especially when you had a 3rd and 10, ends up being a false start. That seems to be a little bit of a surprising call.
16 from the
but I would
25.
suspect maybe Paulsboro punts here and tries to get a little bit further down the field. They haven't had too much of that today.
To go for it here is a tough call because that offense has moved the ball very well today and left 2 out there. They figured out how to score the last drive. So if they don't get this conversion here, it's great field position for Woodbury.
Taking the snap. Going to take a shot down the field. That's a little wide, incomplete. Would have never gotten a first down anyway. Would have been about 5 yards short if he got it.
Yeah, a little low on his release. It's a tough one now, turnover on downs. And Woodbury, they want to get in that end zone. They don't have far to go, so you're going to have to have a big standoff from this defense now. Keep them from getting them in.
Gale force wind wouldn't have moved it that far.
All right, so it'll be Woodbury's ball on downs at the 27-yard line rather. 1st and 10. Actually, it is a 25.
Yeah.
Up on 3.5 minutes left in the 3rd quarter.
It's nice when you see your friends are watching the game at home too to support you.
Well, I'm hoping.
Yeah, they're texting me right now. They see me on TV, or they hear me on the live stream. My buddy Tony.
All right, so on 1st down, they're going to go with an inside handoff, and what a nice tackle.
Yeah, number 3 for the Red Raiders. That's Caden Painter. Had a good game today too.
Yes, he has.
All over the field.
Had a very nice game, has been one of the leading chargers on defense.
2 and 10.
And they've been able to force no gain on that first play.
Yeah, both teams are playing very well football today at this junior level. Well coached, good group of kids. Some good big plays today. But everyone's playing good football. Both defenses are trying to avoid that end zone from the offenses. They're doing a good job.
Another handoff up the middle, and look at that, almost untouched. Going to about the 15-yard line.
Yeah, that was 27. He's had a big game today on both sides of the ball. He had a big hit. He's had some good runs. That's Tyrone Norman, the 3rd again. You can tell he's a strong leader on this team on both sides of the ball.
All right, so it is a 1st down after about 11-yard pickup. Ball looks like at the 14-yard line. Now quickly, Woodbury breaks the huddle. And see what they do. First and 10 for the 14 in the red zone is Woodbury as they hand it off
cutting
right.
it up.
He cuts in,
He's
and
going
he's going to
still.
stretch. Is he going to make it?
He's close. He might be in.
He got it.
Yeah, that's what
He
they
got
wanted.
it. Welcome to the end zone.
That was a very nice, well-ran run. Number 2? Is that number 2? As number 2 for the Steelers on there. That's Liam Brown with the touchdown.
And he had to stretch out in order to break the play, and he was able to do
The
that.
ball, the play is over.
All right, so they will do the conversion, and that will extend the lead for Woodbury. Now Paulsboro is going to have to come through with a big drive here when they get the ball back. Down the conversion. He's going to run it. Not going to work this time.
Number
Good
3
tackle.
again. There he is, Red Raiders number 3, Caden Painter again.
Yes, indeed. So the conversion fails, and Woodbury's lead is 13-0 with 1:59 left in the third quarter. So I guess we'll keep it here for a moment. So now how does Paulsboro respond, John, to this one?
Got to wake up right now because we, at the beginning of this game, the way it was going at the half, I made the comment that, the first one to put one in the end zone is going to have the advantage for the rest of the game, the way they were both playing defense and offense. But now with that 2-touchdown cushion, and there's only like under 2 minutes left in this third, we need to score more now than ever because, if you turn over in a minute or two and you don't get it in, they're going to have that whole quarter marching downfield of that fourth quarter. It's going to be gone. So they need a big play. They need their offense to step up on this next drive.
And you'll notice at the very top of the screen are the scores from the earlier games here, the freshman and sophomore games. If you've missed any of that particular play, you can always rewind here on the feed and check out those particular games here on this particular channel. Like I said, make sure you get your friends and family to subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. Plenty more TCUFL action here. And there's going to be a lot more to come. And we've, of course, got a good senior game coming up between Paulsboro and Woodbury after this one is over.
Yeah, I always get excited for the senior games. It's you wait for them big games. All these games are entertaining and fun, but them senior games are just a little special. The kids they're fully developed as a football mindset and well coached, and they're ready to go to battle. Nice kick.
A very high kick.
Good
and
bounce, too.
Going to be picked up at about the 15-yard line. He's going to get a halfway decent return, probably to about the 23-yard line. So that's where Paulsboro will begin first and 10.
23, Victor.
So they're going to say the 23-yard line. I really do think you got to mix the run with the pass a little bit and try and get down the field and try and see if you can find a matchup which you can exploit.
Yeah, go to your playmakers on this drive. Whoever you believe in as your playmakers, you want to get them involved in this drive as much as you can. That's it. They prove they can move the ball.
Victor,
they got to be consistent now. They got to move the ball, be consistent, and finish a drive. They haven't been finishing a drive. So it comes down to this drive right here. This is the biggest drive of the game right now.
Well, without question, if you're going to stay in this game, they're going to need to come up with some sort of success here on this drive. So they look like they're going to go tight here on first and 10. Probably wing it a little bit. Now moving some people around, and now an official timeout.
Official timeout, injured player.
Injured player.
Oh, somebody
I think it's the return
up.
man. It's probably the return man. I think it was number 0, Darian Vini possibly. He was showing signs that he did hold his stomach when he got tackled. Yeah, it is Darian Vini. He slightly took a knee too after that.
They're going to get him off the field and get a replacement in, and we'll be back into action here with 1:47 left here in the third quarter. We'll find out what Paulsboro has after they get the replacement. And I'm willing to bet after getting hit, I mean, you figure that things kind of got a little bit sore unexpectedly later than anticipated. So
it was a trooper. He went in the huddle. He wanted to be out there. And, unfortunately, he might have had a little bit of a stinger. He needed to walk it off, just walk it off on the sideline a little bit.
All right, they got a couple of new players in. And so Paulsboro begin from the 23-yard line, first and 10. They were going to line up in a tight formation before the unexpected injury timeout took place. Now they're going to triple to the left side here. Might be a
Yeah.
pass, but one never knows.
Might get a little cross in here or a slant right down the middle. Oh, quarterback's rolling. He's got too many
He's going to
defenders
try
in
and
his
keep
face.
it, and he is going to go
Yeah.
down, and he's going to lose some yards on the play.
Yeah, that was the big defense. That's number one. What was that, Lomax? Oh, Kyrie Bowens. No, I'm wrong. Jaden Thomas.
That might be next year the way this is going.
Yeah, that was wrong. I looked at the wrong roster right there. It was number one, Jaden
15.
Thomas.
2 and 15.
So a
Under
5-yard loss back to the 18-yard line. It's second and 15 from the 18-yard line. And again, credit Woodbury's defense.
Yeah, they haven't slowed down the entire game, and with that cushion at 13, they're just it's gonna fire you up. When you got a lead, you play. I always feel you play a little bit more attitude football. You have that lead, and you're a little bit more aggressive now to protect it. When you're down, a lot of times, kids, your mindset will bring you flat. You'll be a little flat because you're down. So you got to pick them up. You got to let them know this game is far from over.
That is the truth. All right, on second down, rolling and firing right side, and the pass incomplete was a little bit high, but a good effort on the part of the receiver to try and bring it down. One more play before the third quarter is over. So now you're facing a 3rd and 15 from the 18. And I'm wondering if Paulsboro is shifting away from their game plan, and that's probably what's causing some trouble here.
Trying to try some new things, possibly. Yeah. When you're down, sometimes your mind, you're looking at your playbook, you're looking at the time, you're trying to figure out a game plan. You got to look at your play you're running now, but already have the next 2 plays in your mind ready to go. You want to be consistent with that. This is what we're doing this play, but listen, we're going to do this and this right after. So the game plan. If this don't work, we already got the next 2 plays. So they're trying different things, but they just can't seem to find the end zone today. So that's the hardest part for them right now. We just need that score.
All right, so on 3rd and 15, here is a slant pass.
I think he got it.
And the pass is caught at about the 30
Yeah, he
yard.
got it. Number 5.
He did catch it. He's about 3 yards short of a first down, though.
Daryl Ely, the Red Raiders. What a nice sliding catch.
Indeed, right as we've hit 3/4 time. So we'll break here after 3. Woodbury with the lead on Paulsboro, 13-0 in a junior game. We will come back with the final quarter right after this.
4th and 3. Dougie's going to pick up at the 20. Yep. There you go.
Well, if you've noticed at the very top of the screen, some of the comments that you guys have made here on this feed. Forby checking things out. Angela Forby, I'm assuming there's a relation there.
Tyros fans.
Yeah, sure is.
Fans chiming in.
Well, no question there, but we're very happy that you're chiming in. Those of you watching, hey, you're welcome to comment as well. But make sure you tell your friends and family to subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube and stay here for the senior matchup, which is coming up in a little bit. It's not going to be too much longer because we've got 1 quarter left in this one.
Yeah. This is going to be a big play. They really, 3 yards, got to get this first down.
I think it's a must because, first of all, you're back at your own 30. You're going for it. If you don't make it, and then Woodbury recovers it.
They just smelled the end zone the last 3 drives. They found their knack. So if you do not convert this, you're giving them a great chance that they're going to possibly put one more in the end zone.
Oh, they're going to do a quad. How about that? So 4th and 3. This is an interesting lineup here. We've seen some interesting formations. I mean, we've seen triples on each side. So
Got that bubble
here's
screen.
and it didn't work. Incomplete.
I think it was just a little too fast of a play ran. They need to take their time a little bit. It was there. It really was there. It just the trajectory of it was just a little too fast. They had to be a little bit more calm on that play, and I think it would be successful.
And now make it 1st and 10 for Woodbury at the 30-yard line. They took a chance. It didn't quite work.
Yeah, great field position for Woodbury right now. Now they got Paulsboro where they want them. 2 touchdown lead. Got the ball right here at the 30. They can march right down 30 yards the way they've been moving the ball and really put the game away.
Well, we'll soon find out. I mean, we had some turnovers early on by Woodbury, which cost them points, but they've been able to ride the storm out and play very well on defense, and that's really been the difference of this game, and that's why Woodbury's up 13-0, because they've been able to set up the 2 third-quarter scores that they've had.
Yeah, they're coming in that wing package. There's that flag.
Yep, somebody moved on the
false start, 21 offense, 5-yard penalty, replay first down.
So make it 1st and 15. I think the key right there is making sure everyone gets up at the right time. And I just leaned over. And unfortunately, you can't fight momentum or physics in that case.
Yeah. So we got,
stop the clock.
5 yards tacked on. They just need to push a couple good drives, get that first down. It's going to be tracking this clock down.
All right, so now on 1st and 15, here's a handoff, and still rushing through, not going down, still pushing his legs out. It took like 5 Paulsboro players to finally stop him very close to the first down, and they're going to give it to him.
Aaron Adams on a big carry.
My gosh, 1st and 15, and he was just carrying.
Where was he all game with that kind of carry? Where was he at all? Would they save him for the 4th quarter?
I guess they were saving him for that strength type of play.
Yeah, well, he ran it well, and he showed he's got some strong legs on him. Yeah, that was where was he all game?
Well, I guess there's your answer.
Yeah. Good run.
All right, so 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Around the edge of the red zone is Woodbury, already up 13-0 and looking for more. They get a man in motion.
Oh, cross.
And there is a handoff left side, but that time Paulsboro was ready for it, forcing maybe a 2-yard pickup.
Yeah, it was number 1, Jaden Thomas on the carry. He got a couple yards.
They'll give him a yard, so 2nd and 19.
Okay.
And needless to say, as far as the defense for Paulsboro is concerned, let's not forget, they've played a very good game as well.
Yeah, they did play a good game. I mean, it was that first touchdown, anyone scored could have went either way, but unfortunately they couldn't get in the end zone yet.
Let's find out how they do on this 2nd and 9 play. Ball spot to 19-yard line. Single back this time. I guess they're double winging
Yeah,
it
got
here.
that double wing again.
And they hand off left side, and
he's still
bouncing off a couple more players, but he gets snowed under. Probably about a yard or two short.
Yeah, that was Tyro again, the big back, number 27. He's having a good game on offense and defense. They're marching downfield right now.
And now,
under 7 minutes, they're just going to try to get one more score in.
We got official timeout here.
Plays in a row where he's dinged up.
And I'm thinking that it's one of the Paulsboro players that's shaking up a little bit. So
yeah, he says it's a shoulder.
Might be a shoulder stinger that time, so they're going to get to replace her. Anyway, we have probably it's actually 1st and goal from the 10. They gave it to him, so a 9-yard pickup after all that running.
Coach already got his replacement on the field?
I think they're going to, stick to the running game here. They're moving the ball very well. There's no reason to pass. They just need to punch it in.
All right, 1st and goal from the 10.
Quarterback.
He's going to keep it himself, and he's going to easily score.
There it is.
How about that? Call his own number, and it connects in for 6.
Number 5, Jeffrey Cofield, the quarterback, finally gets in the end zone. That's 3 touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns. He got his. You got Tyrone Norman, the third with a touchdown. You got Liam Brown, number 2 with a touchdown. So now he has the third on the ground.
And he's got to be real happy with that because he's been fighting real hard in a game that has been a little bit of a struggle for him. But now that he finally gets some points on the board, he can probably breathe a little bit.
Yeah, it was a basic, turnaround spin right up the A gap, and he just, he took it to the end zone.
All right, so they will try for the conversion.
You're going to go under.
Oh, first kick. There you go.
You have the whole line.
They're going to try the conversion by kick.
Stay off the center.
They're not allowed to charge the center, so let's see what they do. Low snap. Will they try to kick?
He might have got it.
I think he did.
Good job.
Yes, he did. It took a little bit, but the kick is good. And
you see the excitement for it. Yeah, you see how excited. That's great because you don't see it often, but you like to see that. They're excited. The coaches out there, everyone's excited. That's what makes it fun. Go ahead and try it because you might need this down the road.
Yeah,
you need to practice your kicking game,
especially when they become seniors next year or whenever it is. I mean, that's important for them because you want to make sure you get your fundamentals down. Yeah. And that was, even though it was a low snap, again, the rule is you can't charge the center, so you had to try and kick that, and he did.
Yeah, we won the championship at Tri-County in 2012. And
on something similar?
Our senior team went undefeated. We actually went 15-0 between Tri-County and scrimmages, and we went undefeated. We scored like 680 points to 30. And we had a kicker named Ernest Davidson on our team, and he kicked 54 extra points that year.
Wow.
54.
That is a lot.
I did the stats for the team, and you can never forget it. We kicked every single time. We practiced it every day at practice. It was our bread and butter. He was a soccer player. It was great, but yeah, it was a great championship. We played Gibbstown, I think it was, over there in Gibbstown. It was a very memorable year for me and being a part of this league.
And I'll be honest with you. I mean, when you kick so many, how many games did you play? 54.
In Tri-County, we were scoring, 40, 50. We only got scored on until Camden scored on us that year in the playoffs, and we were scoring 50 average by halftime. We had a great team. A lot of the kids went on to win a state title in high school. A lot of them went to college. We had 14 South Jersey high school athletes that made all South Jersey high school teams and played for 4 different high schools. So it was pretty amazing. Once they all graduated from 8th grade, they separated into different high schools. So it was a great time.
All right, here comes the kickoff. And it's a one-hopper taking it about the 20-yard line. Let's see if he can do anything with it. He gets slowed up, and then here comes a wave of yellow in to stop everything at about the 27-yard line, maybe the 28. But that's where Paulsboro will be starting.
Right here, Rick.
Yeah, right now it's just, hey, let's finish on a good note. Like we say this all the time. We got the ball. We can wear the clock. Find that end zone. Take it in the next week.
What's that?
Let's gel on this final drive.
And it's so important for them to come through with some confidence going into next week, because then you have to have the mindset of, hey, we did a lot of good things. It may not have translated to points on the scoreboard. Let's continue to work on those things, and eventually it's going to return to something good. All right, so Paulsboro is now all set with 1st and 10. They're going to spot the ball at the 27.
Try that running game right around the left side. I
got tripped up for a yard to the 28-yard line.
Yeah, Kwame Holmes, number 8, on a big tackle on there.
Running.
Shoelace tackle, they call that, right?
Yeah, you could say you tripped him up by the shoelaces there. So 2nd and 9 from the 28-yard line. I would firmly suggest, you can try and pass the ball, but kind of mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, it's tough at this time. Well, I think you got your wish to going back in that quads. They might try that play that, they threw a little too prematurely. So maybe they'll be a little bit more confident, let the receiver set, quarterback, and there it is.
And it went through his hands, incomplete. Just couldn't secure it. But if anything, they're at least trying to get people
gotta
involved.
Perfect it, yeah.
Low.
You got to do a bunch of them in order to finally get corrected and they get some positive yards out of it.
If you don't try a play, you don't know if it's going to work or you can perfect it. So, practice makes perfect.
Well, there's also the argument of perfect practice makes perfect. which I was told in high school by my band director.
Yeah.
So, but remember, it is youth football, and everyone's still going to. There's still going to be some things along the way, especially with the playbooks and all that stuff.
So we got a trips package coming out here, and they're pretty wide. So this is something new that they're going to go trips and wide like that in the final.
There's a
receiver. It's
lot
going for his
left
big man.
side, and it's knocked down incomplete. That came close to being intercepted, but was knocked away, and it'll force a 4th down. But they're trying at least, which is at least something.
Yeah, it's going to be a big play right here, and they're going to go for it. And unfortunately, it's going to give, if they don't get the conversion, Woodbury's going to get one more chance to run this ball, possibly score again, or just wear the clock down, because we're about 5 minutes now left in this 4th quarter.
All right, so they spread, and we'll see what goes on this 4th down play.
It's amazing. We're watching this game on a monitor, but when you look out the window, how beautiful it is outside. It's just, they did punt it.
Yes, they did.
It's absolutely beautiful on that field today.
Oh, and it's going to take a bounce for Woodbury and go out of bounds around the 40-yard line. Why don't we take a wide shot here to show you what's going on here?
Yeah, that sun out there, the uniforms and helmets are glowing when you look out the window. It's beautiful out there.
I mean,
you can't see it on the screen how pretty it is outside, but it's a beautiful day for a football game.
We've had the last week and a half. I think there's only been like one day where we had some tremendous sunshine. I think it might have been Wednesday of this past week, but all the other days have been rainy, drizzly, stormy, what have you. I mean, we've gotten our share of rain. It's very nice to start October.
It was a flood last 2 weeks.
Oh, you are not.
My feet were so, as soon as we left, my feet were drenched.
Don't tell that to the people in New York City. 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. They play fake, and now a handoff. Oh, what a nice tackle.
Oh, we got to get this number. Let's see who we got there. Made that 20.
Yeah, it's got, I think 20.
I see it, 22 for the Red Raiders.
And that would be Justin Cruz Menendez, who has had a very nice game.
Hey, he's like, look, man, it's 4th quarter. I ain't giving up. I'm coming with everything I got. That's a big play.
But fortunately, he can hear me. So if it happens in the second half, I found that out. So now I just let him know.
All right, so it is second
got a lot
and
going on
14.
out there, buddy.
We're a little more than halfway through this 4th quarter. And just a reminder, the senior game between these two teams comes your way in a little bit.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock game, right? Yeah,
that's it's scheduled for a short time after this one is up.
Yeah, it's 4:42, so right on time. Games are moving along perfect.
All right, so from the 49, 2nd and 15.
Got that wing in there. And there's that motion. Oh.
And a handoff at the middle. I don't know if he just ran to his own guy, but he's going to go down for a 1-yard loss.
Yeah, he hit a wall. He didn't have much room to run through, and they just, they gobbled him up right there. Stopped him at the line of scrimmage.
And that forces a 3rd and 6. He ends up being a 1-yard loss.
15. We're at midfield.
Literally right at the midfield stripe. Now, and I would have to think right now the mindset for Woodbury is to just drain the clock. I mean, that's what they're doing.
You see they're keeping it inside. That was an inside run. They got 21 points. There's, if you can, work that inside, because you're going to have an inside running game too later on. So, work the field a little bit, get your offensive line moving. There's just a lot of factors that go in your mindset with what you're going to do for the rest of the game.
It's going to be a pass. Oh, and it was almost intercepted.
I mean, he could have took that down and been gone. That was 15 again.
Yeah, Julian Gaines, who's had a very nice gain.
Yeah.
And they're actually going to rule it's a backwards pass.
Pass is backward.
So
pass
because
is backwards.
So because it is
Big
a backward
down.
lateral, that forces 4th and very long, and they're going to spot the ball at the 38-yard line.
Now you got 21-point lead. Do you punt or do you, every coach thinks differently. It's a different mindset. I say they're going to go for it, practice a play.
Well, I would suspect that, you figure you punt for field position. I don't think they've done that yet today.
No, I don't think, they haven't.
And right now they're lining up to, they have a receiver on the left side already, so look like they're going to triple it. This will be interesting.
That inside stack right there, too.
And now they're setting up here.
Keeping it.
It's a keeper. Let's see how
Trying to
far he
get that
can
wall.
go.
He's got a wall.
He's getting around one.
Oh,
Getting
he
around
might be
the
good.
other. And he's going to
Oh.
have a first down as he steps out the 34-yard line. The line of gain was a 35, and he got all of it.
Yeah, number 3, Caden Painter saved the touchdown there.
Well, saying you can't convert a 4th and 27, well, they just did.
They did. I mean, they stuck that extra receiver out there. He just followed that wall around the outside, got a couple of blocks, and he took it from there.
Eric.
So it ends up being 1st and 10.
Yeah, they want to protect that shutout. You know, that's what the coach said. Hey, get to me this first down. Protect that goose egg. Because, you know, a lot of this has to do with points against in the playoffs, too. We don't know their records right offhand, but, you want to protect them points against for seedings later on.
And that was an interesting snap. It's a false start, though.
Dead ball. False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Replay the down.
I thought it was backwards bowling for a second.
Kickball. Backwards bowling.
That's true. You could say that, too, a kickball.
I like that backwards bowling.
Well, they'll force a 1st and 15, ball at the 40-yard line.
Huh?
Let's see what they have this time.
Okay.
And there's a handoff. And going into
bag.
that wall and only getting about 2 to the 38-yard line. If anything, it's wiping time off the clock.
Yeah, at this point.
How about the guy on the end?
Wanted to run out, get this game over with. There's no need to put another one in.
Yeah, I thought he stepped here.
They've done their part
Like
for
he's gonna
sure,
go that way.
especially with the second half. I mean, that turning
Anyway,
point was that 3rd and 12 conversion, which led to the first score.
That was a big
And then Woodbury just poured it on from there.
But if you had him going forward,
They had numerous chances in the first half. I mean, this score would have been a lot more wide open than indicated, but
it's a wide ball foul, but it's a foul.
Yeah, they left two inside. The 11 and the 5, possibly that fumble, and it was a big defensive standoff for Paulsboro, but it wasn't enough at the end of the game.
All right, so 2nd and 15.
Tell him, not me.
From the 38, awaiting the snap and taking it, and he's gonna keep it himself. Let's see what he does.
Tucked it and turned, yeah.
And he will. Oh, he gets
Still
up a
going.
couple.
He got a
tackles,
first down,
and he might get a first down.
He got it.
Line to gain.
Yes, he did.
Jeffrey Cofield again with another big run.
Another 17 yards to go with that. So some impressive numbers as the clock winds down.
Yeah, it's great when you have a quarterback that has confidence to
23
run the
going
ball
in,
like
23
that.
going
You
in.
can pass the ball, you can hand off the ball. You got a running back that'll run, but when you got a quarterback that has the ability to take off and get you big plays.
And that's the win for Woodbury in the junior game, 21-0. Your final thoughts on this one, John?
Woodbury, hats off. They played solid on both sides of the ball. Paulsboro did not play bad football today. They did a good job. They just couldn't get that offense to find the end zone today. Completing their drives. So it's a great game. Hats off to both coaching staffs. You coached them both well today.
It's only going up from here for both programs. So Woodbury wins the junior game 21-0 over Paulsboro. We'll break for a few moments. We will come back for the senior game in a few minutes between these two teams. So hang in there. The finale comes your way next, so stay with us.
I got
Yes.
3 guys out here. What are you talking about?
All right, we are back here for the
like you
final
behind.
game of this TCUFL quadruple header. The matchup between the Paulsboro Raiders and the Woodbury Steelers. We've had 3 very nice games so far, and here we have the finale with the senior group, which is guaranteed to be hard-hitting. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplinski. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls as we are underway in a kickoff recovered by Woodbury at their own 49-yard line. Looks like Paulsboro won the toss and chose in the second half, so that's why Woodbury's receiving the ball first. So needless to say, this is where the end of the line goes right before you get to high school. So this is going to be a hard hitter, I think.
My favorite division.
Yeah.
I love
I
the
wasn't
babies
sure where
down
the
at the
spot on
bottom,
the
but
field
my
was where
favorite
he was down,
division.
so that's why I
You
gave it
live
up
for
to you.
this. Two good programs right here. Well coached. You've seen it through the progression from the freshmen, sophomore, juniors. Now we're at the seniors. You're going to see all that come to this game. What have you learned? What mistakes aren't we going to make? Because you ain't making no mistakes here. We got to play mistake-free football at this level. So, 2 good programs. I'm sure we're going to see a great game.
And here's the handoff on the first one. Whoa, that came close to being a face mask there. But it was a high tackle and brought down about the 46-yard line.
Yeah, it was brought down by number 17.
Unfortunately,
I don't have the Red Raiders number 17 on the roster. So I don't have his name.
All right, so we're going to go.
That's a high on the tackle, but he brought him down.
Well, certainly. Oh, yeah, there's that late flag that came in.
Did he get a horse collar on that?
Either that. Well, it is a major face mask, so it is 15 yards from the end of the play.
Oh, the face mask. Got you.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, 15 yards from the end of the run.
That's a big help to start the game, you know.
I actually thought it was a face mask at first. I didn't see the flag come in, but it must have came in very late.
So it looks like they're coming out in the split back. Got a receiver set.
So now on 1st and 10.
And
all the way to the 31-yard line. Yes, indeed. Turning the corner and see how far he gets.
Yeah, it was number 28 on the carry for the Woodbury Steelers, and it is Neo Echeverria on the carry.
2nd and 3.
Picked up about 7 on the play, so it is 2nd and 3. And they will spot that at the 24-yard line. And again, some plenty of substitutions in for this particular package. They got a receiver on each side.
He's got that split back, staying in shotgun. He's got the wing on the right there. So, looks like he's got his lead block going right to the wing.
He's
think so. On the outside.
He is.
He's still going.
And he'll get a little bit further. In fact, he'll get to close to the 10. Going to be a little short of that, but it's going to be good for a first down. A gain of probably 13 on the play.
Yeah, it was a nice run. It was 28 again. You see, obviously, Neo is their go-to back right now early in the game. 2 nice runs.
I want to see you dirty by throwing the ball way high in the air like Eric's been doing.
All right, so they spot the ball. Looks like it's right on the 10-yard line, which would mean goal to go.
Yeah, they got a nice position right now. And
I'm thinking it's more powerful.
First drive, if they can come up with a score, it's a big booster for them.
All right, so 1st and goal.
Going under center now.
See if they do another run. They will. Let's say some hard running. Bouncing through, and that's an easy goal.
Yeah, touchdown.
Wow, I tell you, you're talking about getting open holes for the offensive line, and the runner was like, oh, my goodness, I am taking that to a feast.
That is 0. That is Jason Nelson, the running back with the touchdown there.
So a 10-yard touchdown run, and Woodbury gets the first point.
If you get the ball, the play is over.
Looks like they're coming out in I formation. Both backs are back there together.
All right, so on the conversion,
Gives
They
it
will
right
hand
to-
it off up the middle. That's an easy one.
Yeah, Neo gets the call again,
Right,
and he
good.
puts it in the end zone for the conversion.
So the conversion makes it 7-0 in favor of Woodbury over Paulsboro. So Woodbury off to a very fast start in this senior contest. And I think the
That's what you
coaches
want.
really had
Yeah.
them ready to go.
Hey, that's what we want. Let's get out there, get that first drive, put it in, and let's keep it. So now we're going to get a chance to see what Paulsboro's going to
Yeah,
do
absolutely.
at
You're
the
not playing
senior
both ways
level.
all the time.
It's going to be exciting to see now. You know what
But
they
we've
can
already
do.
established that Paulsboro
And this will
probably
make
not
it,
all that good right
and
now.
I think
and
Paulsboro, we
Woodbury
haven't
is.
seen them with the ball yet, but they'll get their first
I feel
opportunity.
like
And
you're
we'll
just
see
repeating things.
how their offense is.
Yeah, I'm sure you're going to be doing a lot of play calling, possibly, that we seen earlier, other than maybe more passing from the younger levels. So it's going to see how
what
they
our deal is
perform
down here,
at
right?
this level.
Just looking for a little sympathy is all.
All right, they're trying to get the special teams lined up for the kickoff. Remember, in the seniors, it's kickoff is at the 40-yard line. All other leagues is the 45.
Yeah, they're a little bit more developed.
We go, guys,
Legs
up over
got more
50.
power, a little bit bigger.
All right, so Woodbury, make sure everything is lined up and proper. And Paulsboro will be returning the ball. We're only 2 minutes and 3 seconds into this game, and Woodbury's already got 7 points.
Yeah, they didn't waste any time on that drive. It was a good drive. They did great play calling, and they executed well. And you got 7 points. When everything works right, you're going to score.
That's correct. But on top of which, I was going to mention, too, if you got friends and family that you want to invite and check out HSG Network on YouTube, especially if your kid's playing or any relative sees a youngster that's playing, hey, get that link over to him so he can watch.
Ooh, got to bounce past him. All right.
Yes, it did, but it's picked up at the 20-yard line and escaping one tackle, but not quite the other. It looks like you're going to be down about the 20-yard line.
Yeah, there's a gang of yellow jerseys in on that tackle. They found the ball, stopped them from any momentum. We're going to see what they can do back there.
Right here.
Looks about the 20.
Yeah, they said about the 20-yard line
the
was
20 yard
yes.
I had the knee down at the 20. I don't know if the ball was already out because he was going away from me.
And the ball may have popped out at the end of the play, but it was already blown dead. So
before the fumble.
official going to spot it at the 20, and that's where Paulsboro will begin 1st and 10. That'll be interesting to see what they come up with in their opening set of plays.
Yeah, it looks like we got number 9 is the play caller for the offense we're in Paulsboro. Number 9 is Jashir Johnson is the quarterback.
They send a man in motion.
Got a hand
and they'll hand it up the middle, but there was not much room there.
Yeah, there was a wall of
Let him
defenders.
up, let him up.
Him.
Here you go, buddy.
Maybe a yard on the play if they're lucky.
Good job playing to the whistle. 7, pull the back down, cover that backside.
I think they're just trying to test what the defensive line for Woodbury is and then kind of go from there. So they end up only getting back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, you got a big play here, 2nd and 10. Let's see if we can get a couple yards on here to set up a good 3rd down.
We'll see what they do here. They send a receiver to the left side.
They got 17 out there. Quarterback staying in shotgun.
And now, what do we got?
Timeout, White.
Oh, timeout called by Paulsboro. So we're going to take a break here. Just about 3 minutes in. Woodbury with a 7-0 lead over Paulsboro in the senior game. We'll be back in a moment.
We have the world at our fingertips, inspiration in our touch, and power in our hands. Our hands can build relationships, frame ideas, and empower communities. And it doesn't stop there. Right here, in our hands, we have the power to save a life. If you see a teen or adult suddenly collapse, call 911 and push hard and fast in the center of the chest.
The power is in your hands.
Hold a little longer and let him get set.
Okay, we are back after the Paulsboro timeout. It is 7-0 in favor of Woodbury. Paulsboro ran one play, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, what happened here? Now here's a timeout early.
Yeah, coach wanted to make a few adjustments. Seen something, he wanted to make a change. So let's see what this change was. He's seen something in this defense.
I think they may not have had the right personnel out on this. But now
Bouncing
in
it out.
second down, there's a bounce out. But here chasing down are the Woodbury defenders, and there comes a big loss on the play.
Yeah, I seen. I think that's number 90 for Woodbury. No, I don't.
Right here.
00. That was
Zero,
00.
right here,
Bryce Jones was the initial guy to cause a little havoc back there. 00 Bryce Jones. And he's met with another 4 other defenders to hop on. So big loss, for second down.
That'll be third and quite a long way now for Paulsboro.
Yeah.
Once again, we've noticed the speed merchant of Woodbury in the last 2 games and now going into this.
Yeah, they're showing some speed early in this game, and you gotta produce and execute very well when you're playing against speed like that. So we're gonna see what they got for this speed.
All right, shotgun formation on third down, and somebody jumped.
Yeah.
Defense was across before the tackle moved. Got
All right, so it's going to be an encroachment foul against
defense. 5-yard penalty.
Defensive end on that.
Third down.
He's ready to go.
So it'll be a 5-yard penalty, and it'll be a third. I guess.
Eric, let him know the defender came across before the. Hold on, Johnson, Jason. Let him know the defender came across before the tackle moved, Eric.
All right, so after the encroachment foul, it is still third and long, but it gives them a little more room back to pass. There's a big chase, and the pass is one hopped incomplete. So that'll force Paulsboro to punt to go 3 and out. And unfortunately, the only thing they got good on that was a penalty.
Yeah, you're going to want to punt on this. They need to regroup to give them the ball right there, right now. If they don't get it, it's a tough one.
Guys, if they're in punt formation, lay off the center.
Yep, there he is. They're going to punt it.
And so they'll be punting with the punter back at about the 5-yard line.
He's got a nice little distance there. We've been seeing a lot of the other games in the past couple weeks. The punters were a little too close.
It's a high snap, and it's a little bit of a line drive. It's going to come to a stop at about the 32-yard line.
Okay.
So that's where Woodbury will begin 1st and 10.
So we're going to see if that momentum from the first drive is going to come into this drive. Are they going to come right down and march downfield? Does Paulsboro have something to stop them from possibly scoring again on a? They were smooth that first drive. They were really smooth in mechanics. So, see what Paulsboro can do.
They're going to spot the ball to 33, so that's where Woodbury will have 1st and 10. Of course, they're in the gold uniforms. Paulsboro in the white and red. They're going to line up a receiver on each side.
Yeah, they're in that I formation.
Paulsboro looking to show blitz here. They got a late handoff.
Outside.
And that's
nice lane.
Look at this, a beautiful lane on the left side.
He's fast.
He may go all the way. A 33-yard touchdown run.
That was very well ran, very well played. Great blocking. I think we got number 36.
But now, before you go any further, there's a flag down to 30.
It's actually 30.
So hang on a second.
Right, because it's coming back.
Oh, it's coming back.
It may come back. Let's see what they say.
Correct spot, so that's where we're going to go from because both are beyond. So we'll go from the 31. We're going to take the hold from the 41 back.
A
holding call. That's tough.
Yeah, so that's going to negate the points. And
that's a tough one.
10-yard penalty from the start of the foul. Replay the down.
Yeah.
There's been another. There have been a couple of times where touchdowns have been negated by holding penalties. So it goes back, I believe, to the 41. So it's going to be 1st and 18 when we resume play.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker. You get a nice run like that, all them yards, score a touchdown. It happens. Unfortunately, the ref's seen it.
So we're back to, I believe, 7-0 as it's 1st and 17 now from the 40-yard line.
Staying in that I formation. Oh, he's going to. Oh, some on the field. Okay.
Might have been a equipment thing. All right, back to pass and rolling right, giving some time. He may run, and he will, crossing the 35, and he steps out of bounds. We'll see what they say about it.
Okay, throw him to the ground. Forward. That's not a hold.
Going to be about 8.
Shove him to the ground forward as a hold.
Yeah, it was a nice run.
He shoved them forward out of bounds, and they're calling for our forward
That was
and down,
number
and
12.
calling for a hold.
Down
That's
to
a block.
30-yard line.
That was Keanu Darji. Keanu Darji at quarterback.
Well, he gained 10 on the play, and it forces a 2nd and 8.
3, 2.
Looks like they're going to go split backs here.
You got that pro set. You got a receivers split.
All right, quarterback will wait for this.
28 with the call.
And a handoff left
He's got
side.
some-
He's
yeah,
got
he's got
room
room.
again.
Thinks
And he
he's
might
going
score this time. Now check to make sure there are no flags.
That is Neo Echeverria again with the call.
And that is definitely a good goal. So Woodbury now extends their lead, and they end up getting that 13th point back.
Yeah, now you got Jason Nelson with the first touchdown, and now you got Neo Echeverria with the second, to take that 13-0 lead.
Now, I'm not sure exactly what interference I'm getting in my headphones here, but
Yeah, a little fuzz.
but it's still going to end up being 13-0. We got a conversion coming up.
Yeah, we had a little bit of fuzziness in our earpieces.
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll try the conversion. And they're going to spread things out. Receiver on each side.
Yeah, split back again. Got the receivers.
They're going to hand off right
catch it outside, and he's got a wall.
Yes, he's in easily.
Sneaked it.
So the
snuck in there.
conversion is successful, and that makes it 14-0 in favor of Woodbury. They're off to a flying start.
Yeah, they're running a very smooth offense. You can see the confidence they have of the play calling. The coach trusts them in the play calling, and they're executing their plays very well.
Well, why don't we look at the replay on the touchdown run?
Well, I know.
So you're backed up. You had a touchdown taken away from you because of a hold, and then 2 plays later, you get it right back.
Velocity.
So what exactly happened here, John?
Yeah, the quarterback's in shotgun. This is 28. Yeah, he takes it right on the outside of the tackle. Just a direct handoff. He gets a little stiff arm there, and it's just himself to the end zone, no one to beat, and he's in there.
And he outruns everybody in the process.
Everybody. Yeah, it was a nice run. He's got nice wheels. He's a strong running back. I can see why he's getting the calls.
So now it'll be a kickoff time for Woodbury in just a moment. Paulsboro will try it again. They've only had one possession. Suddenly they're down 14-0, and there's still 3:39 left in the first quarter. We encourage all the people watching on this feed for TCUFL action on HSG Network on YouTube. Feel free to comment. I cheer your kid on or whoever it is that's playing, and give a nice boost of confidence I'll be able to see when they review the game a little bit later.
Yeah, it's 14-9 is a quick. It's a quick jump in the first quarter.
Waiting for the signal to play. Oh, they're weighing a late substitution. That's probably why. All right, so Woodbury will kick this off.
Nice kick, high kick.
Nice high kick.
Yeah, it's going down with a bounce.
Look at this. It goes past.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's a quick tackle down about the 20-yard line.
Wow,
But he might have gotten it a little bit too high because a flag goes down right at the end.
It's close. It didn't look like it was intentional. The guy went down.
We're gonna have it.
Is it a face? Is it the 5-yard penalty close to the face mask?
Yeah, personal foul, face mask.
Yeah, it's going to be the major penalty.
The major 15.
Paulsboro's ball.
So it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line following this.
Personal foul, face mask.
You got fuzz, Howie.
The kicking team.
It's like a buzzing sound. Yeah. There you go. Ah, perfect. I don't know if you heard that buzzing sound at home like we were through our earpieces, but
not exactly sure.
Yeah, it was rattling my brain.
For me, it doesn't take much. Trust me.
I had to say something.
All right, so it's going to be 1st and 10 from the ball's going to be at the 35-yard line following the major penalty.
There we go. Let's see what they got now. Got that. Oh, we got a man.
Somebody jumped.
Yeah, it's your tight end. You had a little encroachment from the D end, caused the tight end to move his feet. Yeah, I'm here. I'm waiting to see what the referee's going to call on this. You had the defensive end, stutter step a little bit, and the tight end jumped. So they're talking about it right now. Who's it gonna be on? The D end did not cross the plane, though, from my view. So it's going to be an interesting call. 14-0. Woodbury Steelers seniors over the Paulsboro Raiders. Right now in the first quarter, with about 3.5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Off to a quick start. It's going okay. It is going against Woodbury, so Paulsboro's getting a little help here. So 5 yards to the first down. It's a big help. So it'll be interesting to see what the coach does here. They need a good drive. You don't want this game to get out of hand too early, so you want to march downfield and keep them away because they've had 2 good drives, pretty flawless for Woodbury. And they showed their running game is very strong at the senior level between the quarterback, between, Neo Echeverria has been the horse. And doesn't look like they got much right here. Might have even been a loss of a yard.
Sorry about that, John. We were just checking out and just doing a little technical thing here.
Oh, no problem. Good to have you back.
And sometimes you disappear in unexpected moments here.
I was holding down the fort. Yeah, it's they're on offense right now. They're trying to get a little rhythm going here. It's a big second down. We just had a penalty for an offsides, helped them out a little bit, but the play calling is going to be big on this drive.
So right now it's 2nd and 5 from the 40-yard line as we get back to action here.
You got that left wing I formation, a quick dive off it.
And not going to be very much, maybe a yard.
Yeah, right at the line of scrimmage.
If they're lucky, it'll be getting a yard depending on the spot of the football.
No.
Well, it's no gain on the play, and now an official timeout.
I hear it, Howard. Yeah, I hear it.
Okay.
Yep.
This is the one.
Ooh, there go my ears after that one. We were just working on another microphone, so.
At what time do you want to be heard? End of the quarter? Okay.
Yeah, I can certainly rush down and do that. So we'll fix that at quarter time. But anyway, it's 3rd and 5 from the 40-yard line.
Yeah, big play here. They went, a couple plays in the middle. Let's try to bounce it out. Let's have a little confidence in the outside game. They got a lot of guys in the box. Let's see if they go off tackle here.
On 3rd and 5, they go at a lateral.
Loss of yards.
And they lose some yards because Woodbury does a great job of smelling the play out.
Yeah.
And they manage to force a loss of yardage. And so much for the offside. It's going to force Paulsboro to punt.
Yeah, there was number 1, Darian Sharper. Was the running back on that play for the loss. He didn't have much time to react. They had guys in his face as soon as he got the ball. So, that's just showing you again just how fast this defense is on Woodbury. They're reading, reacting, and they're playing physical football right now. So Paulsboro's got to pull deep in this play calling to figure out how to get some yards on these guys.
Okay, they line up on this 4th down play. We'll see if they choose to punt again. They probably will. But you never know. They're moving some people around here on this 4th and 9.
Going in that spread.
Oh, and a left side
not going to help.
jumps.
Yeah, number 2 for the Red Raiders, took off a little bit too soon.
So it is a false start. That backs it up to 4th and 14. I would have to suspect after that, punting would be an easier choice here.
Yeah, it's not out of the question. He might go for it. He's going to punt. He's setting up for the punt there.
Yeah, that's what I figure. You may give a shot 4th and 9, but 4th and 14 is a bit more of a difficult mountain to pull up there.
Yeah, I like he set up nice. He's back about 10 yards back. It's good cushion for the punter. Nice snap.
A low line drive that is going to be touched
Ooh.
around midfield. He's going to
got it.
try and return it.
He's
And
got room.
he will easily score.
Going in the end zone.
How about that?
Wow.
And no
What
flags
return.
based upon what we're looking at.
Yeah, that was a big return. You know,
Wow, they scored on special teams too, and that was about 48-yard punt
point.
return there.
Speed. Had a lot of speed around the outside, and no one could get a hand on them. Did we get a number on that? Did we see who? Can we get a number? 28 again. Oh, Neo Echeverria.
He's having quite a first quarter, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're finding out who the workhorse is on Woodbury Seniors right now.
All right, so they'll go for the conversion. And considering what Woodbury has done, I mean, you got to consider the other two games, it took 21 points for a whole game. Here, you got 20 points in the first quarter for the senior group of Woodbury.
Yeah, they're off to, a 20 point start in the first quarter is showing the agility this team has and the confidence they have for this game. They came in here, they had a mission. They're starting out to accomplish that mission. So Paulsboro's really got to pull some strings right now to stop this flow of points they're getting.
Okay, so here on the conversion, they hand up in the middle. There it is, another conversion to make it 21-0.
Yeah, they got a very strong running game. Offensive line is blocking very well for them, executing their blocks, executing the plays. Running backs are finding the holes, and they're lowering their shoulders and going. Looking good.
And
Looking
everything working in their favor right now. I mean, I wonder what Paulsboro has for an answer at this point.
Yeah, that was Bryce Jones on that extra point, 0-0. Nice run up the middle. He's a big back. He's the bigger back, like the Thunder Lightning, I guess, with Neo.
Right. Okay, so Woodbury will be kicking off in just a couple of minutes. What's been the most impressive thing you've seen this first quarter from Woodbury?
Execution of the plays, executing the plays. Their confidence. When I say confidence a lot. You can see confidence when you believe in your plays and the players are going out there and making the plays. It's all about confidence. They came to play today. 21 points in the first quarter. We haven't seen that in a while, and they're a solid team all around right now. So Paulsboro's got their work cut out for them today, and they really got to come up with a game plan because when you got a lot of speed like that and that defense is coming, you got to try to get some misdirection. You got to try to do look outside the box. You're going to be challenged today, so it's going to be nice to see the challenge.
If you think about it, you can compare it to the guy from Kingsway from last week. Remember him?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was a great game.
Well, the senior game was fantastic.
That was a fantastic game. Yeah, it was coming down to the wire. It was back and forth. It was a nice game.
Well, sometimes there are intangibles that you have that you'll definitely overpower your opponent with.
Yeah, we've seen what do we see? We've seen Vineland. We got to see the Vineland teams. We got to see Millville. We got to see Bridgeton, Kingsway. So, today Woodbury and Paulsboro. So we're getting to see a lot of the teams, and it makes it nice.
Definitely is. Now, the kickoff taken at about the 20-yard line. Not going to get too much further than that. Going down to about the 29 after some second effort.
Yeah, they're hungry. They all want to get on that tackle. There's about 6 guys on that tackle. This number 8 or 6, I think 6 for the Red Raiders over there. Dern, Ruff Anderson on the return, and he had six defenders on him. They're ball hungry.
Most certainly, they all want to try and force a turnover or score, whatever they want to do. So Paulsboro will have 1st and 10. They're going to spot the ball at near the 30-yard line, it looks like.
Yeah, they got just a little game plan on this drive. You don't want. There's a couple seconds left in this first quarter, so you might get one play off, and we're going to be in the second possibly. But they don't want the game to get out of hand. They want to get something flowing for their offense right now.
That's all you can do at this point. Okay, so Paulsboro finally breaks the huddle, and right outside the 30-yard line, they go 1st and 10. They're going to send a receiver on the left.
Quarterback in shot. No, he's going on the center. That was a split back. And a pitch.
They pitch it out. I think they were trying to pitch it the other way. It didn't work. Ends up going for a loss as time runs out.
This defense is just showing signs of speed from this entire quarter right now. And they are very good at finding the ball quick.
Well, we're at quarter time, 21-0, Woodbury over Paulsboro. Quarter number 2 comes your way after this. All right, we got a little bit of an issue with the audio, but we're okay now.
Yeah, we're good.
Back here for the second quarter, Woodbury a 21-0 lead over Paulsboro here in Woodbury, New Jersey. An absolutely sensational Sunday for our first day of October.
Beautiful day.
You're not kidding. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplinski and Howard Gabriel at the controls. The ball is out on the last play. And there's going to be a goal going the other way, we think.
Wow. Who do we got on that? Number 14 for Woodbury.
So in a matter of 10 minutes and 11 seconds, Woodbury has scored in all 3 phases of the game.
That is Amir Culbertson on the touchdown.
A fumbled pitch out, and Culbertson, and it's an easy touchdown for him as he brings it home, and Woodbury's just pouring it on here.
Yeah, they didn't waste no time in the second quarter. They're just a very fast physical team. They're already showing signs that, all the games we've seen so far in the last couple weeks, you can see a team that's prepped and ready for the second part of the season already. They're going to be a fine-tune machine for playoff time.
All right, so they will go for the conversion here. Yeah, wave of points like this, that's got to really shake the opponent very easily.
Yeah, coming out that quick and capitalizing on a fumble like that and our first offensive touchdown today. Hit that ref down a little bit.
All right, so the conversion try coming up. They're 3 for 3 with that. Looking to be 4 for 4, and they are.
Wow.
Inside handoff, and he went in untouched.
I think we got a number on there. That might be 44.
So Woodbury now extends their lead to 28-0 here in this second quarter.
On the sideline. These guys are big. They get to you quick.
Yeah, that was 44 on the extra point. That was Jaden Trainer on the extra point, another big back. So, they're playing a little versatile football. They're using a lot of different backs right now. They're getting to do pretty much whatever they want right now.
Well, let's read off the Steelers senior team roster here. Actually, I'm going to let John do that. Give my voice a slight bit.
Yeah, give it to me. Here we go. I'm going with Woodbury Steelers team right here. We have Bryce Jones, Jaden Nelson, Davian Ross, Sabir Dawson-Wilson, Tyrone Maddox Jr., Kyer McIntosh, Siobhan Wiles Jr., Nathan Calamy, Anthony Nelson, Chad Montgomery, Jovan Smith, Davion Roman, Keanu Darji, Miki McNair, Amir Culbertson, Sadiq Marshall, Alon Townsend, Jamal Eason, Neil Echeverria, William Robertson, Mika Cook, Jaden Trainer, Tazir Henderson, Carter Crumlish, Jackson Sweeney, Jonathan Vasquez, Jaden Wiltz is your Woodbury Steelers senior roster.
And they certainly deserve the recognition, especially with the way they have started this game.
Yeah, the motor hasn't stopped. They look like they're playing on all four cylinders right now, and I don't see them slowing down. And I'm sure their coach isn't going to let them.
Oh, how about this type of tackle right by the uniform down about the 33-yard line? And Paulsboro is going to begin right there, 1st and 10.
Yeah, I'll give you the Steelers coaching staff now. You have Orlando Concepcion Jr., Nicholas Del Grosso, Jure Demby, Eric Echeverria, Larry Jones, Coach Sean Moore, and Felix Roman as your coaching staff for the senior Woodbury Steelers. I'll do the Red Raiders in a little bit.
And we'll definitely have time to take care of that.
Tap that microphone a couple times.
We can hear him at least.
Yeah.
No, we're okay.
Yeah, we hear him. Yeah, we hear the referee.
Yeah, one thing
we can hear the referee.
Yeah, this one thing we've added a couple of months ago with the official being part of the broadcast, and that's kind of enhanced things a little bit, giving a little bit.
It gives it entertaining.
And not only that, gives you a little bit of a field perspective as somebody jumps along the line. All right, tell us who this time.
That's the offensive line.
False start. Offense.
Yeah.
Replay the down.
They might be a little fluttered right now and frustrated. Second quarter just started. You're down 28-0. You're seeing a very talented right now Woodbury senior team. So, it gets in your head sometimes. You're going to make mistakes, and it's going to be tough to dig deep in your team. You got to have the right plays, and you got to get them pumped up to try to get something going for them right now.
All right, so it will be 1st and 15 now back at the 28-yard line. They bunched the formation this time and tried to go with an inside handoff, and it actually worked out a little bit. He got 2 yards to the 30-yard line. He kept his feet going. He was able to get positive yards in what could have been another negative yardage play.
Yeah, the defense, again, is playing very physical. So, to play inside run game right now is going to be very hard. These guys are attacking the middle. They're attacking the ball carrier. They're going to have to maybe try to go outside, or if they got a little bit of a passing game possibly, because inside is not working right now.
And so it'll be 2nd and 13 from the 30-yard line. Paulsboro trying to get something going here. Waiting for the team to break the huddle.
Yeah, there they go. It's going to be good to see what the coach is going to try to come up with. Again, it looks like he's staying in a tight package. You're going to have to try to go outside of this team with that many guys in the box and speed. You're going to have to find a way to get outside.
Here's a throw left side. Ends up being a little high and incomplete. There could have easily been a false start or an offside on that play.
I didn't see
However,
flag,
nothing
though.
was called.
Yeah, it was close, but they always say if the ref didn't see it, it didn't happen.
And now timeout is going to be called by Woodbury, so they will use their first timeout at half. So, John, your thoughts so far as to why Woodbury has been so dominant here in this first part of the game?
Speed. They got a lot of speed. They're playing physical football. Defense, they're playing really hungry for the ball. Offense, they're executing very well. The play calling is there. It's a dominant team, an experienced team, and they're showing it. They're showing that they're very experienced. And, at the senior level, these kids might have been playing, quite a while together. They're gelled. We don't know their past history at the freshman, sophomore levels, and it's showing that they got good experience out there today and playing very well.
And I think the important thing to remember is the more prepared you are for any situation, the more likely success is going to happen.
Yeah, they're well prepared today.
I was just going to say, it might take a little while for it to happen, but when everything seems to come together at once, you ride that for as long as you can.
Yeah, and right now, Paulsboro, they just need a confidence booster. they need to, they just need to find a rhythm, whatever that rhythm may be, just to get a little success on a drive right now, and that's all it could be, just one little piece to the puzzle to get them their motors running.
And that's what it's going to come down to here. So following the timeout, 3rd and 13 from the 30-yard line. And they're going to lateral this one, trying to get around the outside, but a nice shoestring tackle that time. Beautifully done by
Number 0.
Siobhan Wiles Jr., number 5, who was able to trip him up.
Yeah, it was a great tackle, open field, all by himself. Went forward and got it. That was number 1, Darren Sharper on the carry. I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was number 1 for Paulsboro.
Whoever's at right tackle, you can't keep grabbing.
All right, so that'll be 4th down.
You got to let it go.
We will soon find out exactly what'll happen here.
I don't see the camera. If there's I think there's a punter back there. They're punting.
Yeah, he's standing about the 15-yard
wake
line.
our cameraman up there for
and
a
he's
second.
got to fake the punt.
Hey, no,
and it's not going to work. So I don't like that.
Gutsy. They thought they could catch him a little slipping on that. Did look like he took off pretty fast, but wasn't enough.
They haven't been slipping on anything in this game. That's for sure.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's good field position for Woodbury, who's moving the ball very well. You don't want them to give them that much leverage to start off on a drive 20 yards away. So I see they're going to come right out and run that ball. I don't think they need the pass right now, Woodbury. I see them looking for Neo or, the other big backs right now.
All right, so it'll be 1st and 10. They'll be right outside the red zone. They're going to spot the ball at the 21-yard line. Let's see what they decide to do on this first down play with the receiver on each side.
Oh, big sack.
How about that?
Wow, big number 14.
Nice sack on the part of Delance Samuels, who came in literally untouched and makes a very nice play for the defense.
That definitely looked old school. That looked like a Deacon Jones coming through the line and just, getting the quarterback.
Yeah, that's old school if you're talking about.
Yeah, that was definitely an old school. It looked great. Hats off to him on a big play.
And a 7-yard loss, so it's 2nd and 17.
Get your helmet on.
Yeah, he came in there big. His hands were up, and he came down. He just got the quarterback.
Thank you, Coach.
Great play, great defense. See, that's what you need. Plays like that, step up. Player like that can change the momentum for them. They're down by 28, but you're not giving up, and that's what you want out of your kids. Don't give up.
Regardless of the deficit, now we have an official timeout. Regardless of the deficit, you keep playing till the final whistle.
Yeah, play to that whistle.
Could be evenly matched. It could be a mismatch, but you keep playing till the final whistle. That's what it comes down to from a character standpoint. Okay, 3 wide slot left here on 2nd and 17. Back the pass and a low pass, incomplete. I think the pressure was starting to come from the blind side for the quarterback who just released a little bit off.
Yeah, he felt that pressure and let it go a little too soon. Maybe it wasn't too soon, but it wasn't accurate. Little flop.
That forces a 3rd and 17 from the 28-yard line, nearing the midway part of the second quarter. And Woodbury dominant so far in this senior contest, which I'll be honest with you, a little bit of a surprise. I thought we had a little bit more of an even match. And we understand 2 subs for the Red Raiders they're dealing with here. All right, so... Oh, okay. So 3rd and 17 it is from the 28-yard line.
Could have spread it out a little bit here. Quarterback's back under center.
And they're going to run it on 3rd and 17. A big block, and he's off and running. But a nice tackle at about the 18-yard line.
Yeah, that was number 1 on the tackle for the Red Raiders.
That was Darian Sharper.
Yeah, and it was Jason Nelson, number 0 for the Woodbury Steelers on a nice carry.
4th down.
I think they got a 4th down, he said?
It's 4th down. Yeah, it is 4th down. It was 3rd and 17. That was a 9-yard pickup.
Wow.
They're in at the, it looks like the 19-yard line, so. Trying to make sure everything is all set for this 4th down play.
got that I formation, split receivers, quarterback under center.
All right, so on 4th down, back the pass,
He's going
looking.
to let it go.
Jukes fires,
Got his
pass
guy.
is caught. He has it to the 10, to the 5,
He's
and
in.
he walks in.
Wow. Is that number 10?
Yes, indeed. A touchdown on the part of Davian Roman, who was able to get around on that 4th and 9 and gets a touchdown reception to extend the lead for Woodbury.
Great play. Quarterback is throwing with confidence, sitting in the pocket, finding his receivers. You know, they can experiment at this point. You know, you got a 34 lead. You know, they're going to try plays that you might have waited till later in the game, but now it's time to start using different plays.
And we'll see what they do with the conversion. They are 4 for 4 in the conversion department. Now making sure everybody is all set here. Line between 2 split backs. They're going to do a handoff up the middle, and he is indeed 5 for 5. As the lead is now 35-0 in favor of Woodbury. And they've been incredibly impressive in this game.
Yeah, they're dominating the game at this point on all aspects. They've been able to score on defense, offense, passing, you know.
Well, at least the Red Raiders are still fighting, but the senior group, we're going to read the names. I know a couple of people are not available today, but here's the list that we have. They are Jason Furlow, Darian Sharper, Darius Sharper, Dennis Schnellenberger, Aaliyah Spain, Robert Thornton, Dern Rowe Anderson, Jasir Johnson, Terrence Rothmiller, Jameer Jenkins Spain, Yadir Rodriguez, Delancey Samuels, Joey Mays, LeBron Martin, Hosea Price, and Brody Kuzer. And that's your Red Raiders senior. But listen, the defense, they've actually had a couple very nice plays, especially on the last drive, even though in the end Woodbury was able to score on them.
You know, they're staying in there tough. I mean, anytime you're in a game like this at 35, you know, you could be hanging your head, you could be pouting a little bit. They're still playing good football, you know, for the most part, trying to hang with a very talented team today. Woodbury's showing that they are at the senior level very talented. With a lot of weapons on, you know, they've ran a couple different backs that showed they can carry the load. The quarterback is confident, you know, so hats off to Paulsboro, you know, just keep playing the best you can at this point, you know, try to make all the positives you can and work with it.
And you'll notice at the very top of the screen are the 3 games from earlier in the final results from them, which, of course, you can rewind if you've missed any of the action for the freshman, sophomore, and junior campaigns that happened earlier. Just, of course, just do a DVR rewind pretty much, and you get to see some of those highlights as well.
Oh, nice. Keep going. There you go.
Well, look at this. Number 14 for
Delancey Samuels.
For Paulsboro. Samuels gets into plus territory down at about the 48-yard line. We'll see where they spot the football, but that's a nice return as Paulsboro tries to get something positive and build on it.
Yeah, I'd like to see a nice little drive here. I'd like to see them, you know, get down there and get a chance to put one in the end zone. A little confidence booster for the team. You know, all the hard work they're doing. You know, it's the payday.
Marshall, that's the second time I've said to you to talk to your own team. There won't be a third.
All right, so trying to make sure everybody is in line here for this next drive for Paulsboro. They're going to spot the ball at the 48, as I suspected. So a short field for Paulsboro. Let's see if they can build off of that nice kickoff return.
Yeah, just you know, play calling here. Maybe a little misdirection. Maybe a little bit of some kind of counter to keep this defense a little slowed up. You know, because they're very fast to the ball, so you got to divert them.
I mean, you have to consider what Woodbury did in previous games. They did a lot of misdirection. They threw Paulsboro off there, so maybe the Paulsboro seniors may kind of flip the script a little bit on this.
Yeah, you just can't always run at a fast defense because they're going to close that gap down and catch you at the line of scrimmage, so you got to change it up a little bit.
So 1st and 10 from the 48.
Yeah, you got a single ring right.
Quarterback now under center here as they're about to snap.
Going back for a little bit of passing.
And
he's got his receiver.
Looks like a screen, and he's not going to get too far.
Yeah.
Ends up losing some yardage there.
Yeah, it was 17 again with a play for the Red Raiders. Or was it? or was that 14? Delancey.
Well, he ends up losing 7 yards, unfortunately, back into our own territory at the 45.
Yeah, possibly Delancey Samuels on that.
They're going to get the 46. So 2nd and 16.
Yeah, right now Woodbury's got control of this game, and they just got to find that one groove, crack in the cement, try to get something going for them. They're very, very fast on this defense, and athletes, athletes are athletes, and you got to give these kids credit. They're sticking it out. It's 35-0, and I'd like to see them get one in the end zone, and let's see if they can make that happen.
All right, so now it is, let's see here, 2nd and 16 from the 46. Looks like they'll tighten the formation a little bit. Now making sure that everyone's lined up right. They actually have a receiver on the near side.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Trying to make sure everybody is in sync here. Now they go with a handoff. Oh, nothing there.
Big play by number 00 again. Bryce Jones with a big. Oh, he got a flag.
And probably for unsportsmanlike.
Come on, ref.
Yeah, he got him.
Oh, gosh.
What's the matter? You didn't even see it, so why are you arguing? All right.
So there's going to be, it looks like an automatic first, maybe.
Yeah, it's going to help.
All right, so what's going to happen here, there's no automatic first down, but they will penalize 15 yards from the end of the play because of the unsportsmanlike. I mean, obviously.
It's not legal under Federation rules, which you're playing in. So from here through the end of high school, you cannot do it. That celebration stuff, directing attention to yourself, spiking the football, singling first down, none of that's legal in the high school rules. Yes.
Wow, I'll tell you one thing. I didn't know this goes all the way out to high school. Teaching moment here.
Yeah, making a great play, Howard, and he celebrated, looked over to the sideline for a little bit extra praise. It's not going to happen. So,
and the official dumped on a 15-yard penalty. So because of the unsportsmanlike, those things, and you just make the tackle, and you go back to your huddle.
Yeah, you got 35 points. You don't need to celebrate right now. Your score is already, the celebration at this point.
And here comes a blitz.
Wow, they're back there fast.
And they charge at him and down him back at the 45-yard lines. They end up losing almost 10 of the 15 they gave him back.
Yeah, they got back there really fast. Them blitzes, if you don't pick them up.
Just keep in mind, of course, there's 2 subs for the the Paulsboro team.
Yeah, they're a little undermanned as well. Coming into a game this physical. Unfortunately, they might not have a very big team.
Coming up on 1 minute, Victor.
All right, so we're going to be under 1 minute left till halftime, and Paulsboro is going to be on a 4th down situation.
Yeah, so you got a team, going against a very physical team, and they're going both ways, and that's a lot of work to do. And playing someone as physical as the senior team from Woodbury, they're going to be a little fatigued and tired.
All right, so I'm sure they're going to go for it here on 4th down. I mean, might as well try something here.
There's not much time left in the second, so I would do the same thing. There's not much.
And now whistle blows, and there's a flag down.
Encouragement, defense, 5 yards, replay, 4th down.
So they're going to get 5 of those yards back, and they'll move it to the 49.
They're going to have to stop it. They will have to stop it.
And it looks like Paulsboro is not going to. They don't have to snap the ball. The clock is continuing to run.
Doesn't have to run the play.
So they'll let the clock run, and I believe we're going to get to halftime before another play happens. So, John, how's that first half looking? What'd you see?
It's a David and Goliath right now. Woodbury is very physical on all aspects of the game. Paulsboro's hanging in there. They're undermanned a little bit. They need a few pieces to the puzzle possibly to help them out. And unfortunately, they got a small team. So you coming into a game of this caliber, they're just unfortunate.
And sometimes these things happen, but you have to battle with what you have. And right now, your halftime score in the senior game, Woodbury 35 nothing over Paulsboro. Why don't we go ahead? We'll for the second half of this one in a few minutes.
You're gonna feel
Okay, we're back in time for the beginning of the second half of our final game of this quadruple header of TCUFL action. Woodbury, a very impressive first half, up 35-0 over Paulsboro. They've just kicked off, and it will be getting by one of the up guys. Will be past the 20, and let's see
Oh,
if
he
he
got
can
the
make
ball.
something out of it.
Ooh, back
Broke
there.
a tackle or two, but the problem is they're not running north-south. They're running more east-west, trying to outrun this Woodbury team. They just have not been able to do it today.
Yeah.
Anyway, before you jump in, I'm Tom Wilkins, and he's John Saplensky. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls, and we want to all thank you for joining us today here on the HSG Network on YouTube for this TCUFL action. Of course, Paulsboro and Woodbury. We've had 3 previous games for the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. You can rewind and check out any highlights that you've missed with those 3 games, which of course are on the same feed. So right now, Paulsboro is 1st and 10, and they will spot the ball, I'd say, at about the 15-yard line.
Yeah, they got their backs against the wall right now. It's 35-0, third quarter. They've had a tough game right now. Good group of young men. They're sticking it out. They're not hanging their heads. They're trying to get some productivity out there. There's not much you can do. They don't have a lot of players. We didn't realize that. They're pretty light on the team. So, you going both ways against this physical team is going to wear you down. You're going to be getting your work. We're going to get your work today.
And to have that cardiovascular condition at such a young age, I mean, that is really asking for it in a game like this.
Yeah. You got to get a lot of hydration, a lot of water. Stay hydrated. They're playing a very physical team. They're just looking for some positives at this point, and everything they do positive from this point is gonna help them later on.
Okay, so it's 2nd down, and it was a 2-yard pickup, so 2nd and 8 from the 17-yard line. And for Paulsboro, I know this has been a bit of a struggle today, but they're still giving it all they've got. And now one of the tackles moved, and that's going to be a false start.
Yeah, that was actually the guard.
Penalty, play 2nd down.
Yeah, it was in the middle of the line where there was the jump, and that caused the 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, it's a tough spot right now to be right now. Close to that end zone.
All right, so it's 2nd and now 13. They're going to spot the ball at the 12-yard line. And right now they're trying to just remember there are 2 subs on the side for Paulsboro, so that makes it a bit more challenging for them.
Yeah.
So for some, I would say for a few players, they probably played every play in this game on both sides of the ball.
And unfortunately, Woodbury's got a good rotation. They've got some fresh legs. So it is a big advantage.
And it definitely showed from like the very first play of the game. So now 2nd and 13.
Quarterback's trying.
Oh, yeah, and he just slid down trying to duck under defenders, and he ends up going down. Now force a 3rd down. John, have you been in these situations before with your kids or in your coaching?
In all my years in Millville, no. I mean, we were pretty dominant. I've never been down. In high school, though, myself, I've been in this situation as a player. As a coach, no. It's tough, but you try to find something to make a play. I think it was my senior year. We were getting blown out at Vineland High School. Really bad, and it hurt. And we were older, we're 17, 18, and so I've been a part of that. But you keep playing. We're taught, listen, it's adversity. You're being challenged right now, but you finished the game. You played tough. You might not win the game, win the fight in the game. So just keep fighting to the end as best as you can.
There's always some sort of adversity that goes on. Here's a pass up the middle that's knocked down incomplete, so that'll force a 4th down. And I do agree, sometimes you do have that. I remember one time my former high school ended up taking a tremendous 49-0 lead at the half, and the last play of the first half was a fake field goal that went for a touchdown, which I'm sure if you're on the opposite side, you're like, oh boy.
Yeah, every game is a learning experience as a coach at these levels and for players because you're learning something from each player and different calibers of players every year and your coaching abilities. You learn from other teams. Every game when I started out coaching at this youth level, I learned from another team. I took
All right, lay
advantage
off
of
the
that. I
center,
watched
guys.
what
Lay
they
off the
did.
center.
I watched how they coached. You could play football your whole life. It doesn't mean you're going to be a good coach. So for me, it was a learning experience every single game, every single year.
Here is a short punt that is taken by one of the up men, and he tried to run it into the end zone, but was tackled inside the 5. So Woodbury will end up with a first and goal from, I believe, the 5-yard line for their opening drive of the second half.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to have them start right there. They got a very tough offensive line and running backs right now, so they don't have a lot of work to even find the end zone right now. So hopefully Paulsboro can hold them off.
I think you are younger than me, right?
Well, we'll soon find out. I mean, they've made some nice plays, but sometimes when you have an overpowering team on all sides of the ball,
Yeah.
that really makes it a gargantuan situation.
Yeah, but it's building a lot of character for Paulsboro. These kids are going Iron Man. They're playing a lot of football today. They're not giving up, and you have to expect that it could be an offset score possibly when you have this big of a team and not a lot of players on Paulsboro. So hats off to them. It's a learning experience, and like I said, it's building a lot of character.
And I think what's happening too, and Woodbury is going to try and maybe get like other subs in, make sure they play.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good if they did.
We'll see if they do that. First and goal from the 5. Back to pass. A lob shot for the end zone and just over the head of the receiver, incomplete. I mean, that was an interesting lineup. I mean, they were lining up a bizarre goal to go situation. You had one receiver out in the middle of nowhere, and everyone else was bunched on the right.
Yeah.
So that forces second and goal. I mean, hey, they're trying different things. I mean, they could even get the defenders playing offense and vice versa too.
Yeah, I'm sure they got some players that they would like to fit in the rotation right now. We're more than halfway done the third quarter, and it's good sportsmanship too. At some point, get some of your second, third stringers in there. Maybe your B squad traveled with you a few players. Get them in a rotation.
Certainly true.
0, get your mouthpiece in, please. Thank you.
All right, second and goal from the 5. They might try the same play again. We'll see. A bunch in the right.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna. I thought they're gonna stay in I. He's gonna do split back, but it looked like he was I formation there in a minute.
All right, so second and goal. See what they got.
Number 6.
Oh, direct snap, and he's gonna walk in.
No, it was actually a handoff. It was
a handoff.
He did.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was Nathan Calamy, number 6. First time we've seen him this game.
And it's funny. He was running so hard he had to go up the hill, and that's why the hill slows it down. Now there's a flag.
Garbage in high school. Guess what happened?
Oh wow! And I think we have another unsportsmanlike foul that's going to be happening because. Oh, he spiked the ball. I didn't even see that. Everyone's so excited and scoring, they forget what the rules are.
Yeah, he's holding the fort down with the flags with the celebrations.
Touchdown.
It keeps it a little kosher right now. The score, is a little out of hand, so no need to celebrate. We came in, we did our job, so it makes it. It could be.
It's also possible.
It's tough. It could be his first touchdown ever. This is true. But yeah, the ref's holding down the fort with that.
Yeah, and it's also a teaching lesson as to how to handle situations like this. Here's a pass, an easy conversion.
Try is good.
So the try is good, and Woodbury has put 40 up here.
Yeah, 42. It's most we've seen in 4 weeks.
I think, right? I think we had a 42 in Voorhees.
Okay, so that was the week I didn't go. Okay.
Yeah, I know you didn't go, but I know my son was almost drenched the last play of the game. That was really insane if you think about it. Now, they're going to penalize 15 yards from the kickoff for the unsportsmanlike conduct. So they're going to spot, I think, it's 25.
Yeah.
Can't let that go. He spiked it.
And it's amazing how the players like, oh, come on, man. And but let's be honest
You're
here.
caught. You're busted.
Yeah, sometimes you kind of wonder why they do things.
And we're always
like that,
innocent. And even as a player, I know I did a lot of stuff wrong on the field, and I would be downfield, illegal alignment downfield, and I'd plead my case that I was just fast. And you beg, and hopefully they believe you. But no, once that flag is drawn, it's too late. They're not taking it back.
All right, so the kickoff will be a little deeper because of it. Obviously, Woodbury has had everything go their way, but at the same time, when you're dealing with an opponent you're completely outnumbering, the officials have to have some sort of decorum on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, at this level of the kids, they know that their job is also to keep the peace. They know their job is also to keep it a level field at this point, so it doesn't get out of hand.
I don't think that's a horrible thing, but I don't think it makes that decision.
And there you see number 6, who had the touchdown early. That would be a Nathan Kalam.
Yeah, he scored I think it was his first carry of the game too. His first time we see him touch the ball. So they're getting other backs in there, and fortunately for him, he got his touchdown. Unfortunately for Paulsboro, he took the snap and he made it in the end zone.
I'll tell you one thing: if he continues to go and play in the pros, he's gonna have to learn how to take his offensive line for dinner.
Yeah,
because they really have played a heck of a game.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to reward your O-line. I used to look forward to that. With different quarterbacks I used to block for.
All right, so are we going to switch sides because zeros have appeared?
Must go off.
Well, to decide on that eventually.
I'm aware of it.
All right, so they'll probably kick off, and then we'll switch sides here.
Why are we doing that?
And taken down about the 45-yard line.
All right, set it up for the fourth quarter.
All right, so we're going to officially make it three-quarter time here. So after 3, Woodbury up 42-0 on Paulsboro. Why don't we grab a quick break? We'll come back with the final quarter after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night, along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment, is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we are back here for the final quarter of this one. And for those of you who have joined us throughout this quadruple header, we definitely appreciate all of you. And thanks very much for being a part of this day here in Woodbury, here on HSG Network. Woodbury up 42-0 on Paulsboro in the senior game. And a lot of substitutions now coming on the Woodbury side. Paulsboro trying to get the rotation in for this first down, which they will be at the Woodbury 45-yard line. I'm Tom Wilkins, along with John Saplensky, Howard Gabriel the controls. The first day of October, first day of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. A lot of pink on the field, and of course, other cancer awareness months go with it.
One on the box. Please put your phone down.
So 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. Let's see what they do. Inside handoff.
Oh, okay. He's got a little bit of yards.
Yeah, a couple yards. He gets to about the 43-yard line.
We got number 17 on the carry there for the Red Raiders. That was
He starts to get away from you. You got to let him go.
I don't have his number, unfortunately.
Well, we want to send a crazy shout to Devin, who's inside the booth here with us. He's done a nice job keeping the clock up here on the screen for the games that we've had it for. So
Good job, Devin.
he's been up all day. So
part of the crew.
It's what we call multitasking, right? All right, so 2nd and 8 from the 43-yard line. So Paulsboro, at the very least, they're trying to get some positive yards on this drive, and who knows? One play at a time, as they say. 2nd and 8, I formation, inside handoff, and some more power to about the 40-yard line, maybe even more.
There you go.
And the official rules him down. The ball looked like it popped out, but the official blew the play dead, and it forces 3rd and short. So, hey, they're trying to get some new people involved then. I guess it's working a little bit.
Yeah, I'd like to see them march downfield and put one in the end zone. It'll be good spirits for these guys.
Definitely. 3rd and 2. And another handoff up the middle. Let's see where forward progress got him. He might be a yard shy of a first down. I got marked to 36.
That was number 5 on the carry for the Red Raiders. That was Robert Thornton.
I'll tell you what, he's powered through those first 3 plays.
Yeah, I'd like to see them get this first down here, and it's close. Just got to get to the line right there.
All right, so 4th and about a yard. As they say, Paulsboro trying to finish on a high note here.
Yeah, it would be a great ending if they can find the end zone.
Well, let's see if they can get the first down first. They crunch the line.
Quarterback keeper.
And he's got a first down all the way down to the 32-yard line.
Way to go, QB.
So a gain of 4, and that moves the sticks for Paulsboro.
Yeah, that's Jazeer Johnson got the first down. Put his shoulders low, went through the A gap, and he got a couple extra yards. So good for him.
And at least it's a confidence booster there. So a new set of downs for Paulsboro as they spy right outside the 32, 1st and 10. It'll be interesting to see if they try continuing those play calls again, because eventually Woodbury will probably be even on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're gonna, stick to this power game and try to keep creeping 3-4 yards, and see if they can put one in the end zone.
All right, so from the 32, and again inside handoff.
There you go.
And he pushes and pushes to the 28, so a gain of 4.
Good job.
So at least Paulsboro, they're fighting hard. They're making sure, hey, listen, we can be a power team, and you never know.
Yeah,
this could be something that could be in future weeks.
Yeah, you take this and run with it. Next week we don't know who they're playing next week, but take the positives at the end of this game, and bring that into next week.
Okay, so it'll be 2nd and 7. They gave him 3 on the play. We'll see if they try and do the same thing. So they break huddle.
Single back. Got a wing out, or a wing, single back. Oh, no, there's another back. I didn't see him.
Going back and throwing.
Hey, there you go.
How about that? That was a quick
Still
pass
going.
and still pushing his way. And there's the ball taken away from him, and he's going to have it run the other way back to the 40-yard line.
That's a heartbreaker. That is a heartbreaker.
Oh, that was a nice play, but at the same time, the defense, forward progress was not stopped, and the ball ended up.
Refs. Player down.
Yeah, there might be a player shaken up. Not sure who it is, but the reality is, hey, that's a positive for Paulsboro there. They were able to drive
the reception. Down. It was a great call for them to, throw up the middle like that. Receiver had it. Unfortunately, they stripped it.
And obviously, you'd have to consider with the way everything's going. It's at least something.
After the fumble.
And was there a penalty flag at the end of that play?
That's relevant. Okay, so it's after. It's during the return. That's important stuff. Okay.
Well, we're going to find out in a second.
If it's during the return, then they would have to accept or decline the foul. All right. It's against Paulsboro. They want to decline? Okay, that's good enough for me. during the return. Block in the back. Paulsboro. Penalty is declined. First down.
Interesting.
Tough
They call a
break.
block. They call a block in the back, and that was I had to have been before the return because that's why the penalty is being refused.
Yeah, it's a tough, unfortunate call. They were right there at the end zone to put one in to end this game on a very high note.
Start the clock, please.
All right, so 1st and 10. Ball spotted at the 40-yard line. We'll see. We got another big guy getting a handoff, and he got thrown down pretty good.
Much more.
Down about the 46-yard line. He had to throw him down with both hands on his uniform. So a gain of 6. Actually 7. That'll be 2nd and 3.
That's a great tackle, man.
And even the official
yeah,
complimented him on the
that's great,
tackle.
yeah.
You pulled him down like he was not there.
Good job. You know, you get support from the refs like that. You know, that also helps a lot.
That's true because, I mean, everything could be going completely against you and you still get that positive feedback.
Yeah.
Because with professionals, obviously they wouldn't listen, but with kids, you know that's going to help them down the road. Here's another handoff on 2nd down. Another good one-arm tackle. Down for a yard as we're halfway through this final quarter.
You know, the brightest point right now, you know, you had a 35-point lead at the half?
And we got a penalty flag down. Hold on.
Previous spot, 10 yards, replay 3rd down.
And that's going to be against Woodbury for a hold, it looks like.
Yeah, it was what, 35 at the half, right?
Holding offense, 44. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot, replay 2nd down.
Right, 35-0 at the half, and Woodbury added one in the 3rd quarter, and nothing since.
Down, should it not?
Yeah, well, you know, that's a big positive where you had 35 in the first half, and right now you could end this half with just 8 points scored on your 7. And that's one of the biggest hats off to them to change the second half around.
All right, so after the penalty, it is 2nd and 12. They're going to try and do a little pass play, and it's caught and trying to stumble along back to the 46-yard line. They get most of the penalty yardage back, but it'll force a 3rd and 4.
Yeah, good defense. You know, they're making tackles. They're not giving up, you know. You can't ask for more than that. Don't hang your head. Keep fighting the battle.
That's all you can do because there's going to be another day, and now another flag went down.
On somebody.
You get over there. You get over there.
This official isn't too happy with the Woodbury team.
I've already discussed with number 17
Right,
twice.
I already know.
I told him I wasn't going to let it happen again, so I have to throw that, right?
That's going to be a post-possession foul.
Dead ball on sportsmanlike conduct. Number 17, Woodbury, 15 yards. Down counts.
So now it's going to be 3rd and 19 going all the way back to the 31-yard line.
3rd down. 15 yards from the end of the run. The down counts because it's a dead ball foul.
So needless to say, I mean, obviously we're seeing some unnecessary penalties, but this is also a learning how to handle yourself during a blowout situation for Woodbury as to how to conduct yourself.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, he's trying to keep the game on a nicer level. So when he sees the things, you know, the flags are going to come out. It's unnecessary.
All right, so after the down counts, it is 3rd and 19 from the 31.
Start the clock, please.
Back to pass, throwing, and a little bit wide, incomplete.
4th down.
So that'll make it 4th down, and it might be the first time that Woodbury punts. I mean, let's not mistake the fact how impressive they've been today. But remember, all around, it's just a matter of how you handle things, and they certainly did handle their business.
Yeah, they came in, and you know they're going in the next week with 42-0. I don't know who they're playing. I mean, we could actually check eventually before we go, but you know, hopefully to get a little bit challenged next week, and you know, someone has a little bit more challenge for them and can challenge them.
Well, he's going to go for it. It's going to work for a 1st down. He's going to outrun everybody. Wow. That's going to be a score, I believe. Yes. Thrown down right in the end zone, a 69-yard touchdown reception, and Woodbury adds some more points. Wow.
Number 14, Amir Culbertson for his 2nd touchdown of the day.
I think somebody lost the cloth near the midfield stripe. I didn't think it was a flag because it wasn't pink enough. But Woodbury had some more points. But, hey, it's impressive. You got a 69-yard touchdown on 4th down. I mean, you got to give credit to the big receiver there. Just outran everybody.
Yeah, he's a big horse. Yeah, he took off. They couldn't get him down. And he got in the end zone. Great job. Way to, game's basically almost over right now. 48-0.
Defense scores here.
Tough game.
All right, so the conversion to follow here. And remember, I mean, there will be brighter days ahead for Paulsboro. They're going to have a lot more success, and you can't let one bad Sunday ruin everything.
No, there's a lot of football left in this season, and I'm sure they're going to bounce back.
All right, weighing on the conversion. Going back, they get the handoff, trying to get through a hole, and he does.
He got in there.
Easily. 49-0 to score now.
Score's good.
So, then the ball nearly went. The ball almost went by the head referee.
Go ahead and run the clock for the rest of the game. Run it straight now.
All right, so they're going to let the time run down. We want to take a moment and thank everybody from Woodbury's side for allowing us here to broadcast this quadruple header here on the HSG network. Again, I remind everybody, we don't know we're going to be here next. We're going to be next week or the week after, but make sure you subscribe. We got plenty more TCUFL action and some other events I'll be coming in October. So please make sure you hit the subscribe button so that way you know where we will be next here on HSG Network. So again, thank you, Woodbury, for having us. Certainly appreciate the hospitality and everything else. So
yeah, very nice. It was a great day. They took care of us over here too.
And a good lunch.
Lunch was amazing. I'm going home to sleep. I'm like a bear in the woods.
Hey, there's
still suffering over
There's a chance I might come home. I might work. And they have just said the game is over. So you're today.
He doesn't want to continue.
So what's your thought on today, John, with all the games?
Like I said earlier, David and Goliath today.
You understand?
A little bit more players over the Woodbury.
That's probably what I would have done there, but I'd already told them.
Stuck it out as best as they could, but they're just undermanned a little bit. Played Ironman football. This is a very physical game to go Ironman. So hats off to them. Congratulations to Woodbury. You handled your business. You didn't take your foot off the accelerator.
Right?
And that's what it comes down.
I don't like it anymore.
And for Paulsboro, they will definitely have better days ahead, as I mentioned before. Yeah. So again, your final, as Woodbury wins 3 out of the 4 games, this one 49-0 over the Paulsboro Raiders. Thank you all for joining us here on HSG Network. For John Saplensky and Howard Gaber, I'm Tom Wilkins. What a beautiful Sunday we've had. So have yourself a wonderful Sunday, and we hope to see you again